Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows, the central tower of the Forest of Death, a massive, towering structure stood in the ancient jungle. One by one, the struggling ninja squad advanced, handing over the scrolls they had collected. In the dense jungle, besides the fierce competition among ninja squads, the harsh environment also has its drawbacks, making it extremely rare for unharmed ninjas to enter. One by one, the ninja squads entered, but what awaited them was an even more brutal second round of testing. The Chunin Selection Tournament's second half of the second round begins. Girin, with her arrogant, bossy demeanor, looked down at everyone and coldly began to explain the rules. There are 10 arenas present, as you can see. There are over 200 people here, but only 10 will be eligible to participate in the third round. Of course, it's not just those who participate in the third round of the exam who qualify to become Chunin. Now that you've entered the Chunin selection stage, there will be elite ninjas secretly evaluating each of your abilities. As long as you have the ability, you will become a Chunin. However, the third match will be watched by the 5 Kage and Lord Yoru, along with the elites and daimyo from each of the major ninja villages. The third match is even being called the Battle of Geniuses. And let me tell you some good news, the top 10, regardless of which ninja village they come from, will all be eligible to receive a personal reward of ninjutsu from Lord Yoru. Following Giron's explanation, the group of ninjas who had just experienced a massacre were immediately terrified, a reward for their jutsu, and in front of so many people. In other words, once they enter the third round of the tournament, their names will no longer be those of ordinary Chunin, but will be remembered by everyone. Of course, performing well in the third match, earning an exceptionally high score, makes him a qualified candidate for a special Jonin promotion. Currently, there are 10 arenas in front of you. The matches will be decided by drawing lots. I think those of you who are confident in your own strength will know how to choose wisely. There will be a 10-minute break, then the matches will begin. Boom! As soon as the voice rang out, massive stone arenas appeared, causing the genin to chatter and discuss amongst themselves. Haha, Sasuke, let's have a duel. Idiot, shut your mouth. Sakura angrily yelled at Uzumaki Naruto, while Sasuke, seeing this, contemptuously called him an idiot. In other words, if we don't want our own people fighting each other, then we should choose different arenas for the battles. Of course, if you lack confidence in your own abilities, you can consider teaming up in an arena. Out of 3 people, only one needs to ultimately win. As expected, countless genin squads began to calculate the advantages of having each squad in the same arena, as it would allow them to conserve some of their stamina. Confident in their own strength, the ninjas all let out a cold laugh and arrogantly chose a solo arena. Naruto, you? To Sakura's astonishment, she saw Uzumaki Naruto giving Uchiha Sasuke a thumbs up and flashing a smile. Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, will be waiting for you in the third round of the tournament. Naruto, with a beaming smile, chose another solitary arena, while Sasuke, seeing this, contemptuously curled his lip. There are many stupid people on that road. Similarly, Uchiha Sasuke also chose a different, solitary arena, leaving Sakura alone and bewildered, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, Tamori, a member of the Sand Village Ninja Squad, calmly said in a low voice, "Preserving our strength is paramount. Kankuro, we're in the same team as Gaara. Remember, our purpose in coming here this time is not to cause trouble. To be." Gaara, however, stood coldly in front of the arena, clearly indicating that rules were meaningless. All he wanted now was to savor the fresh blood. Time was short. In a moment, all the ninjas had made their decisions. However, a scene unfolded that caused the Konoha ninjas to murmur inwardly. Yamanaka Aino revealed a bloodthirsty smile, following Nara Shikamaru's 10th squad, clearly staring intently at the Aino Shikacho duo. Seeing this scene, Nara Shikamaru felt a chill down his spine and was secretly terrified. He couldn't help but whisper to everyone, "Be careful, Aino is watching us. Let's split up, the three of us." Now, Yamanaka Aino is no longer an illegitimate child. She is now a disciple of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Otherwise, Nara Shikamaru wouldn't be so worried. Hyuga Hinata and Mitsuki Haku exchanged gentle smiles and almost simultaneously stood behind Aino. It was clear that Yamanaka Aino, the leader of this squad, had a personality similar to hers, but the two other girls, who also had gentle personalities, knew about the hatred in Ino's heart. Natural selection provides assistance. Meanwhile, outside the arena, crowds cheered as they watched the exciting competition about to begin, and the betting frenzy intensified. It was Kakashi, "Lee, you're my personal disciple. This time I must defeat you." HMPH, Kakashi. "Hozuki Sugetsu is a disciple I personally trained, and this time I will definitely win." Mado Guy and Momochi Zabuza stood one on the left and one on the right, one radiating fiery passion, the other a deathly gaze, leaving Hada Kakashi utterly humiliated. Reluctantly, he raised one of his dead fish eyes and looked at the two men suspiciously, saying, "Guy, Zabuza, what happened?" Seeing Kakashi's questioning look, Momochi Zabuza sneered, "Kakashi, have you forgotten the bet we made last year?" "A bet?" Seeing Kakashi's bewildered expression, Mado Guy and Momochi Zabuza immediately sensed something was seriously wrong. Sure enough, the next moment Kakashi slapped his forehead, revealing a look of realization. "So that's how it is? I forgot." Holy cow! Momochi Zabuza and Mado Guy immediately widened their eyes, because they had been preparing for this battle for a full year. Momochi Zabuza, in particular, because of this duel, and because of the way he swayed Hozuki Sugetsu, this little brat, he actually made a promise, agreeing to let the other party inherit Kubikiribaka in the future. For a moment, the Konoha Jonin cast disapproving glances at him, and Kakashi, facing their stares, immediately showed an embarrassed smile, waving his hand and saying, "Otherwise, consider this time I've lost. Kakashi, you look down on me. If that's the case, then how about I treat Naruto and Sasuke as my disciples? Kakashi, you're cheating." Meanwhile, the 10 matches on the arena had already begun. After the draw for the matches, a series of spectacular Jonin battles began, and at the same time, each arena had professional Jonin examiners scoring and evaluating the contestants. After each match concludes, there is professional commentary that assesses the level of combat ability and overall skill of the contestants. At the same time, by opening up the gambling den, each duel allowed Uchiha Yuru to earn a large amount of money. Not only that, the Outer Leaf Village also opened up a similar gambling den, and the number of participants was even greater. The final 10 spots, in particular, were highly sought after, encouraging countless people to place baits. Relatively speaking, the greater the fame, the less money one earns. For example, Uchiha Sasuke, a disciple of the Night God, gambles on a 1-to-1 basis, with virtually no profit. This kind of fiery, golden-hued gambling session was so intense that every envoy from the major villages and the great name prefecture was green with envy. Just this one round of gambling alone was enough to fill their coffers. Arena. The 10th match on the arena, following the first round's conclusion, began again. Yamanaka Aino versus Akimichi Choji. This sudden turn of events instantly attracted a lot of attention, as there have always been many onlookers who enjoy gossiping. Looking at the dueling staff, Nara Shikamaru's face was full of seriousness, and he spoke in a low voice, giving instructions to Akimichi Choji beside him. "Choji, Ino's hatred for Aino Shikacho is beyond ordinary understanding. Go ahead and attack without holding back. If you can't win, surrender immediately." Although Akimichi Choji is usually rather naive, he is still full of seriousness when it comes to matters of life and death. "Hey, you fat pervert, get up here." With a defiant posture, Yamanaka Aino stepped forward, raising her arrogant blonde hair, and looked at her opponent, a look of disgust in her eyes. Upon hearing the words "fat pig," Akimichi Choji's face flushed even more as he stammered, "Aino, I'm not a fat pig, and I'm certainly not a pervert." Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Aino's face showed a mocking smile. Whether it's a fat pig or not, I don't know, but a pair of briefs on his head isn't that perverted? Following Yamanaka Aino's mocking remark, a burst of laughter erupted. The remaining genin stared in astonishment at the design on Akimichi Choji's forehead. Indeed, it was just a pair of dark blue underwear worn on his head, along with a headband. Well, this scene directly confirms that he's undeniably a pervert. I know, how could you do that? At this moment, Akimichi Choji was truly enraged, his eyes revealing a serious expression, and his pupils showed an unprecedented rage. No, don't try to strike up a conversation with me. Although my surname is Yamanaka, I'm not a member of your Aino Shikacho group. With blonde hair, Yamanaka Aino coldly stared at Akimichi Choji, her delicate, beautiful hands clenching and grinding loudly. Akimichi, you fat pig of the clan, now get ready to receive my punch. Yamanaka Aino wouldn't care about Aino Shikacho's revenge either. Let alone revenge, they're already struggling to survive on their own. Because of their affiliation with the opposing faction, Aino Shikacho also suffered ostracism and oppression, but things never went as planned. Begin! Following the referee's command, Aino let out a cold shout, seemingly brandishing his fists and preparing to charge forward. But the next moment, several points of cold light flashed. Whoosh! Senbin, unable to dodge, was directly struck by Akimichi Choji's arm. In that moment of panic, he was about to admit defeat, but the next instant his mouth went numb. At the same time, he also noticed Nara Shikamaru's worried gaze below. Outside the arena, no one is allowed to make any noise that disrupts the match. A ninja wearing a Kana headband gave Nara Shikamaru a cold stare, which was also a warning. Choji. Below the arena, Nara Shikamaru was overwhelmed with powerlessness, while on the stage, Akimichi Choji's face, scratched by Senbin, instantly turned a deep green this time. It was a real green. Her lips turned blue, her tongue trembled, and her arms also turned bluish green, the color beginning to spread. Professional respect. Speechless, unable to clearly hear what was being said, Aino suddenly let out a loud yell, lunged forward, and began swinging her delicate fists. Touch, touch, on the arena. The sounds of fists and flesh striking flesh echoed, filling many with fear, while some ninja from other countries secretly began analyzing the situation. Yamanaka Aino, a disciple of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Hime, appears to be skilled in the use of poison. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura, who was also in this group, witnessed this scene and was filled with worrying. Could she really win against Aino? At this moment, a terrifying scene unfolded in the arena. Kaguya Kimimaro wins. Following the referee's announcement of victory, Kimimaro should have been resting after the win, but instead, he coldly stared at all the other contestants. Referee, in a final match, there can only be one winner, right? Facing Kaguya Kimimaro's calm demeanor, the referee seemed to have guessed something and nervously swallowed, saying, "Yes, that's right. That one is good." Kaguya Kimimaro calmly stood at number 5 on the stage, glancing at all the contestants and indifferently saying, "Come up here together. I'm tired." What? Everyone was shocked by the audacity of this white-haired brat, and then erupted in a roar of anger. You wretched little devil. Don't look down on people. The Kaguya clan is too arrogant. I will show no mercy. While all the other contestants showed expressions of anger, Kaguya Kimimaro calmly moved her shoulders and said, "Well then, I won't hold back either." At that moment, the 7th arena also erupted in a similar chorus of astonished cries, and simultaneously, the referees all shouted in shock. Walk the attack, quickly. Water release, great waterfall technique. To everyone's astonishment, within the massive arena's barrier, surging seawater suddenly appeared. Under the terrified gaze of everyone, even many jonin who witnessed this scene from the outside were filled with shock. And yet, in the absence of local water, such terrifying water release techniques can be unleashed. Good, great chakra. This girl has really strong chakra. Only then did the water in the 7th arena gradually stabilize, revealing Karen's swirling figure standing on the surface. She said coldly, "I don't want to play games with you. Either you surrender, or you all come up together, and I'll take you all down in one go." The violent, pale blue chakra directly materialized outside his body, a sight that terrified everyone even more. Not to mention them, even the jonin were terrified by the sheer amount of chakra Karen's vortex possessed. It's important to understand that this is Karen Chakra's main vortex, fundamentally not borrowed from Biju. I admit defeat. Relinquish your rights. Me too. In the 7th arena, every ninja withdrew from the competition, not because they were incapable, but because the information about Karen's vortex was simply too terrifying. the disciple of the Night God, and also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, is known as the strongest weapon of war. This was all part of the intelligence gathering, and as they had all said before, the ninja team leaders would forfeit their right to choose. Unlike the previous year's arena battles, which erupted with furious roars, a massive melee instantly broke out on the arena, or rather, Kimimaro, with lightning speed, relentlessly attacked Toichi, sending him flying out of the arena. Conversely, the most decisive factor in determining victory or defeat is the 7th arena, the Karen Whirlpool. At this moment, as Karen was determined to win or lose in the whirlwind, her face lit up with an excited and ecstatic smile. That way, Teacher D will be able to see my spectacular performance. The final Chunin tournament will decide the winner, selecting 10 contestants to be dueled in half a month, at which time the 5 cage will gather in Konoha. The list of 10 opponents for the third match has been finalized. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji vs Hozuki Sugetsu, Kimimaro vs Gaara, the Karen vs Jubo rivalry, Yamanaka Aino vs Nara Shikamaru. In the second match, the Konoha government organized a gamble, aiming for a substantial payout. However, the results of the third match, with the newly released list of finalists, caused an instant explosion of excitement. Countless people excitedly placed baits, and the first match was full of tricks and gimmicks. Uchiha Sasuke, the son of the former clan head, will duel with Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage. It's undeniable that Konoha understands how to win people's hearts. The second match, Hyuga Neji vs Hozuki Sugetsu. The genius of the Hyuga clan of Konoha versus the genius of the Hozuki clan of the Hidden Mist Village. A match that also attracted widespread attention. Third match, Kimimaro vs Gaara. Kaguya, a genius ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, battles the strongest genin ninja from the Hidden Sand Village. The flashing lights before the 3 rounds were full of gimmicks, leading countless people to scramble to place their baits. It wasn't just ordinary people, countless ninjas were secretly activating their brains, constantly analyzing intelligence from each match, and then choosing their baits. The third Chunin tournament was more accurately described as a star-studded ninja showdown. Everyone knows that in the third Chunin exam, the 10 contestants are practically destined to become Chunin. Specifically, it will be revealed that the third match between the 3rd Suchikage of the Hidden Stone Village, Noki, and the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, along with the 4th Kazakage of the Hidden Sand Village, Ressa, will all be in person. In the blink of an eye, Konoha's anticipation for this Chunin exam was completely filled, with all the tricks and gimmicks, and even ninjas outside the village began secretly placing baits. The Senju clan's training ground, Sister Haku, and Hinata too. Yamanaka Aino, with a look of utter indifference on her face, apologized to her 2 teammates. In the second match of the arena competition, both of his teammates, Hyuga Hinata and Minetsuki Haku, forfeited their matches, forcing her out of the round, and she clearly understood the implication, because the 10th arena contestant is Nara Shikamaru. I know, nothing's wrong, Hyuga Hinata said shyly. Minetsuki Haku smiled gently. I know, you should know that with the scores we to give, becoming a Chunin shouldn't be much of a problem after this. There's a third competition coming up, and we're relying on you for that. We've bet quite a bit of money on it. Seeing her 2 teammates maintaining their composure, Yamanaka Ino's face lit up with a bright, open, sunny smile. She had never been that kind of person before. Thank you, and I will remember this in my heart. I will definitely repay you later, not just talk about it. However, I know Teacher Tsunade said that we'll be undergoing special training this month, so you have to work hard. Aino smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, with Sister Haku and Hinata, the 3 of us will be the strongest female ninja team in the future. Yamanaka Aino wasn't the strongest of the 3, but she was the squad leader. One advantage is that Aino has a generous but non-violent personality, and having gone through so much since childhood, she is independent and has a broad perspective. In contrast, Minetsuki Haku, with her overly gentle personality, is unsuitable for the captain's position, and Hinata is in a similar situation. Therefore, Yamanaka Aino, on the contrary, was the trusted confidant of the captain in the 3-person squad. Photo of a large office building with a rooftop terrace. Yes, master, I'm counting on you. Please give me special training. Having not experienced the night of the clan massacre, Uchiha Sasuke's personality is much different from that in the original story. His demeanor is full of etiquette, and even his eyes reveal a resolute light. So, Sasuke, do you think you want special training just to defeat Uzumaki Naruto? Facing Uchiha Yoru's questioning, Uchiha Sasuke displayed a resolute smile. No, my goal is to become stronger, then become the 6th Hokage of Konoha. At that time, when we meet, I'll tell Uzumaki Naruto how naive his so-called ideals are. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's unwavering belief, Uchiha Yoru immediately broke into a smile. Uchiha Sasuke is becoming increasingly ambitious. His ultimate dream is to become the 6th Hokage. I wonder what will happen between him and Naruto in the future. In Uchiha Sasuke's mind, the image of God above only represented one person, his teacher, Uchiha Yoru. Alright, I'll give you special training, so don't complain when the time comes. Thank you, Master Yi. After Uchiha Sasuke respectfully left, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, Itachi, do you see now? Anbo officer Uchiha Itachi slowly emerged from the shadows, removing his mask to reveal a mature face, his expression even warmer than in the anime. Yes, Sensei, Sasuke is asking you for help. Haha, Itachi, I'm telling you, this is Sasuke's dream, and this dream is no simple matter. Uchiha Yoru shrugged, a relieved smile on her face, and Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing this, revealed a happy smile. I'm looking forward to seeing Sasuke become the 6th Hokage. As expected, Uchiha Itachi, being the one controlling Sasuke, was filled with blind confidence in himself. Uchiha Yoru chuckled softly and waved his hand. From now on, you, as his older brother, must do your best to train Sasuke. To be. Uchiha Itachi smiled gently as he watched the figure disappear from the Hokage building. He could only support his younger brother's dream. The other end is before the waterfall. Perverted sage, please give me special training. In half a month, I'm going to battle that stinky Sasuke. Please help me. Uzumaki Naruto rarely took the initiative to approach Jiraiya, and he was even more determined to undergo special training. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, whose work was being interrupted while he was gathering his documents, sighed in despair, crouching before the waterfall and gazing at the resolute Naruto, and couldn't help but ask curiously, So Naruto, why do you want to defeat Uchiha Sasuke? Is it simply because you want to defeat him? Seeing the lecherous sage Jiraiya's questioning look, Uzumaki Naruto revealed a faint smile, a smile that only made Jiraiya even more curious. Because I want to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, to prove that my ninja way is not wrong. I want to first change Sasuke's mindset, to make him clearly understand that in this world, peace is not achieved through coercive force and threats. That is not true peace. True peace is when everyone understands each other. Uzumaki Naruto said with unwavering conviction in his eyes, as if Uchiha Sasuke had become the first person he wanted to influence. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's eyes went blank. Sure enough, Naruto was still Naruto, stubborn and deceitful, with the same personality. He simply wouldn't change. However, suddenly a mischievous smile appeared on Jiraiya's face, as if Naruto having a target was a good thing. Haha, Naruto, from now on I'll begin special training for you. I support your dream, but don't disappoint your teacher. First, let your teacher see how you, as the first person to understand each other, manage to influence them. Unprecedentedly, the lecherous sage Jiraiya actually agreed with his ideals, causing Uzumaki Naruto to show signs of excitement. Lustful immortal. No, Naruto, don't think nonsense. I don't agree with your ideology either. This is just the first step in implementing yours. At this moment, Jiraiya smiled brightly, revealing an even more alluring and mischievous grin. Naruto, your path is extremely difficult, so much so that even the teacher won't judge its rightness or wrongness. But if you want to prove yourself, first win over Uchiha Sasuke. Show everyone that you're not wrong, and then join forces to win over even more people. I'll help you calculate. After you've won Sasuke over, you two will understand each other and continue to win over others. 2 will become 4, 4 will become 8, 8 will become 16. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto's 10 fingers were constantly calculating, and his eyes shone with excitement. I understand, Immortal. You're thinking of taking the first step first, then the second, so that everyone will agree with me. Good, Jiraiya thought. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto had fallen for the bait, A smile spread across his lips, as if he had found a good way to deal with Naruto. Not bad, so keep trying. Show the teacher that your philosophy is correct, and that the philosophy of the Night God is even more accurate. Your first step now is to get Uchiha Sasuke to agree with you. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll succeed. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's overflowing enthusiasm, Jiraiya smiled broadly, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Although Uchiha Sasuke's true potential wasn't clear, Uchiha Yoru had said it before, Sasuke, this young boy, has immense potential and might even surpass the Hokage in the future. Firstly, Uchiha Sasuke, as Uchiha Yoru's disciple, thought of agreeing with Naruto's ideology, and Jiraiya had already begun to silently pray in his heart. However, things are fine this way. At least Uchiha Sasuke can restrain Naruto, saving him a whole day of overthinking. It's undeniable that Jiraiya's petty calculations were a brilliant move, and this also mirrored the fate of Sasuke and Naruto. Hyuga Clan Training Ground. Hyuga Neji and his father, Hyuga Hizashi, constantly discussed training. Neji, control your breathing, don't panic. Hizashi's usually stern expression rarely showed a hint of joy or happiness. Her child had grown up, matured, like a young eagle yearning to fly towards the vast sky. Neji, what is your dream? Become the most steadfast protector under Master Yi's command. From a young age, Neji knew that if it weren't for Uchiha Yoru's help, he would have lost his father long ago, and even more so, his freedom. Looking at his father, Hyuga Neji, breathing heavily, showed not a hint of doubt. Father, Master Yi once said that one should not live for the sake of others, but for oneself. He urged me to use my own eyes to observe this world and find his mistakes. It's undeniable that Uchiha Yoru's methods were incredibly sophisticated. He never once spoke to his students, close friends, or any jonin, yet he instilled in them unwavering adherence to his ideals. Instead, it's something that's frequently said to everyone, just like it's written on the last page of the book. Even gods make mistakes, so I ask you to find where God has made a mistake, tell God, and help him correct it. Hyuga Hizashi, being an acquaintance, naturally understood Uchiha Yoru's tactics, but even knowing this, he couldn't help but admire such an existence. Uchiha Knight is therefore called a god, not only because he can stand alongside the former god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, but what truly earns him the admiration and respect of many is his chest. Neji, this time your opponent is Hozuki Sugetsu, a ninja from the Hidden Mist village with a bloodline ability. It's said he was taken as a disciple by Momochi Zabuza, a jonin, and furthermore, the Hozuki clan's water transformation technique makes them almost immune to most physical attacks. Hizashi, brimming with pride for his exceptional son, believed that the separation of the family would culminate in Neji's generation, and that Neji would also prove a certain point. Separate. You can't compare the two families. There's no difference. Neji, the Hozuki clan's water transformation technique is powerful, but our Hyuga clan's gentle fist isn't to be trifled with. We can be immune to ordinary physical attacks, but our Hyuga clan's gentle fist can inject chakra into the opponent's body, even underwater. Hyuga Hizashi carefully imparted his own experiences to his son. But at that very moment, a shadowy Anbu figure appeared. Hyuga Hizashi retracted his hand, and Neji beside him was breathing heavily. Lord Hizashi, Lord Yoru has ordered Genin Hyuga Neji to proceed to the Uchiha clan training ground starting tomorrow for a half-month of intensive training. No matter what, Neji was once Uchiha Yoru's disciple, and although he wasn't skilled in gentle fist, he could still offer guidance in other areas. Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Hizashi immediately displayed a respectful and smiling expression. Please thank Lord Yoru on my behalf. Goodbye. After Uchiha Yoru took power, the first order that the Anbu and Root changed was that they were not allowed to arbitrarily enter other people's residences. In the past, during the Third Hokage's time, Anbu and Root ninjas would relay orders without hesitation, entering their targets' homes and delivering commands in a cold, condescending tone. They didn't feel anything before, but now they can compare. In an instant, I felt respected. Thick fog gathered in the dense forest, and the sound of water echoed incessantly. Damn it, you little brat, get serious. If you lose the match, don't even think about getting Kuba Kiribaka. In the mist, Momochi Zabuza's angry voice constantly emanated, while the abused Hozuki Sugetsu was shrouded in seclusion. Hey Zabuza-sensei, I heard you choked on something in front of Kakashi-senpai. and now you're taking your anger out on me. Shut up. Hozuki Sugetsu, despite being knocked flying and in pain, continued to babble incessantly. I heard you and the senior Mato guy took on disciples, but Kakashi just ignored you and left. Haha. Hozuki Sugetsu's incessant chatter filled Momochi Zabuza with rage. He had never imagined he would take on such a disciple, and his mouth was truly disgusting. Shut up. This time you're competing. I'm betting on you. You have to last 5 minutes, even if it means death. What? Hozuki Sugetsu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Isn't it true that my Hyuga clan's gentle fist is naturally superior to others? Looking at the arrogant Hozuki Sugetsu, Momochi Zabuza let out a cold laugh. Not bad. The Hozuki clan's water transformation technique can almost completely immunize them against most physical damage, but the Hyuga clan's gentle fist is different. They can channel chakra into attack energy through their hands and transmit it into the water. HMPH. Are you saying that the Hyuga clan also has a counter to the art of water transformation? Hozuki Sugetsu was terrified and cursed. This time I've encountered an opponent who can counter me. How am I supposed to play like this? Not exactly. It depends on who has better chakra control and who has more chakra. Momochi Zabuza chuckled coldly, saying that if this guy wasn't a disciple he had personally chosen, he wouldn't care at all. Now, he could only give him special training, making sure he didn't fail so quickly. Losing his man would be good. What I am teaching you now is the hidden mist assassination technique, combined with Kurigakure no Jetsu, a perfect assassination method. Once you master it, you will have a chance of victory. No matter what, he was still his disciple, and Zabuza couldn't possibly bet on his disciple losing, so he was secretly gambling as well. As long as he learned this jutsu, he might still be able to win. Konoha. Before the waterfall, Uzumaki Naruto enthusiastically trained with 10 times the effort due to having received instruction from Jiraiya many years earlier. Uzumaki Naruto's maturation is clearly much faster than in the original story. At this stage, he has already begun training in Wind Attribute Chakra Transformation. Meanwhile, far away beside the waterfall, enjoying a leisurely time, Jiraiya suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a complex expression. In the forest, Jiraiya leaned against a tree trunk, and the figure that appeared was Sarutobi Asuma. It hasn't been long, yet Sarutobi Asuma's face is filled with sorrow. One can imagine the immense pressure he's under. Lord Jiraiya, I hope you can communicate with Lord Yoru. If the Sarutobi clan becomes unstable, I will personally eliminate them. Sarutobi Asuma made a somber decision, and Jiraiya, facing him, also fell silent. The Sarutobi clan's intentions to stage a coup are already extremely sensitive, and now their collusion with outsiders has become almost irrefutable evidence. No matter which ninja village they pass through, they can directly suppress it with Iron Fist. Asuma, do you have any requests? Finally, Jiraiya accepted this reality, and he silently asked a question. Upon hearing this, Asuma let out a wry smile. I only beg Lord Jiraiya to spare my older brother's child, Konohamaru. He's still young and knows nothing. After hearing these words, Jiraiya fell silent. This remark is full of sarcasm. Your older brother is just a child, but where are the children of the other families? Everyone is selfish, and in the end, Asuma chose the child's own home. He had no children, so Konohamaru was essentially their only remaining bloodline. Finally, after a long silence, Jiraiya nodded. Okay, I will go with the communication tonight and do my best to preserve some of the Sarutobi clan's bloodline. Although the Sarutobi clan was divided into a fighting faction and a peaceful faction, this was only the case when no conflict had arisen. Once the village eliminates the martial arts faction, what about the peaceful faction? Will there be no more hatred? They are inherently related by blood, and even have brothers or friends between them. The hatred will only continue to spread, albeit in a more hidden way. Therefore, the idea of preserving as much of the Sarutobi clan's bloodline as possible is truly difficult. Jiraiya understood the principle of pulling weeds without removing the roots. Sarutobi Asuma naturally understood this principle. Hatred will spread. Photo taken in the office. The front door swung open, revealing a silent Jiraiya walking in. Emi Terumi, who was discussing a policy with Tsunade, looked up and, upon seeing this, immediately understood why. I'll go out for a bit first. and see how the preparations for the third round of the competition are going. Emi Terumi, being quick-witted, chuckled and prepared to leave, while Tsunade beside her scoffed disdainfully. Now that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha are one family, you, as a Kage yourself, should set an example. Tsunade's words made Emi Terumi, who was about to stand up, smile. Although she didn't leave, she decided not to express her opinion. Ultimately, this matter can be considered a Sanin family affair. Tsunade, this decision was made by Asuma. Jiraiya took out a scroll and said worriedly, according to Asuma's intelligence, the mysterious masked man has been secretly contacting him and inviting him to join an organization. Tsunade and Emi Terumi looked at the intelligence report that Asuma had given them, and after reading it, both of them showed serious expressions. Emi Terumi frowned, but she still didn't say a word. After all, Tsunade and Jiraiya were the ones facing the most difficult situation. However, Tsunade finally frowned and let out a cold laugh. Asuma isn't stupid after all. He knows he's atoning for his clan's sins. Otherwise, if he had colluded with this Sand Village ninja to obey orders, the Sarutobi clan wouldn't have been wiped out 10 times over. Tsunade didn't have much affection for the Sarutobi clan either. More than half of the Senju clan's assets had been swallowed up by the Sarutobi clan. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, this so-called teacher, made Tsunade sneer even coldly. The so-called teacher-student relationship, from the very beginning, was largely Sarutobi Hiruzen's way of leveraging her background. Judging solely from the development of ninjutsu, Sarutobi of the Senju clan understood nothing about medical ninjutsu. This was all part of his clan's Senju lineage. As for various superhuman abilities, Tsunade's skills were almost entirely based on her family's background, and she hardly learned much from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, it can be said that among the Sanin, Tsunade and the third Hokage had the coldest relationship. Otherwise, in the original story, when she was invited to become the fifth Hokage, there would have been no mention of avenging the third Hokage. Orochimaru had some redeeming qualities. At the very beginning, many of his ninjutsu techniques were taught to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Later on, he embarked on a path of researching and inventing his own ninjutsu. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen share the deepest affection, but it was clear that there was some shady dealings during the Chunin exam. Jiraiya's choice to stand by and implicitly acknowledge Kakuzu was also seen as an attempt to steer the aging Konoha down the path of decay and decline that would only lead to the third Hokage's downfall. The older people get, the more stubborn their thinking becomes, especially those of the third class who are so arrogant that they become obstinate. Konoha had long since fallen into a state of moral decay and corruption, but the third Hokage failed to see this. He envisioned a future of unwavering strength under his rule. Where does confidence come from? There is no moral lesson that can be taught. If Rikudo Sennin hadn't been stationed in Konoha, and if Asura and Indra had been reincarnated in other villages, Konoha would have directly fallen into decline. Asuma is preparing to use the mask of the mysterious figure to eliminate the unstable Sarutobi clan, on the condition that Konohamaru is spared. How similar this scene is! In the original story, wasn't the Uchiha clan's fate also like this? Now, the situation has reversed for the Sarutobi clan. After reading this intelligence report, Tsunade snorted coldly. They certainly know how to choose their timing. It's right during the Chunin exam. Tsunade's mocking smile faded, and Jiraiya also fell silent. Asuma's ulterior motive was naturally very simple, to seize this opportunity to safely leave Konoha. Despite her disdain, Tsunade was still filled with solemnity. Although the Sarutobi clan was inferior to the long-established and prestigious clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, their development in recent years had been incredibly formidable. There were a large number of genin, and not a few jonin either. The Sarutobi clan's ninja numbers alone surpassed those of the Aino, Shika, and Sho clans. A legitimate and powerful clan, second only to the Uchiha clan. Before the split, the Hyuga clan could have held their ground, but now, Tsunade, it's time to make a decision. Now, the Sarutobi clan's actions have threatened the village's peace and also crossed Jiraiya's bottom line. Emi Terumi listened silently from the side, without uttering a single word. Tsunade calmly took a scroll from a drawer, tossed it to Jiraiya, and said directly, "This is Root's original plan for the extermination of the Uchiha clan." Tsunade certainly wouldn't do this out of nowhere. There must be some ulterior motive. When Jiraiya opened the scroll and saw its contents, his expression immediately turned grim. Tsunade. Seeing Jiraiya's pale face, Tsunade sighed again. Jiraiya, you should know that the Sarutobi clan has many ninjas outside the clan. If these people betray us, they will reveal a great deal of intelligence. So our plan is either don't do it at all, or do it. Just like those old guys did, take down Zetsu. We can't leave a single seed of hatred behind. Jiraiya's expression turned grim. Tsunade, the Sarutobi clan still has countless children. The child, so Jiraiya, you think this part of the plan should be left at root. Given Danzo's personality, do you think this plan even had the old man's approval? Tsunade chuckled sarcastically. I'll be in charge of the personnel outside, Jiraiya, you'll be in charge of the village. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru's figure appeared in the office. Emi Terumi chuckled softly, sitting beside them and looking at other documents. She didn't want to get involved in this matter. Knowing about it briefly was enough. Jiraiya, who do you want to keep alive? Uchiha Yoru, with a relieved and cheerful expression, sat at his desk, looking at Jiraiya with a questioning look. The old man's grandson, Konohamaru. Finally, Jiraiya fell silent and uttered a name, which Uchiha Yoru recognized as suddenly understanding. Then, without haste, he calmly took out the Sarutobi clan's documents from the drawer. When Konohamaru took out the documents, Uchiha Yoruichi looked at them and couldn't help but chuckle. At 9 years old, his talent wasn't bad at all. He had a naturally large amount of chakra and moreover, he had been receiving guidance from Jonin instructors in his clan since childhood. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, Jiraiya felt a little embarrassed. Yoru, Asuma is willing to be an informant, hoping only to preserve a trace of the Sarutobi clan's bloodline. At the same time, Asuma will do everything in his power to cover up these crimes, and Konohamaru will be completely unaware of any of this. Looking at Jiraiya, Uchiha Yoru felt nothing but mockery. Wasn't this how anime characters in the Uchiha clan were always? However, the Uchiha clan did indeed have intentions of staging a coup, but they hadn't acted yet. Meanwhile, the Sarutobi clan had already committed acts of treason. From this point on, even Uchiha Yoru's order to completely annihilate them wouldn't be enough. However, at this moment, Uchiha Yoru remembered the intelligence Orochimaru had sent, seemingly having discovered something interesting. The role of Konohamaru should still be left to Naruto. He, on the other hand, wanted to see what method Naruto, this master of the horns, would ultimately use to resolve this feud. In the original story, Naruto relied on his glib tongue and mutual understanding to forgive Obito, the enemy who killed his parents. This time, let's see how good your mouth is. Thinking this, Uchiha Yoru revealed a casual smile, waved his hand, and said, Konohamaru can be kept here. Thank you. Hearing Uchiha Yoru speak up, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Uchiha Yoru just laughed and waved his hand, saying, it's not just Konohamaru. Even within the Sarutobi clan, these few households can be spared. Regardless of what the Sarutobi clan did, they are still a part of the village. Although they are enemies, I am not a bloodthirsty demon king. Take a look at the information, data on these Sarutobi clan members. As he pulled out 7 Sarutobi clan documents from beside him and casually tossed them to Jiraiya, Tsunade, standing nearby, also showed a curious expression. There are 7 households here. 3 are ordinary people with simple family members, no more than 10 people in total. The remaining 4 households have at most 2 chunin. However, their elders had previously offended the 3rd Hokage's main branch, and although the 3rd Hokage didn't take it seriously, the rest of the clan considered it a provocation. Therefore, these 7 clansmen have always been marginalized and ostracized, with almost no sense of belonging to the Sarutobi clan. Even within that group, there are 2 families whose deaths are somewhat questionable. Uchiha Yoru smiled broadly, this time sparing the lives of 7 more Sarutobi warriors, showing everyone his magnanimity. Since Konohamaru wanted to stay, he naturally had to leave some of his clansmen behind as well. However, whether these clansmen would continue to regard Konohamaru as the deputy clan leader was unknown. Tell Asuma that the Sarutobi clan is colluding with the enemy and committing treason. There is irrefutable evidence. They should be exterminated, leaving not a single member alive. However, I cannot bear to wipe out the entire Sarutobi clan. so I have decided to spare 7 virtuous members, and Kanehamaru will also be spared. Jiraiya nodded gratefully upon hearing this. Don't worry, Asuma will join this mysterious organization, and then we'll be able to gather information about it. Uchiha Yorvichi casually waved her hand and shook her head, saying, I won't follow the third Hokage's example. I'd need someone to take the blame. The Sarutobi clan is colluding with the enemy and committing treason. The evidence is irrefutable. When the time comes, I will report this to the entire shinobi world, and Asuma won't have to bear the blame for me. The original Uchiha clan was annihilated because they hadn't even taken any action yet, and they were wiped out. If the rumor spread that it was simply to prevent potential trouble, you, the third Hokage, could have wiped out an entire clan. So, are other families in the village worried? If they disagree with your policies, will they also be branded with the same name and eliminated? That's why Uchiha Itachi is now carrying the whole thing on his back. But he doesn't need it. Jiraiya hesitated after hearing this because firstly, it wasn't just the Sarutobi clan that had their reputation tarnished. The third Hokage's reputation was truly ruined. Tsunade, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and said, Jiraiya, are you really going to let the village keep this truth a secret? Jiraiya gave a wry smile, while Uchiha Yor shook his head as he watched the two of them. All right, you to stop the charade. I will issue an order prohibiting any discussion of this matter later. Furthermore, the Sarutobi clan's collusion with the enemy and treason will be limited to rumors circulating among Jonin, and this matter will be suppressed as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya forced a smile. At least the outcome was much better than what he had initially anticipated. However, the specific plan still needs to be finalized. After hearing this, Jiraiya sighed. I'll use Root for now. I'll handle this matter. With Sarutobi Suma acting as an inside agent and Jiraiya himself leading the team, the problem shouldn't be too big. Tsunade, last time you used that potion, you had to make a few more adjustments and use a higher dosage. That way, the Sarutobi clan's high-ranking warriors will lose their ability to resist, and the rest won't be a problem. Once he had made a decision, Jiraiya, despite the suffering, became even more decisive as a ninja. When it came to serious matters, Jiraiya's tactics were also extraordinary. He immediately thought of minimizing casualties to the greatest extent possible, attacking from within. Tsunade, standing beside him, also spoke in a low voice. An elite squad of Sand Village ninjas has infiltrated the Land of Fire. This involves not only the Sarutobi clan, but also the Land of Fire's daimyo. I've sent the Anbu to make arrangements. When the Sand Village ninjas begin fighting, the Anbu will issue orders to the 2 ninja legions on the left and right. Then, with a pincer attack, this elite Sand Village ninja unit, along with the Sarutobi clan outside, will all be wiped out. As skilled ninjas, Tsunade and Jiraiya both clearly understood what they were doing, so they made up their minds to do their best. Chunin exam. Near the Forest of Death, a massive assembly hall appeared. On this bright, sunny day, the atmosphere in the hall was incredibly lively, with crowds of people overflowing with excitement. Each ninja maintained order, while the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and sensory ninjas continuously observed everyone in the hall. Ordinary merchants and villagers without chakra stayed in one place, while those with chakra gathered in a different location. The perfect separation between ordinary people and those with chakra was achieved, with each area having a barrier created by ninjas. Once the seats were full, the barrier would be erected to protect the people in the stands, claiming that some of the ninjas in this Jonin battle had reached the Jonin rank, and they feared accidental injury. There were also nobles from various countries seated lavishly at banquets, similarly employing protective barriers, and within these barriers, ninjas were stationed to provide constant protection. However, each member of the noble guard ranks, due to their chakra and because they were outsiders, were similarly arranged at a different table, protected by the same barrier. The barrier appeared, giving everyone a glimmer of safety, but also serving as a precaution against anyone taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble. The Chunin exam hadn't even started yet, but the large hall was already filled with noisy chatter. Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Isuma bowed his head and slowly walked into his clan's compound, tossing a bottle of medicine to the side. Creak. The door opened, and inside, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still the same, staring blankly at the enormous Ender character painting. Father. With a hoarse voice, Asuma let out a pathetic laugh, dejectedly walked over to his father, and then muttered to himself, "Our martial arts clan can't bear this, absolutely can't bear it. They've secretly colluded with Sand Village ninjas. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, for the sake of the Sarutobi clan bloodline, and for Konohamaru, I choose." Overwhelmed with grief, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes welled up with tears, and he tremblingly and slowly took out the chakra weapon, the flying swallow, that his father had given him from his chest. "Father!" Tears streamed down, dripping onto the wooden floor. The swallow-like creature, spitting out and swallowing wind attribute chakra, nearly pierced his father's heart. But at this very moment, those dull, lifeless eyes suddenly came alive with vitality. "Asuma!" Suddenly, a voice called out, and in an instant, Asuma's eyes trembled. He looked up, his face streaming with tears and filled with terror. Dad. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly turned his head, revealing a hoarse voice, the vacant expression on his face having long since vanished. It turned out that all those years had been a disguise. At this moment, Asuma seemed to understand something, but it was precisely because he understood that he was even more disbelieving. If all of this is true, then who is the leader of the fighting clan? And who is the one colluding with the Sand Village ninjas? These are all things Sarutobi Asuma least wants to see. "Asuma, you've grown up." With a hoarse, familiar voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a joyful smile. Sarutobi Asuma's gaze, initially vacant, was then filled with disbelief. "Father, did you really do all of this? Why did you conspire with the Sand Village ninjas? Why?" Seeing his child weeping uncontrollably, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, his eyes finally filling with determination. "Asuma, Konoha cannot fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha. So this is it. Is this really the reason you colluded with the Sand Village ninjas?" Sarutobi Asuma frantically shouted and questioned at this moment. In his eyes, how could his own father not be, and absolutely would not be, involved with the traitorous Sand Village ninjas, but right now? Asuma's emotions exploded, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this scene, merely snorted coldly. "Asuma for Konoha, for the village. Father, what exactly is the clan planning?" Asuma questioned loudly at this moment. Facing his own son's questioning, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was filled with unwavering resolve. "Asuma, rest assured, everything I do is for the village. What you said about colluding with Sand Village ninjas was actually a tactic my father used to draw the Uchiha's attention. And it was a deliberate act of deception." After Sarutobi Hiruzen's hoarse explanation, Sarutobi Asuma finally understood all of this. He understood it, but he still couldn't comprehend it. At that moment, Asuma looked at his father in anguish, almost unable to recognize him. "Father, because you believe in the will of fire, you've used the entire family as bait. Do you know what the fate of the family will be?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time, then said hoarsely, "I know. But for the village, for the will of fire, even if it means sacrificing my clan, I, the old Sarutobi, will not hesitate. The village cannot fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha. Asuma, rest assured, this time your father is making amends for his mistakes, and by then the village will have Tsunade and Jiraiya." In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, anyone could be a member of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, if his plan succeeded, Konoha would ultimately fall into Tsunade's hands. After all, he's his disciple, isn't he? As long as they're not Uchiha, everyone else is better than the Uchiha. That's the third Hokage's way of thinking. Whoosh! While Sarutobi Hiruzen was still explaining, a sudden sound rang out, and a precious metal chakra weapon, a flying swallow, directly pierced his chest, inhaling and exhaling wind attribute chakra. "Asuma!" Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a smile. "Well done, Asuma." With a screeching sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into a cloud of white smoke, leaving Asuma with a stunned, terrified look in his eyes. "Father, you're crazy. You're completely insane. Because of your self-righteous will of fire, you have buried your family and brought disgrace upon yourself." Upon seeing his father's clone, Sarutobi Asuma screamed in fury. He realized it too late. It was all too late. His father used the Sarutobi clan as bait, presumably to take the Chunin exam, but now he's too late. Damn it, the water is poisoned. This is bad. A barrier has appeared, trapping us. At this moment, The Sarutobi clan was in unparalleled panic, but the once high-ranking Jonin warriors were nowhere to be seen. In the secret chamber of the Sarutobi clan, a group of Jonin lay sprawled on the ground in agony, their faces pale and their bodies weak and unable to move. With a sweeping sound, the large door swung open, and a tall figure entered. Seeing the newcomer, the Sarutobi Jonin clan members' eyes widened in disbelief. "Asuma, you traitor! You scoundrel! You won't die in peace! Traitor, you have massacred your own family!" Vicious curses echoed incessantly, but what awaited them was a brutal massacre. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The swallows were now stained with the blood of their own kind. Sarutobi Asuma now looked like a demon that had emerged from hell. Tears streamed down her face incessantly, but her hands didn't stop for a moment, and her eyes, which had initially been filled with anguish, finally became numb. Only after slaughtering the last person did Sarutobi Asuma look at the messy scene, with blood spilled everywhere, and immediately he broke down, laughing maniacally. "Ha, the most wicked clan, they all deserve to die. They all deserve to die, ha." With a maniacal laugh, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes blazed with ferocity. He had now fallen into madness, losing all reason. After storming out of the clan's secret chamber, Sarutobi Asuma killed anyone he encountered, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in a Jonin-free territory. The old man and the child were both killed, not a single one was spared. Obito, wearing a mask, silently revealed a single Sharingan eye emitting a sinister, bloodthirsty light. Upon witnessing this scene, he laughed, his perverse laughter growing louder and louder. "Ha, kill me. Once you regain your senses, you'll never have a chance to turn back." As Asuma's mental state crumbled on the border, Obito, wearing a mask, seized the opportunity, using his powerful Sharingan Genjutsu to unleash Asuma's evil and murderous intent. At this point, the perimeter of the barrier had completely sealed off the Sarutobi clan. Upon sensing someone outside, Obito's mask revealed a smile. "It seems I need Asuma's help. At the very least, while Jiraiya leads his men to kill, Asuma needs to complete his masterpiece." Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, the Chunin exam was being held with great intensity. Chunin Exam Hall. With the arrival of the 4th Kazekage Ressa, the 4th Reikage AI, and the 3rd Sechikage Noki, the atmosphere in the hall reached its peak. The cheers rose high, and everywhere people were shouting with excitement. "Welcome!" The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi, now the only two female members of the 5 cages, stood proudly to welcome the 3 cages. The 5 Great Cage of the Shinobi World gathering in public is practically a grand event for the Shinobi world. Ha, as expected of Konoha. The cunning 3rd Sechikage Noki laughed heartily as he spoke, but his words were full of provocation. Tsunade couldn't possibly misunderstand, and burst into hearty laughter. That's how it's always been. Now that Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are one family, it's naturally the strongest village. The two people in the conversation were like two people with different mouths than one horse. However, Tsunade wasn't one to be easily defeated. Looking at the guards brought by the 3rd Sechikage Noki, she couldn't help but shake her head and say, at this age, the Hidden Stone Village really doesn't have a single person capable of wielding a sword. Because the saying goes, scolding someone doesn't point out their flaws. Tsunade is a beacon of light that points out flaws. This immediately caused Noki's face to stiffen, his heart filled with resentment, but he had to suppress it, pretending to be relaxed and laughing loudly, saying, with my body, I can do it for another 10 or so years without any problem. Seeing this, Mei Terumi chuckled softly, Tsunade-ne, our village has quite a few rising stars. I feel like I'm getting old quickly. Mother, I know you all have many geniuses, but you can't be so arrogant. Deep down, I was almost cursing Noki's mother in front of so many people, but I still had to maintain a cheerful demeanor. As soon as the 5 photos were taken and they were seated, the entire hall erupted in a thunderous cheer. 5 figures in bamboo hats, 5 figures converging, and at that very moment, a slow voice rose from behind them. They've all arrived. It was clearly very faint, yet it spread throughout the entire hall, and as the sound subsided, it caused the Sechikage, Reikage, and Kazekage to change their expressions, a look of apprehension flashing in their pupils. They didn't notice at all when Uchiha Yoru suddenly appeared. All that could be seen were 5 figures sitting down on a chair, with a large god character written on it, and the figure of Uchiha Yoru appeared. In an instant, the Chunin exam erupted in a clamor of voices, with countless people cheering enthusiastically. The god Yoru. The loud cheers subsided, mostly from ninjas and commoners, while the high-ranking officials, nobles, and those from the daimyo's mansion wore somewhat displeased expressions. In recent years, the weakening effect of the night god on the great name prefecture cannot be explained in just a few words. As Uchiha Yoru arrived, the numerous ninjas in the hall bowed respectfully, and many even displayed fervent adoration. This scene caused even more silent fear among the ninjas who had come to visit the great ninja villages. The terrifying power of research was evident from the expressions of the Konoha and Hidden Mist village ninjas. The Chunin exam can begin. Uchiha Yoru uttered a single, gentle word, and the ninjas already prepared in the hall immediately understood. The Chunin selection tournament is underway. The first match is now beginning. Please take the field. Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha clan's former clan head son versus the fourth Hokage's adopted son. This is a battle between the second versus second, a duel of geniuses. Uzumaki Naruto Sanju. At that very moment, the orange-skinned Uzumaki Naruto descended directly from the sky, landing on the ground in an instant, and gave a thumbs up to everyone in the arena. Collection. With each gentle breeze that blew and a leaf fell, the figure of Uchiha Sasuke appeared. However, the moment Uchiha Sasuke appeared, countless ninjas present showed surprised expressions, but these were quickly masked by the excited cheers of the spectators. Uchiha Sasuke, with his cool demeanor, wore a pure white kimono and black trousers. His broad chest revealed a hint of his captivating muscles. Dark wristbands covered his forearms and extended to his hands, and a black rope belt cinched his waist, securing a straight ninja sword. This scene astonished countless people, especially on the Konoha Jonin side. Many people exchanged glances, looking in the direction of Uchiha Yoru. Even Tsunade and Emi Terumi, watching from the 5th Hokage's platform, narrowed their eyes upon seeing this. Yoru, no wonder you appreciate and value this little brat so much. No wonder his talent is far inferior to others, Yoru. Why are you so biased towards this little brat? That's quite something. Tsunade and Emi Terumi's every word instantly plunged the atmosphere into awkwardness. Among the three Kage, except for the Kazekage, who remained silent and didn't seem to notice, the third Sachikage Noki even showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Noki seemed to be saying, "Young people play very skillfully. I admire that." With the Jonin present, including Momochi Zabuza, who rarely glanced back at Kakashi, he whispered, "Kakashi, could this little brat be Lord Yoru's child?" The remaining colleagues also cast curious glances, including Hada Kakashi, who was Uchiha Yoru's classmate and current trusted assistant. At this moment, Kakashi held his forehead, sighing helplessly. It was undeniably a coincidence. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Yoru looked exactly alike when they were young, especially their makeup. If it weren't for Uchiha Yoru's now slick-back hairstyle, the two of them, with their slightly different hairstyles, would truly look like they were cast from the same mold. Well, I'm not really good at saying this. Although Kakashi really wanted to say no, seeing Sasuke's expression, he fell silent, feeling somewhat doubtful. The year Uchiha Sasuke was born, he was 14 years old at the same time as the Nine-Tails, so Sasuke's birthday is in July. Let's calculate further. That night when he was 13 years old. Thinking about this, Kakashi shook his head in embarrassment. Thinking about the number of women Uchiha Yoru has now, it seems quite possible. At 13 years old, he already possessed such abilities, let alone in the ninja world where people mature even faster. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared in the hall, radiating arrogance. In his heart, Teacher Knight was a person born to be his idol, and his performance was all to prove himself. Sasuke's farts stink. Upon seeing Sasuke's attire, Uzumaki Naruto immediately glared at him, unwilling to accept defeat and loudly protesting, thinking that he should have changed into a completely new outfit to show off earlier. "Come on, hang on to the back of the car." Uchiha Sasuke arrogantly snorted. This time he wanted to prove himself in front of everyone. Uchiha Sasuke was able to become Master Knight's disciple because he possessed such ability and talent. Besides the referee's astonished reaction, a faint smile appeared on Sasuke's face, and he secretly decided that this guy wouldn't dare cause any trouble. He would definitely keep a close eye on him the entire time. The first duel has now begun. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. The fierce battle on the field allowed countless onlookers to witness just how terrifying the fighting abilities of Konoha's genius Jonin truly were. Uzumaki Naruto had trained with Jiraiya for many years, and with this additional special training, his strength had far surpassed that of an average Chunin. Shadow Clone Technique. Uzumaki Naruto roared loudly, instantly splitting into hundreds of shadow figures, then began a coordinated attack from all directions. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke calmly drew out the metal chakra sword from his side, the one his teacher had rewarded him with. Rumble. The spectacular martial arts duel that ensued caused a chaotic spectacle, captivating countless onlookers. Even the ninjas watching the battle showed serious expressions. The taijutsu duel between the two had surpassed the level of ordinary chunin. Rumble, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. After the spectacular fire release jutsu was displayed, the scene reached an even greater climax. The two of them went back and forth, as if they were destined to meet, neither willing to yield to the other. There are many roads. Sasuke. The battle was intense, but at this moment, in the 5 images on the spectator stand, Tsunade and Emi Terumi showed bored expressions. When the third Sachikage Noki saw this scene, his eyes widened in disbelief, wishing this were his own village of ninjas. Although the Stone Village's military strength has grown rapidly in recent years, and even the number of jonin is not small, there isn't even a single person who can inherit another position. This was his most isolated and heartbreaking place. Haha, it seems Konoha has quite a few geniuses. Noki, consumed by jealousy, resorted to divisive tactics, while Tsunade, upon hearing this, simply chuckled. That's only natural. Sasuke, this little brat, has learned quite a bit of swordsmanship from the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Emi Terumi, upon hearing this, chuckled. Hopefully, the Hidden Stone Village will hold a chunin exam next time. That way, the entire shinobi world can see the true strength of the 5 great ninja villages. That's quite something. These two women's mouths are both incredibly sharp. Noki choked on his food and let out a cold snort, but inwardly he was seething with bitterness. Why should all the geniuses go to Konoha? Rikudo Senin, you should at least open your eyes a little, even if it was just to give one to me, the Stone Village. Now, in the 5 photos, although Noki disguised himself very well, his heart was filled with shame. The Hidden Stone Village's Sachikage was an old man in his 60s, while the other Kage were all young and full of energy, at least in their prime. Damn it. Wow, look, what kind of jutsu is this? It's Chidori, and Rasengan too. As the tension eased, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto gasped for breath, frantically unleashing their ultimate, last-ditch techniques. At this moment, Hada Kakashi, who was presiding over the 3rd round of the competition, couldn't help but show a serious expression when he saw both contestants using ninjutsu of this level. That's really reckless. Even Jonin are now using a rank ninjutsu in battles. Give orders to the medical ninjas to be ready to provide emergency care at any time. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Uchiha Sasuke excitedly shouted, his hand flashing with lightning-fast Chidori as he charged forward. At the same time, facing Uzumaki Naruto, who also let out a passionate shout, he gripped the Rasengan in one hand, choosing to fight to the death. Rumble, first, to a rank jutsu collided, producing a blinding flash of light, followed by a deafening explosion. At this moment, everyone held their breath, anxiously and intently staring at the duel below. As the mist dissipated, finally 2 figures appeared. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were both lying on the ground, panting heavily and in a terrible state. Save them! Hada Kakashi calmly gave the order, and in an instant, 2 ninjas appeared in the examination hall. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was still struggling, trying to get up. But at this moment, the referee stepped forward, looked at the two, and shouted in a deep voice, "First match. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Both have lost their fighting ability. A draw." At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto was still thinking he could fight back, but the medical ninja rushed forward with a smile, and with one needle, Naruto was instantly silenced. "In half an hour, I will restore you." 2 Jonin were brought out to duel, but the spectators in the stands were instead a frenzied, cheering crowd. This is a Jonin duel, a spectacular ninjutsu duel, and even a jutsu duel. The 2 duel has surpassed the realm of ordinary chunin. Please welcome the contestants to the stage for the 2nd match. As the referee continued to loudly call out the names, while everyone was still reveling in the excitement of the first match, the contestants for the second match took to the stage. At this moment, everyone was excitedly watching the scene, while the enemy ninjas, however, only had a solemn expression in their eyes. Kanaha's internal situation was too terrifying. Hyuga Neji versus Hozuki Sugetsu. One is a long-standing and prestigious bloodline ninja from Konoha. The other is a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. This duel is also full of anticipation. Countless people cheered excitedly, anticipating that this fight should not be compared to a one-sided battle. Meanwhile, on the platform, Uchiha Yoru, seeing Sasuke and Naruto fighting almost to a draw, couldn't help but shake his head and say, "It's a draw, truly a matter of fate." Haha, it seems Sasuke, this little brat, has only average talent. The fourth Raikage's taunting was also a provocative jab, but in reality, it was also a provocation aimed at the relationship between Uchiha Yoru and Jiraiya. You, who bear the title of God of the Shinobi world, have produced disciples who have never won. To be on equal footing with Uchiha Yoru, considering his status, is a failure. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru revealed an open and cheerful smile. Haha, having so many geniuses in the village is a real headache. Seeing this scene, Noki gritted his teeth in anger. What are you boasting about? I'm sure the Hidden Stone Village will have a genius in the future. The five men exchanged sarcastic remarks, causing the surrounding guards to shy away in embarrassment to avoid overhearing anything they shouldn't. Meanwhile, the second round of the competition was also heating up right before our eyes. Hozuki Sugetsu's water release talent was undeniable, captivating the audience, and Hyuga Neji also showcased his own abilities. The two could be said to be like newly met generals, engaging in an extremely fierce battle of wits and strength. Hozuki Sugetsu wasn't stupid either. Faced with the Byakugan unleashing Kirigakure no Jetsu, he simply took off his pants and farted. However, although the Hidden Mist assassination technique still involved two swords, the Byakugan's all-encompassing perception made it almost impossible for him to find even the slightest opening. But Zabuza wasn't a vegetarian either. Having taught this jutsu, he naturally had his own principles to follow. Using their water-splitting shadow clone jutsu, 5 or 6 shadow clones simultaneously unleashed their assassination techniques, continuously depleting the opponent's chakra. Once the opponent was exhausted, they would directly target the fighter jet. Rumble, haha, just admit defeat, I'm sure to win. Seeing Hyuga Neji panting heavily and looking exhausted, Hozuki Sugetsu wore a foolish grin. Although his chakra was also depleted, it was clear that he currently held the advantage. Meanwhile, Momochi Zabuza, watching this scene from outside the arena, felt incredibly embarrassed and muttered to himself, "Idiot. Fight on the field." Breathing heavily, Hyuga Neji looked at the arrogant demeanor of his opponent and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Idiot. Who are you talking about?" Hozuki Sugetsu instinctively retorted with a loud curse, but then his expression suddenly froze. At that moment, his entire body stiffened, and the chakra within him became uncontrollable. Hozuki Sugetsu immediately showed an expression of disbelief. "How is that possible? You haven't even had contact with my true form." Phew! Hozuki Sugetsu was unable to control his stiffening body and fell directly to the ground. However, the moment he hit the ground, water splashed everywhere, and at that moment, his pupils contracted. "It's water." Facing Hyuga Neji, a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the traces of water droplets scattered everywhere, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "You're being careless, not observing the terrain." Although your physical body hasn't made contact with me, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist can still transmit information through physical contact. Having lost control of his body, Hozuki Sugetsu's face turned green, and he couldn't help but say resentfully, "It's the water on the surface of the earth. You channeled a large amount of gentle fist chakra into the water, using it to attack me." At this point, it was clear where Haku had lost in the Sugetsu game. Hyuga Neji, panting heavily, nodded, "Not bad, but this technique requires a large amount of chakra, so it's not usually used." Damn it! At Hozuki Sugetsu's secluded location, the referee announced the result of the second match. Second match, Hyuga Neji versus Hozuki Sugetsu. Hyuga Neji wins. Roar, roar. The atmosphere at the scene became even more intense. If the first match was a dazzling display of ninjutsu, then the second match was a battle of defense and offense. At the same time, Hozuki Sugetsu also made countless people take notice of his talent in water release and swordsmanship. If he hadn't been careless, the outcome of the battle would have been truly uncertain. Hyuga Neji also displayed a discreet tactical mind, as well as a calm personality. The third match, Kaguya Kimimaro vs. Gaara, please take the stage. At this point, the audience's enthusiasm soared, but they also didn't think the third match could surpass the first two. After all, there's no such thing as a series of geniuses. As the third game began, following the referee's whistle, it instantly delivered a devastating blow to countless people. Roaring. Kaguya Kimimaro descended like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Gaara, delivering a sidekick that shattered Gaara's absolute defense in an instant. At the same time, Gaara himself was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him, leaving a large crater. Rumble. Kimimaro's attack was like a torrential storm, leaving over 10,000 spectators stunned. It was a truly terrifying battle. Roar. Gaara unleashed his full fury, sending a massive amount of sand flying. Shikotsumyaku, 10 fingers covered in bullets. Kimimaro was instantly deflected by a grain of sand, but he reacted quickly. Shikotsumyaku. However, the onlookers, including experienced ninjas, were terrified by this scene, and many of them cried out in astonishment. So it's Shikotsumyaku. Sand from the waterfall carries the funeral procession. Shikotsumyaku Pine Tree Dance. The duel was spectacular. The two fighters displayed unique aspects of combat that ordinary spectators couldn't possibly understand. But some ninjas were utterly astonished. Is this the kind of fighting power a genin possesses? The person who spoke up in fear was a long-standing and respected chunin. He knew that the two people below were fighting at a level far beyond that of a chunin, especially jonin. These two kids already have jonin level strength. Watching this spectacular duel, Kakashi couldn't help but frown and utter a sentence. Meanwhile, Momochi Zabuza also nodded slightly in agreement. At the very least, this little brat Kimimaro could pose a deadly threat to him. Damn it, he's so strong. While undergoing treatment as a ninja to restore his chakra, Hozuki Sugetsu couldn't help but grumble and complain. Meanwhile, Momochi Zabuza, upon hearing this, immediately became enraged, directly tilting his head and glaring, saying, "You idiot! You actually lost because of your brain, you fool! Without the teacher's eyebrows, how would we know the other party would be so cunning? What did you say?" The two, master and disciple, glared at each other and argued fiercely, but in the end, Hozuki Sugetsu succumbed to Zabuza's tyrannical power and could only accept the demon's affection. At this point, the situation on the battlefield was clearly leaning towards one side. Kimimaro clearly hadn't used his full power yet, but he was already inflicting continuous pain on Gaara, who was now on the verge of a berserk rage. At that very moment, hidden among the Konoha guards, 3 Sarutobi clan jonin, unnoticed, suddenly formed hand seals and unleashed their ninjutsu. The art of the Nirvana Monastery. In an instant, the sky was filled with white feathers, and just as countless people were about to be hypnotized, a soft cry suddenly rang out. Illusion, break free. Called the strongest ninjutsu user, the female ninja Yui Kurenai's loud scream echoed throughout the entire hall, and the genjutsu was instantly broken. Lord Yoryu. At the same time, a gasp of surprise erupted in the hall, and the fourth Kazekage suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Yoryu, with a kunai already pressed against Uchiha Yoryu's neck. As everyone present gasped in shock, the remaining 4 remained remarkably calm. Upon witnessing this scene, Noki displayed a very feigned expression of surprise and exclaimed, "Fourth Kazekage, what are you trying to do? Fourth Kazekage, you are destroying peace." The fourth Reikage roared in fury, his eyes betraying a schadenfreude. If it weren't for the gleeful look in them, one might have thought he was genuinely worried. The Tsuchikage and Reikage were putting on a full performance, but the other person remained calmly seated, watching the show. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Emiai Terumi also wore serious expressions, both wary of the Tsuchikage and Reikage. Fourth Kazekage, you certainly have some nerve. In an instant, the signal echoed to the heavens, and a massive number of Sand Village ninjas, acting like madmen, immediately appeared outside the village and charged towards it. Suddenly, something happened that caused a commotion and panic among the spectators in the stands. Fortunately, arrangements were made in advance, and a perfect barrier was set up to prevent the chaos. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru calmly endured the fourth Kazukige's forceful conquest of the rooftop. On the yellow tile, four figures, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly appeared. Four-flame barrier technique. Suddenly, a four-sided purple barrier appeared on the roof, a scene that everyone witnessed clearly. But Uchiha Yoru, being forced into this situation, calmly watched the scene unfold. I didn't think you, the fourth Hokage, had such audacity. Was that Sarutobi who gave you that? At that moment, the fourth Kazekage, whose face was covered, revealed a smiling expression. This is nothing more than a trick to make you careless and deceive you, Uchiha Yoru. The last sentence, however, clearly changed in tone, revealing a familiar, hoarse voice. So it was you? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following Uchiha Yoru's falling voice, the fourth Kazekage immediately let out a hoarse laugh behind him, and the other four Kage were even more clearly visible. Embracing the peeling of his facial skin, the fourth Kazekage simultaneously tossed his divine robe high, revealing the true appearance of the third Hokage. The full armor of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, once again appeared before the world. Disappearing, writing, beauty techniques. The Chunin exam hall was chaotic. On the rooftop, Uchiha Yoru's expression suddenly changed to one of understanding. No wonder no one noticed. It turns out the third Hokage has also started using what was once considered evil ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, coldly tore off the skin from his face with one hand. For the sake of Konoha, even if it means eternal damnation, I will absolutely not allow the village to fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha. Right. With a contemptuous laugh, Uchiha Yoru's figure instantly dissolved into mud, and at the same time, his figure appeared opposite him. What gives you this confidence that you think you can kill me? Standing majestically atop the Uchiha Yoru's room, his calm demeanor was somewhat frightening, showing not the slightest hint of panic. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, the sounds of fierce fighting echoed, striking the walls behind Konoha. The first thing that caught the eye was the Sarutobi clan's territory, along with the Ino Shikacho clans, who were also bearing the brunt of the attack. Uchiha Yoru glanced in the direction of the battle flames, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face, and even clapped his hands. The third Hokage is indeed a ruthless manipulator, using Sand Village ninjas to divert my attention and deliberately exposing clues. He even used the Sarutobi clan as bait, all to divert my attention. How cunning! At this moment, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but sigh in admiration, admitting that the third Hokage was truly a master strategist. Not only would it weaken the Sand Village ninjas, but if the plan truly succeeded, it could also be accomplished if Tsunade took over Konoha. But the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a cold laugh. Even a mere Sand Village ninja dares to harbor such ambitions. Today, I will exterminate you, this evil Uchiha clan, and only then will the village truly be at peace. Old man, are you out of your mind? At that moment, Tsunade, wearing the fifth Hokage's conical hat, couldn't help but shout in anger. She never imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been feigning ignorance for so many years, all for this very day. She really didn't understand. They were both getting old, so why be so stubborn? Besides, could they even win? Where did their confidence come from? Tsunade, the village is now in your hands. I cannot let the second Hokage down, and I absolutely cannot stand idly by and watch this village fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha. Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen, agitated, shouted down when suddenly Uchiha Yoru's figure appeared behind him. As a kunai pierced his chest, he displayed an expression of intense pain. Haha, as expected, the third Hokage is truly impressive for feigning ignorance and deceiving so many people in the village. As Uchiha Yoru's sarcastic tone faded, the third Hokage's vision gradually turned into mud. Lord Yoru. Following Kakashi, Madogai appeared, facing the barrier. Madogai suddenly let out a roar and directly unleashed his attack, his foot instantly shattering one side of the barrier. Kakashi, Madogai, you to lead the ninjas to protect everyone well, the village doesn't need to worry. Just as Uchiha Yoru's voice faded, a huge cloud of white smoke suddenly rose from the village. Orochimaru, this time I want 100 sacrifices. The familiar, arrogant voice echoed throughout the village, and the ninjas, who were still somewhat panicked at the time, now all showed excited expressions. Orochimaru, As the Chunin exam hall was on the rooftop following the barrier's dispel, the 4 people presiding over the barrier instantly closed the distance between them. Crack! Third Hokage, hurry, we can't hold out much longer. The 4-headed flame formation directly compressed the rabbit into a narrow space. At this moment, the 4 ninjas roared furiously, clearly employing secret techniques to protect this temporarily powerful barrier and prevent it from being blown apart again. At that moment, confined within the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a crazed expression, simultaneously forming hand seals and roaring, "Today is the end of the evil Uchiha clan. Kuchioshi no Jetsu Ito Tensei." At this moment, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemed afraid that others wouldn't know what kind of jutsu he was using, and he roared with all his might. At first, he was secretly on guard, thinking that this old man wanted to unleash a suicidal jutsu, but upon suddenly seeing this, Uchiha Yoru was somewhat surprised. "Haha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're unworthy of being the 3rd Hokage, practicing what was once considered evil ninjutsu, haha." Uchiha Yoru laughed contemptuously, his laughter filled with mockery towards the 3rd Hokage, and at the same time, this scene was witnessed by countless Konoha ninjas. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage had lost all trace of his former prestige. "Yoru, be careful." Hada Kakashi, who was in charge of ensuring safety, let out a surprised cry, only to see the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smiling within the barrier. "Today marks the end of the evil Uchiha clan." Rumble, 3 coffins slowly rose from the ground. The first mouthful of the coffin was inscribed with the character Esni first, the second mouthful with the character Ben first, and the third mouthful with the character Hai second. Roaring. Just as the 2 coffins were slowly being opened, the coffin lid was suddenly kicked open, clearly from the inside. The coffin lid crumbled, and 3 figures slowly emerged. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Even the 3rd Sechikage, the 4th Reikage, and the 5th Hokage were dumbfounded. The 5th Mizukage, Inai Terumi, exclaimed in shock, This is a Hokage from past generations. He's the 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and there's more." Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise as 3 figures emerged from the coffin, revealing their identities. However, the one with waist-length black hair and an imposing, domineering aura, clad in red ninja armor, was unfamiliar to countless people. Meanwhile, standing behind the 3 people, Sarutobi Hiruzen was breathing heavily, a smile appearing on his face. "Haha, this is your Uchiha ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Haha, Uchiha Yoru, aren't you supposed to be powerful, the god of the shinobi world? Today your opponents are the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of the shinobi world, and also the 2nd Hokage, and your Uchiha Madara. Together with the 1st Hokage, you, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the Asura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara." Sarutobi Hiruzen roared wildly, and 3 figures emerged, their bodies enveloped in white smoke, their vitality returning. This is... Having just been revived from his stupor, the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was initially stunned by the scene before him, and then burst into exaggerated laughter. "Haha, Motor, you've come too. Impressive." Stepping onto the stage with such a high profile, the title of God of the Shinobi world, Senju Hashirama, instantly left everyone wide-eyed. These are all strangers, and even those who are familiar are not all the same. Tsunade's eyes welled up with tears, and she could hardly believe what she was seeing. "Big brother, look at the situation now. It seems like things aren't going well. Saru actually used that jutsu. It looks like the village is in big trouble." Senju Toburama now gazed around with a serious expression, filled with helplessness at the sight of his disgraced older brother. Besides the domineering Uchiha Madara, whose reaction wasn't one of preparing for his own resurrection, he was already in a bad mood. Then, seeing Senju Hashirama's idiotic laughter, he immediately lost control. "Hey, hot mom from the west, you idiot!" Uchiha Madara, clearly radiating immense power, instantly broke through the defenses, glaring directly at Senju Hashirama while simultaneously surveying his surroundings. Deep in thought, he wondered, has it come to this point? The 3rd Hokage is already so old. It seems Konoha is in trouble, and they've summoned them. Looking at the 3 of them, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, the village is now under the control of the evil Uchiha, and the entire village and the shinobi world are in extreme danger. I implore you both to eliminate the evil Uchiha. The evil Uchiha? Seeing the third Hokage's agitated expression, Senju Hashirama, though hot-blooded and foolish, wasn't stupid. He continuously scanned and observed his surroundings. When Senju Hashirama saw Hokage rock, his eyes suddenly widened. How many years has this been, Saru? How many generations of Hokage is this? The seventh. Is it this young man in front of me? He's a bit arrogant though. Why is this young man's portrait taller than everyone else's? Senju Hashirama's reflexes were truly befitting a reincarnation of Asura Chakra. This thick-skinnedness seemed to be hereditary. You idiot, take a good look at Saru's current situation. Using the identity of the third Hokage, displaying ninjutsu within the village while hiding behind a barrier is highly inappropriate. First Lord, Second Lord. Inside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with tears welling up in his eyes and a look of bitter hatred in his gaze, stared at Uchiha Yoru and recounted everything that had happened over the years. But for some, it was a comical scene. A small, thin old man, with tears welling up in his eyes, suing his family patriarch for being bullied. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's simple explanation, the second Hokage couldn't help but frown, glancing sideways at the young man outside the barrier. The god of the ninja world, truly, the Uchiha are ignorant of their own limitations. This was the first reaction of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, while the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, laughed loudly and grabbed Uchiha Madara's shoulder. Facing his close friend, he was filled with excitement. "Ban, did you see that? My granddaughter is acting all tough as Hokage." With a disdainful glance at Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh and said, "Uchiha clan's Senju princess. What do you mean by that?" "Young Uchiha, you're in love with the fifth Hokage's granddaughter." Senju Hashirama looked bewildered, not yet reacting, while the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, beside him couldn't help but yell angrily. "Brother, the Uchiha actually married Tsunade. This is unforgivable." "What?" Finally, Senju Hashirama's reaction revealed a look of shock. He turned to look at the young man opposite him, then glanced at Tsunade in the distance wearing the Hokage's hat, and the next moment, "Haha, Moto, look how happy we are. The Senju and Uchiha have finally become one family." Impressive. Senju Hashirama's nervous reaction left Uchiha Madara completely bewildered, as if he were gathering all his strength for a single strike. Yet the opponent remained oblivious and unaffected. Stupid! Uchiha Madara couldn't help but let out a cold snort, while Senju Tobirama was even more annoyed. "Brother, there are so many people here. Pay attention to your image." "Haha, Tobirama, look at how Motoji and his junior married Tsunade. Oh, I'm so happy." If Motoji had been a woman like Tsunade back then, none of this would have happened. Under intense emotion, the first Hokage, with tears welling up in his eyes, shouted loudly, and upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara's face turned green. "Hey, hot mom from the west, you're the real woman." Clearly, the aloof and arrogant Uchiha Madara, upon meeting Senju Hashirama, seemed like a pair of sworn enemies whose horoscopes clashed, making it difficult for him to maintain even his usual composure. "Haha, don't take it so seriously. It's a motor." Senju Hashirama was so thick-skinned that even Senju Tobirama, who was standing beside him, remained silent. But facing Uchiha Yoru, he extended his hand to stop all the ninjas who were preparing to come forward to help him. Seeing the three people appear, he revealed a smile. Three individuals. It was clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen's jutsu couldn't unleash the full power of all three, though he didn't know exactly how much. However, Uchiha Madara would absolutely never reveal his trump card. As for the first Hokage, haha, he might not be so sure. The first and second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, unfortunately, they weren't in their prime. Uchiha Yoruichi shook her head and sighed, her face filled with worrying and disappointment. This scene was truly epic. Hey, judging by what Saru said, you little brat want to unify the entire shinobi world, and even want to end the daimyo's rule of jointly governing the world with the ninja villages. Senju Hashirama reacted quickly, staring directly at the young man before him, filled with curiosity. Facing the first Hokage, Uchiha Yoruichi nodded with a relieved expression. "Not bad. History proves that your previous ideals as the first Hokage were wrong. No sooner had you died than the entire shinobi world erupted into a devastating great ninja war. The truth proves that your idea is only half right." While a powerful force suppressing the shinobi world can indeed bring peace, once that force disappears, people's hearts will once again be inclined towards war, only evolving from clan wars during the Warring States period into nation-states, with ninja villages fighting one another. Uchiha Yoru calmly recounted a fact, and Senju Hashirama, upon hearing it, showed a thoughtful expression, stroking his chin and nodding. What you said makes a lot of sense, big brother. Senju Toburama, standing beside him, was instantly enraged, his eyes widening in anger. Big brother, this brat led the Uchiha clan to control Konoha and the Hidden Mist village ninjas, and even married Tsunade. Facing the enraged second Hokage, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, scratched his head and laughed loudly, saying, "That's right, this little brat looks like he's only in his 20s. This is a case of an old bull grazing on young grass. We're still making a profit." Excellent. This is a brain circuit. Senju Toburama's eyes widened. He could tolerate other things, but not this. Besides, listen to Saru the monkey. Isn't Tsunade a Senju? Moreover, the child she gives birth to could also be a Senju. At this point, Senju Hashirama became even more excited, waving his hand and shouting loudly towards his granddaughter Tsunade, who was far away. "Little brother, have a few more sons with this little brat. With our Senju clan's physique, 1 a year won't be a problem. The responsibility of strengthening the clan rests in your hands." That's quite something. The noise was so loud that almost everyone could hear it, and Tsunade, who had initially looked agitated, instantly widened her eyes in surprise. The next moment, Tsunade roared in anger. "Shut up!" She was furious. What did her grandfather think of her? 1 affair a year. And he even publicly shamed her in front of everyone, calling her an old bull grazing on young grass. How embarrassing. So embarrassing. Shut up. Meanwhile, inside the Senju barrier, Toburama, feeling humiliated, hastily shouted to stop his older brother. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, watching this scene, felt as if he had drunk a refreshing iced tea on a scorching summer day, instantly feeling completely relaxed. Haha, little brat, on this point, I, Uchiha Madara, dare to call you the strongest. At this moment, Uchiha Madara rarely showed an expression of admiration, and even more so, he expressed his praise for Uchiha Yoru. Chunin Exam Hall. Suddenly, a terrifying scene unfolded, shocking everyone. The dead were summoned back to life, causing a wave of fear among the ninjas from that country. First Hokage and second Hokage, now is the best time to eliminate the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, panting heavily, showed signs of agitation. Even if it meant exhausting his last ounce of strength, he had to pay the price for the village. 3 kunai-carrying cursed seals were thrust into the back of the heads of the 3 men, and the next moment their bodies were uncontrollable. The difference was that all 3 still retained their own consciousness at this moment. While being controlled for a brief time, a murderous glint flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. If he didn't still have plans, he would kill this old dog right now for daring to control him. The body is out of control, or rather, fighting instincts control the body. The target is a small, strong dog looking for tender Grosno. That's not right. It should be a small puppy. Quite impressive. Senju Hashirama showed no sign of urgency despite his predicament. Instead, he laughed heartily. "I apologize, but I'm still unable to use this jutsu smoothly. I can only rely on what's called fighting instinct to control my body." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said this with shame, while Uchiha Madara, feeling the power within his body, couldn't help but frown. This body, even with an unlimited amount of external chakra, can only unleash a maximum of 70% of its true strength. Uchiha Madara's tone was cold and indifferent, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Of course, he was concealing his true strength, judging it based on the strength of the entire final valley. Meanwhile, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I can feel it. This little brat's chakra level has surpassed my peak. Truly amazing. He's worthy of being the man who can take down even a small opponent. Big brother." Senju Toburama, standing beside him, felt left out. Seeing his older brother being so affectionate with a stranger, he felt a little awkward and even more embarrassed. "Hey, you wicked little brat, I can't help but admire your dream. You're even crazier than I was, fantasizing about unifying the shinobi world and abolishing the daimyo's rule over the land. but you are too dangerous, you evil little devil. Senju Tobirama glared at the young boy opposite him with hostility. According to Saru's words, the Senju clan was in decline. Even Tsunade had married this boy. Didn't this mean the Senju were being dominated by the Uchiha? How hateful! At that moment, the barrier suddenly opened, and in an instant, the second Hokage's figure shot out like a sharp arrow, accompanied by a cold sneer. Senju Hashirama, even more terrified, exclaimed, "Tobirama, be careful. There's no need for anyone to come over today. Let me experience the true strength of the previous Hokages." Uchiha Yoru revealed an excited smile, and facing Senju Tobirama's attack, his body suddenly vanished from the spot, roaring. When the two figures reappeared, Uchiha Yoruichi's foot directly kicked the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, causing a crack in his face. With one kick, the force of which had been reduced, Senju Tobirama's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. "Well done, kid." At this moment, Uchiha Madara, watching the battle, showed signs of excitement and couldn't help but let out a loud shout. "Mother, I've long disliked this Senju Tobirama. His younger brother died at the hands of the enemy. Give him a good beating." Seeing this scene, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, showed a helpless expression. "Motor Tobirama is my younger brother." Senju Hashirama's expression was like, "Shouldn't you be happy and just say good?" Initially, the Uchiha, still somewhat embarrassed by the impulsive exclamation, became enthusiastic and glared at Senju Hashirama after he said that. "This little brat is still my junior, your granddaughter's son-in-law." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama suddenly understood. "Motor, you have a point. We're all family." The third Hokage, witnessing this scene, was filled with disdain. Looking at the two who were chatting idly, he muttered, "The first and the other two, these little brats." In the next instant, all the ninjas in the entire hall felt the terrifying chakra pressure emanating from the first Hokage. Although the first Hokage was thick-skinned, once he got serious, his terrifying chakra pressure filled everyone with fear and dread. Even Hada Kakashi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Is this the power of those seniors? It's terrifying. And in the 5 images from the observation platform, the fourth Raikage's eyes widened even more. This sheer chakra pressure alone was something even the 8 Tails couldn't match. The fifth Mizukage, Enmei Terumi, also showed a serious expression. Only the third Sechikage, Noki, vaguely recalled unpleasant memories. His face was pale with fear as he gazed at Uchiha Madara, clad in crimson armor. Terrorism. Grandfather. The Sechikage's guards had also arrived earlier, and the Black Earth was filled with anxiety. She had never seen her grandfather so frightened before. Furthermore, please refrain from causing any disturbance. We are currently in the process of suppressing a rebellion. At this moment, in the hall, Enmei Terumi looked at the other figures and guards, revealing a dangerous smile, and at the same time, her chakra pressure was also revealed, ready to unleash her attack at the slightest disturbance. Tsunade stood tall and imposing, looking at all the ninjas and shouting in a deep voice, "The Sand Village ninjas are attacking." The village has already made arrangements. No one is allowed to make any movement. Anyone who disobeys will be considered a rogue ninja. Meanwhile, below, during the Chunin exam, Gaara, who was discussing with Kimimaro, had just been on the verge of a furious outburst. But after sensing the chakra of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he instantly calmed down. At this moment, being forcibly subdued by a group of Konoha and Hidden Mist Village ninjas, the Sand Village ninjas all stared at each other in bewilderment, especially Tamori, who cried out in terror, "Gaara!" At this moment, Gaara felt a sense of calm within his body. The once ferocious one-tailed Shukaku had now become docile and gently retreated. He could sense that two terrified figures had appeared on the high platform opposite Shukaku. Meanwhile, high on the platform, the second-generation Senju Tobirama, who had been kicked away with great difficulty, burst out from his secluded spot. While the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were watching the battle unfold, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was filled with anxiety. "Old man, with the arrogance of my grandfather and Madara, how could he allow himself to team up with someone else to fight, especially against a mere junior? Moreover, as you've already said, the three of them are now controlled by their own fighting instincts, and their instinct is to disdain joining forces against a junior." Seeing this scene, Tsunade showed an arrogant expression and directly spoke disdainfully to the third Hokage. This is a dignified and powerful figure. Little devil, don't get too cocky. Touch, touch. As the two sides clashed, the onlookers, including the ninjas, were filled with terror. Just two people engaging in a taijutsu duel, and they've already surpassed so many jonin, even Cage. With a playful grin, Uchiha Yoruichi said, "Be a little more serious. After all, you're the second Hokage." Little devil. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoruichi's punch sent Senju Tobirama flying away, and the next moment, she quickly formed hand seals. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. In an instant, Uchiha Yoru spewed out a torrent of scorching, violent flames from his mouth, while Senju Tobirama, who hadn't yet landed, quickly formed hand seals. As he fell to the ground in an instant, the spell was complete. Water release, water wall. A stream of water instantly appeared all over his body, rapidly rotating to form a barrier. The flames and water collided, instantly unleashing a massive amount of steam. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yoru's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of a smile, and the next moment, the chakra in his mouth continued to increase. In an instant, the surging flames transformed into blazing hot flames, and the temperature rose rapidly. Similarly, fire release is a type of jutsu, and most fire release ninja techniques involve red flames, with different flame colors representing different temperatures. Data entity, reddish tint, 600 degrees Celsius left and right. Deep red, 700 degrees Celsius left and right. Orange red, 1000 degrees Celsius left and right. Pure orange, 1100 degrees Celsius left and right. Kumquat tricolor, 1200 degrees Celsius left and right. Golden yellow, 1300 degrees Celsius left and right. White yellow, 1400 degrees Celsius left and right. Pure white, 1500 degrees Celsius left and right. In the original story, the third Hokage's fire release jutsu was already heading towards the color white, but Uchiha Yoru's current fire release temperature has directly reached pure white. With the terrifying 1500 fire release technique unleashed, all the ninjas in the entire hall could feel the intense heat. Senju Tobirama also felt this pressure, but a cold smile curled at him as he similarly increased his water release chakra. Little devil, you're still far from good enough. All right. Before he could finish speaking, a figure instantly rushed towards the water barrier. Uchiha Yoru was seen raising his fist high, a flash of lightning descending, and suddenly swinging his punch downwards. Boom! With a loud bang, a single punch shattered this powerful defensive ninjutsu. Water release, water flowing waves. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama's figure appeared on the other side, hands clasped in front of his chest, and he unleashed a jutsu he had already prepared. In the blink of an eye, a similar whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, rapidly spitting and growing into a waterspout. Then the water spread out like a waterfall and surged downwards. It was as if a waterfall had suddenly appeared in the hall. Collect! The next moment, Senju Tobirama's figure appeared behind Uchiha Yoru, suddenly grabbing his body and slamming him directly into the artificial pool of water. But they soon returned to the high observation platform, where the ninjas were filled with terror. To be able to use such a terrifying water release jutsu so easily in a place without local water is truly terrifying. As this genin were participating in the exam, they were filled with even more fear. Even though they were geniuses, facing the terrifying cage-level powerhouses before them, they were still overwhelmed with powerlessness and dread. Doriheki Earth Release. At that very moment, a massive mountain of rock suddenly rose from the vast ocean, and simultaneously, Hada Kakashi hastily shouted, "All Earth Release ninjas, prepare to open the arena. This place cannot accommodate a battle of this caliber." Suddenly, Hada Kakashi formed hand seals, and with a single tap of the ground, the entire hall began to rumble and shake violently. The circular shape resembled a Chunin arena, yet it slowly opened up, revealing a crack from which a massive amount of seawater surged out, directly sweeping into the forest of death. When everything was finished, the original hall looked like a box had been opened, directly facing the forest of death. Water released water severing wave from its mouth. A super high pressure, straight column of water shot down, flashing like a sharp sword, instantly cutting anything in its path in two. When Uchiha Yoru saw this scene, he quickly retreated, actually taking the second Hokage away from the competition venue, because this Ito Tensei wasn't like it was in the original story. In the original Orochimaru Edo Tensei, being able to unleash 3/10 of his fighting power while alive wasn't bad, but things are different now. 7 or 8 parts of fighting power is already extremely terrifying. In an instant, the figures of the two appeared inside the forest of death. From his high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed this scene and was filled with both fear and anger. The second Hokage had actually fallen into a disadvantageous position, and he couldn't help but show a resolute expression. Lord First, I'm truly sorry, but this is all for the sake of the village, to ignite the will of fire. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly let out a loud shout, forming hand seals, and in an instant, the bodies of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara began to move uncontrollably. But at this moment, both of them were still conscious. The first Hokage, with a grim expression, said, "Saru, you." Uchiha Madara, being treated with such contempt, was about to explode with anger. You only said sorry to the first and second Hokage, but what about him? If it weren't for this damn plan, he would have destroyed Konoha today. In the next instant, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, like 3 sharp arrows, instantly sped off into the distance. Lord Yoru, be careful. In the Chunin exam hall, everyone watched this scene in awe. The Hokages of all time were resurrected. It was incredibly exciting. However, when someone saw that the successive Hokages were preparing to join forces to attack, one of the Jonin immediately shouted a warning. Touch, touch! In an instant, traces of the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Uchiha Yoru's pupils. After kicking away the second-generation member with 1 foot, he immediately counterattacked against the 3 figures who were attacking him. Break, break! The power was unleashed, with countless people watching intently. Successive Hokages attacked, yet none gained even the slightest advantage. Damn it, I haven't even mastered Edo Tensei yet, and now I'm forcibly controlling the first and second Hokage, further weakening my power. In an instant, the chaotic battle erupted, and Uchiha Yoru, while attempting to block water release, was directly blown away. His body continuously retreated over 100 meters before finally stopping, but under the tense gaze of thousands of ninjas in the village. Uchiha Yoru calmly brushed off non-existent dust from his body and simultaneously raised his hand to stop all those who were preparing to come to his aid. Not bad, the first and second Hokages, plus Uchiha Madara, and you, with this title of the so-called strongest third Hokage, you have the qualifications to make me take you seriously. His calm tone echoed in everyone's ears, yet it gave off an overwhelming sense of dominance, as if no one in the shinobi world could make him seriously challenge them. Only these legendary powerhouses working together. Damn it, this little devil. Seeing Uchiha Yoru acting so arrogantly, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but frown, a hint of anger appearing on his face. If it weren't for his ulterior motives, he would definitely teach this junior a good lesson today. The strongest of the third Hokage. However, Uchiha Madara revealed a mocking smile looking at the first and second Hokage beside him. So, the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history was actually the third Hokage. This old man, well, let me see what the strongest Hokage's true strength is like. Even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, stared wide-eyed at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him. Saru, when did you become the strongest Hokage? Being questioned by this very person, the one who founded Konoha and quelled the chaos in the shinobi world, Sarutobi Hiruzen's usually expressionless face couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Boss, what time is it? But the quick-witted second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, instantly understood what was going on and immediately cut short the embarrassing topic. Fire release! Great fire annihilation! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Uchiha Night God calmly brushed away the dust, then slowly formed hand seals in front of everyone. The next moment, he suddenly spewed out a sea of fire like a tsunami from his mouth. Rumble! The forest of death was engulfed in a sea of flames, leveling everything in its path, the intense heat transforming into fire release. Even Uchiha Madara, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and admiration, as expected of the Uchiha bloodline. Meanwhile, far away in the Chunin exam hall, everyone could clearly see this battle of the century. Each Jonin stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at this terrifying, almost incomprehensible, shadowy jutsu. Even Hada Kakashi exclaimed in shock. He has actually mastered Night Fire Release to this level. Even a Jonin would feel like a child in the face of such a force, let alone a Genin. In the 5 images from the observation platform, both Noki and the Reikage showed signs of apprehension. Uchiha Yoru's strength far exceeded their expectations. Water release. Dai Bakasui Showa. In an instant, a tsunami-like wave rose from the opposite sea of fire. This was truly seawater. Having obtained the chakra radio, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, immediately let out a loud shout, formed hand seals, and unleashed a terrifying water release jutsu. Rumble, to risk-taking jutsu were unleashed, and in an instant, a massive amount of steam rose up. As fire and water clashed, this rising steam was entirely composed of high-temperature gases. Fire release actually blocked water release. In the hall, countless jonin watching this scene felt a chill run down their spines, and at the same time, they displayed an unprecedented excitement. Lord Yoru, keep going! Roar, roar! A wave of excitement swept through the Chunin exam hall, clearly starting with ninjas from the Hidden Mist village who, after all, didn't want Uchiha Yoru to fail. Following closely behind were the Konoha ninjas, each one excitedly cheering loudly. Little brat, let me teach you, this junior, what real combat is all about. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, without anyone noticing, had positioned themselves on either side of Uchiha Yoru, launching a pincer attack. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a hint of excited smile. Really? It just so happens that I also wanted to have a discussion with the two of you. In an instant, Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eye sockets, and at the same time, his body flashed with electric arcs. Touch, touch! In an instant, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's faces contorted with rage. With punches and kicks raining down, and despite their limited strength, Uchiha Yoru unleashed his full firepower. The cursed mark had somehow spread all over his body, and his Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning even faster. The three-ring divination clearly shows the divine power. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye, which Uchiha Yoru called the Sage's Eye Jutsu, has now been upgraded to the eternal level, instantly increasing the power of the technique. Touch, touch! Uchiha Yoru, in his lightning god aura form, transformed into a bolt of lightning on the battlefield, leaving behind afterimages everywhere. For a moment, even the combined efforts of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were overwhelmed and unable to withstand the onslaught. Damn brat, if only it weren't for this body. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's face was completely green with frustration and resentment. This body could only unleash its 7th level strength at most, while this little brat Uchiha Yoru's current strength was almost on par with his and Hashirama's strength at the final valley. Rumble, Hirashin flashed. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was waiting for the right moment to perform his Hirashin slash, when suddenly Uchiha Yoru grabbed his arm and, with a swift, forceful pull, broke his arm with a cracking sound. You remember the dance too. The mocking, indifferent sound echoed in everyone's ears, and in an instant, a flash of lightning appeared, followed by pure taijutsu. As a result, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was seen struggling in midair, relentlessly enduring the onslaught. Ito Tensei's body was extremely resistant to blows. His body was battered and bruised, his arms were broken, and both his legs were deformed. Little devil, make yourself beautiful. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, seeing Senju Tobirama beaten to a pulp, couldn't help but excitedly shout, while Senju Hashirama's face turned green beside him. You Uchiha clan junior, you're being too presumptuous. Sarutobi Hiruzen, weakened at the border, realized that even in his prime, he couldn't participate in this level of combat. What's even more embarrassing is that, with countless people watching, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who was once considered the strongest in history, has truly lost face completely. Would release secret technique, Tree Realm Descending. Seeing his younger brother beaten senseless, even the usually gentle Senju Hashirama was enraged. He clapped his hands together and suddenly let out a loud shout. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and to the terrified eyes of countless people, the forest that had just been destroyed by ninjutsu instantly sprouted countless vines and large trees. You little brat from the Uchiha clan, even though we are your seniors, don't blame us for being cowardly. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Senju Tobirama, despite being in seclusion, remained as arrogant, aloof, and sarcastic as ever. Senju Hashirama unleashed a terrifying wood-released jutsu, causing Yamato, who was watching from afar, to stare in disbelief. This level of wood release was so powerful that even draining his chakra wouldn't be enough to replicate it. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the landscape changed, revealing a dense forest. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, "I want to fight," Uchiha Yoru also showed a mocking expression. "Cowardly, I won't say you're cowardly, 4 against 1. That's just right for some fun." Uchiha Yoru's arrogant voice echoed downwards, and in an instant, a black giant rose from the ground, while Uchiha Madara also revealed a look of resentment. "Young man, are you showing contempt for me?" Uchiha Madara, who had always been so powerful, had his Mangekyo sharing and pupils spinning wildly. He was so engrossed. This little brat was practically identical to him. Even his words sounded exactly like his own. But it was precisely these words that were so infuriating. Roaring. Uchiha Madara's terrifying Susanoo also appeared. Two colossal figures, one blue and one black, appeared in an instant, simultaneously spewing out massive flames. Fire release, Gaka Meshitsatsu. Fire release, Gaka Meshitsatsu. The two fireballs, resembling meteors, suddenly collided, but it was clear that Uchiha Madara, unable to unleash his full fire release power, was defeated. One group unleashed a fiery red ball of fire, while Uchiha Yoru spewed out an extremely hot, terrifying white ball of fire. Roaring. The moment the tree realm appeared, it instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, the original source materialized a scene where countless ninjas watched with blank expressions. One Jonin's gaze was vacant, and the kunai in his hand had somehow fallen to the ground. That's fundamentally not a dimension. Those seniors fought so terrifyingly. Lord Yoru, the god of the underworld, is actually able to suppress all previous Hokages. Their terrified, dazed eyes lowered, even the cage-level powerhouses fell silent. The fourth Raikage and the third Sechikage, Nogi, now had only endless apprehension and fear in their eyes. Such an enemy was no longer something that could be suppressed by sheer numbers. Meanwhile, the common villagers on the observation platform were excitedly shouting, while the high-ranking officials and nobles, including the daimyo of the Fire Kingdom, the daimyo of the Water Kingdom, and various daimyo's ministers, all descended in panic, overwhelmed with despair. What kind of force is that? How will they resist? Rumble, the battlefield has escalated to a state of terror, where a single strike from below could alter the very landscape and unleash terror. The motor's working. A Western hot mom. At this moment, both of them were starting to feel a surge of excitement. This little brat's strength was truly formidable. Even in his prime, they could still have a great time. Of course, what excited Uchiha Madara the most was the anticipation of having such an opponent after his resurrection. The two looked at each other, and Senju Hashirama's face instantly transformed into that of a sage. With a quick clap of his hands, he shouted, "Motor on!" The two seemed to share a telepathic connection. A single glance was enough to understand each other's intentions. Uchiha Madara, excitedly clapping his hands together, shouted, "Ah, hot mom!" Senpo would release reverse logarithm Senju. Trong ne mt jate rung yang miam miam jing, vien spg ngcc tro non li mt manterchak mt. Mt10 so biju konbuan koa trong tung ji miam miam ji jate molan. Mechi ingan kente be rajung, that lotwan na csn hindiang zoot hyan, jung na trong ti miku thien thakwanam tung thine hindiang, henkai ni len kochit kwa fan. Hun nia kan kokang bien iap jung. Sang sat theo ko. Mia miam ting jung, kang bien thien thakwanam tung thine len vi ma zoot hyan o jiap hoven. I trang fak susanu, susano bien ji fat. Fage li susan nufan logret senju mt man nazim ngcc mgi gi lianing gay si Uchiha Yoru hukenki ls ra mtvt eng trung chi scc. Ma lse na theo li susanu o giop trong lan so, y tung thine hun susano dgi bovia, Uchiha Madara kung senju Hashirama haiki song song mo hung. Kaine kachin la bienuen hun luan the hai via trine k tuan by thuk luk sao? That la kang kip. Ma lse na song song ma hung senju Hashirama tren engp lauenge kang gnp nyad height si tra, kang la aching fin ha alen, ban chung ta kavai chin ri. Song bin si an Uchiha Madara le la h alan mt ting, susano bng fat, tacha biekti kwa kang muan bertiu by cho kin thong ma thai. Ha ha. Non li mdn myong Uchiha Madara, senju Hashirama nun kang ggz qg to lan ti. Maji dian mt bungi le la zoot hien y tren chin trong, Egyptian Kanget Gi Lek Jawai. Karen, Nui Haib. Vong Zoe Karen LSE Nagi Non TCCG Sai T Uchiha Yor Chak Yi, Lolingi NP Ding Moi. Di La SP, Tako the. Maji Dian Non Hinsike Nasao, Senju Hashirama Kenki Viwi MT Kai Long Mei LS, Ra Viev Tamo, Tak Ne Lo Uzumaki TIC, BFT Kwa Kai Ne Chakra. La CSUVN Jinchuriki. Karen LSE Ne Tonden To Ra CSUVN Chakra. Uchiha Madara MT Lian Non Ra. Non La Karen and MT Keen Hun. Uchiha Yoro Kenki Tran MTLS Ra Dang Togi QG. Di La SP. Angweeter Chak Ki Fak MT Chit Chakra. Chithi Vong Zoe Karen SCC MT Kochit Ing Hinduji Ra Kante. MT Lane Uchiha Yoruan MT Kwet Kway TTC NGI Gi. Kochit Atchik by Kon Kang Phoebe LS Thigim. Zai. Rang Nen Nalan Jung. Trok Tip Kem Rach Karen Kante. Kang Kang Y Karen Tran Bong Tran Kante Liu Jing Giesu Rang. Mala Hai Ben Nun Viet Thong Mathai. Nhang BM APBD Moi Hadshu, Vong Zoe Karen AGMT Anghen, Kichong Kang the Kung Chuk Benden, Louis CM Jik Natit TD. Kai Ne Tiu Kuchakra Hang Non Chonki Fak, Them Ra La Kai Ne Vong Zoe, and Hai Nuan Non. Ko MT Senju Hashirama Kung Uchiha Madara Haigi MT Lian Non Ra VNG Chati. So Kung Hilgi Nanam Lim Lap Jung VGT Thong. Hakai Viet Mao GCM Mao BTH Kep Le Mobin CAN Izumaki Karen Kang La Fat Writing Ran RH. Nhang Sat Theo Ko Vong Zui Karen Lien Voi Ting Kwatu. Karema. Miem. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki has fully transformed into a biju. A nine-tailed fox instantly appeared on the ground with a deafening roar, and at the same time, a deafening scream echoed across the heavens. Susanoo costume, the black armor continued to condense, and in an instant, a nine-tailed fox clad in armor appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the two giants faced each other. The clan already had records of the two finalists in the Battle of the Great Buddha, and unexpectedly, there was even a scene of Uchiha Madara riding the first Hokage in battle. The Susanoo clone, protected by the nine tails, appeared above Uchiha Yoru's head, arrogantly uttering a single sentence. Before Senju Hashirama could even say anything, Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, broke into a smile. Very well, I, Uchiha Madara, riding Hashirama, will fight you, youngster, today. Although we are not at our full strength, you, this little brat, have earned my approval. You now possess the same power as both of us during our prime. Next to him, Senju Hashirama finally reacted, his eyes widening in surprise. Man, when have you ever ridden me? We've clearly fought side by side. Shut up! Given the difficult situation of finally getting an advantage over Hashirama, even the arrogant Uchiha Madara couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. He and Hashirama had known each other for so many years and had fought for so many years, yet he had always been the one at a disadvantage. Today, he finally got the upper hand. Hey, little devil, you're riding a nine-tailed fox too. The hot-blooded, rough-mannered Senju Hashirama couldn't help but turn his head to look at Uchiha Yoru and say, "But beneath Uchiha Yoru's waist, no?" Beneath the nine-tails feet, Karen's contemptuous voice was revealed. "I am willing. Even 1,000 gold coins couldn't buy my willingness." At this moment, Karen was overwhelmed with excitement. She could finally help her teacher fight alongside her. A long-awaited dream had finally come true. Hey, little girl, now you should give your body back to me." The nine-tailed fox couldn't help but make a fuss, and in an instant, the nine-tailed fox's pupils contracted. At this moment, the two people controlling the body had switched places. Roar! Finally, the nine-tailed fox emerged and let out a long, sky-high roar, as if releasing the pent-up frustrations of so many years of being sealed away. Following closely behind, the nine-tailed fox, with its large and small pupils covered in ferocious blood vessels, glared intensely at the two people opposite it. No longer feeling any fear it had once possessed, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, with old grudges and new hatreds, today I, the old man, want to fiercely defeat you. With the terrifyingly powerful Uchiha Yoru supporting it, the nine-tails instantly became arrogant, unruly, and furious. It could finally stand tall when facing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Nine-tailed fox. In an instant, a black, death-breathing Bijudama appeared in the nine-tails' mouth. Roar! The enormous black Bijudama attacked directly, and when Senju Hachirama saw this scene, he had a feeling of familiarity. However, after sensing Uchiha Madara beside him, he revealed an excited smile. Senju Hachirama excitedly clapped his hands together and shouted, "Would release, would clone technique." Boom! In an instant, the trees rapidly grew into a gigantic wooden figure. Facing the terrifying Bijudama that was attacking, the wooden figure directly extended its hand and grabbed towards the Bijudama. One hand to take Bijudama. Roar! The enormous wooden figure caught the Bijudama with one hand in an instant, then suddenly roared and slammed the Bijudama down. Faced with such an attack, Susanoo, clad in the nine tails, let out a roar and charged forward without dodging or evading. As the enormous black Bijudama slammed into the nine tails' head, a bizarre black pattern instantly appeared, and at the same time, the nine tails was not idle either. Although the second Bijudama shot from his mouth lacked concentrated power and had relatively little force, its instantaneous release directly destroyed half of the wooden dummy's body. Hiration led the way. In an instant, ripples appeared in the space behind Susanoo, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who could only restrain himself from the outside, angrily exclaimed, "That's the Void Jutsu, big brother, be careful." The nine-tailed Susanoo, in a frenzied roar, directly tore apart the wooden figure, its roar reaching the great Buddha Susanoo, and the Bijudama, exposed behind it, slammed into it with virtually no resistance. Roaring! The entirety of Konoha was shaken, and the blinding white light instantly blinded countless people. As vision recovered in an instant, the deafening explosion finally reached their ears, accompanied by a violent shockwave that swept outwards in all directions. It was just an explosion that lifted up a wave of air, like a whirlwind directly uprooting towering trees, sending rocks flying in all directions. Fortunately, this time the Chunin exam venue was chosen to be located near the border of the Forest of Death, a remote area of Konoha. Otherwise, who knows how much loss would have resulted? Roar! As the raging storm swept in, pairs of vacant eyes stared at the terrifying scene before them, filled with dread. Is this really a ninja? What kind of joke is this? This is already a god-level talent who has achieved this status. Those seniors are so terrifying. The strongest third Hokage. At this moment, a Konoha Jonin, seeing the third Hokage struggling and only able to dodge from the periphery, felt an unparalleled sense of mockery. This former Konoha Jonin had extraordinary faith in the third Hokage, and even now, he still believes that although the third Hokage is in the past, his contributions remain. But at this moment, this Konoha Jonin revealed a self-deprecating smile, so Lord Yuru wasn't being sarcastic after all. The so-called strongest Hokage is actually the one who has ruled for the longest time. Rumble! After the explosion, the Susanoo Great Buddha's armor was shattered, and even the Great Buddha itself was blown apart, leaving many pieces of wood. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox was unusually excited, howling loudly. The debt from years ago could finally be repaid, and what's more, it was by crushing these two bastards. In the hall, the group of geniuses participating in the Chunin exam this time watched in awe and helplessness at such a battle. Was this really something human power could achieve? Yoru, yes, teacher. At this moment, Sasuke was deeply moved by the battle unfolding before him, and he finally understood what his older brother had said. Teacher Knight was a god of this era, even a god of the shinobi world. The god will bring about a transformation throughout the entire shinobi world, bringing peace under God's rule. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to grasp something, and in his excitement, the Tamagatama Sharingan in his eye socket spun wildly, evolving into 3 Tamo. Yes, Master, I understand. The decaying shinobi world needs transformation, and I will definitely become the teacher who wields the sharpest weapon to make that transformation work. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's mind was completely subdued, and he even showed signs of excitement, muttering to himself as if he had found the meaning of his life. The way of the ninja. The true way of the ninja. He had once blindly followed in his older brother's footsteps, and even more so, he was bound by the teachings of the Uchiha clan, which he could not lose. But none of these things were him. His true nature today was completely revealed. War, this is what Sensei Guy meant by youth. Under the rule of the great god, the shinobi world will welcome a true transformation. At this moment, Lee, with his green skin, excitedly roared and shouted, his face flushed with even more excitement. It wasn't just them. Now all the ninjas of Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village had flushed faces, their eyes filled with fervor and madness. God! If we're talking about Uchiha Yoru before, even though he was hailed as a god, when it came to unifying the shinobi world, they considered it more of a long-held dream. Especially with the combined forces of the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha, many quick-witted individuals believed this was a way to transfer war pressure and release internal tension. But after witnessing such a heart-stirring battle today, everyone was filled with fervor, and everything from the past was completely forgotten. This time, they finally understood that Lord Yoru's ideals were not empty words, nor did they require generations of effort. They would be realized in their generation. Such power! Could the combined might of the 5 Kage of the shinobi world possibly achieve this? Ban! Hashirama! Being pinned down and beaten by a junior, especially since they weren't even using their full strength, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara roared in unison. After a long separation, their passion instantly surged, and although they were both from the impure land, when their eyes met, they seemed to find a different kind of feeling. The two men were seen shouting excitedly, a clear understanding between them. Senpo would release true Buddha Senju Shinsu Senju. The giant Buddha statue roared furiously, and in an instant, countless arms wildly swung out, while at the same time, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a long-lost feeling of excitement. Haha, this is the power of the Senju and Uchiha. Susanoo, facing such an attack, saw fear appear in the Ninetales' pupils, as if it reminded it of an unpleasant memory. As Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan spun downwards, he roared, Ninetales. The nine-tailed fox's reaction was one of utter humiliation. She was actually afraid. After all, it was just 2 dead people, and there was this even more powerful little demon. Today was the day for revenge, and in an instant, her ferocity surged, and she roared. Roar, roar. As the Ninetales' ferocity reached its peak and it began to roar wildly, Uchiha Yoru continuously channeled his chakra and Sharingan power into it. And the Ninetales slowly grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Susanoo chakra forms the arms and head. The Ninetales behind him spun wildly, emitting a dense, tangible chakra. Rasengan and Chidori. Many who witnessed this scene were filled with terror. No, that's not right. This is a Rasengan fused with chakra, and even more ferocious and bizarre Chidori. Roar! At the same time, the Ninetales' 3 heads and mouths instantly converged on Bichudama, and its body frantically rushed towards the opposite side. With such terror emanating from them, countless people were intimidated. No, the combined power of these ninjutsu attacks is too close. At that moment, Kakashi let out a furious roar, simultaneously revealing his other Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning wildly downwards, ready to use Kamui at the crucial moment to neutralize this attack. But at this very moment, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, along with a vast number of elite Uchiha ninja, arrived at the perimeter of the Forest of Death, instantly appearing at the Chunin exam venue. Both of them activated their Mangekyo Sharingan and simultaneously shouted loudly, "Set up a barrier!" Following the loud shouts of the two, over 100 elite Uchiha Jonin gathered, simultaneously forming hand seals and shouting loudly. In an instant, a red fire barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the vast death forest. Uchiha Fire Flame Formation. At the same time, a dazzling white light flashed in the Forest of Death. Rumble. As the white light dissipated, endless explosions and terrifying aftershocks erupted, instantly transforming the entire Forest of Death into a barren wasteland. While the powerful barrier trembled violently, especially at the very end, the barrier, under immense pressure, began to expand dramatically. No, the barrier can't hold up any longer. But at that very moment, Tsunade, who was standing on the platform watching this scene, stiffened and immediately formed hand seals to summon Katsuyu. Quick, have the Uchiha clan ninjas transfer chakra to maintain the barrier. In an instant, Katsuyu shattered, transforming into a tiny Katsuyu that directly possessed the body of a Uchiha clan ninja. Chakra was replenished in a flash, and the barrier, which was on the verge of breaking, began to solidify in a moment. Damn it, there's not a single thing that's less worrying. Seeing this scene, Tsunade couldn't help but curse loudly, while the 4th Raikage and the 3rd Sechikage, Noki, beside her, turned pale, staring in shock at the scene before them. Emi Terumi also breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Tsunade with a laugh, "There's no way around it. Who would have thought someone could summon the Hokages of all generations?" However, after this battle, the Fire Country and Water Country will be spared countless bloodshed. Rumble, the red color within the barrier, as it was reinforced, rose up, transforming into a surging, powerful force that shot straight towards the sky. A massive explosion sent a blast of air crashing down from this chimney-like barrier, directly venting into the sky. But the immense power descended, causing the entire Hidden Leaf Village, filled with ninjas, to fall into a state of stunned silence. White clouds filled the sky, and in an instant, there was not a cloud in sight for thousands of miles. The clouds were all twisted and dispersed by this terrifying wave of air, revealing the blue sky. It felt as if the sky had been thoroughly cleaned. At this moment, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisu stared in shock at the figure inside the barrier, whose presence was revealed as the dust and mist gradually dissipated. The great Buddha's arms were all severed, his head was missing, and half of his body was gone, and the nine-tailed fox facing him wasn't having an easy time either. Half of Susanoo's body was shattered, revealing the Nine-Tails' true form. Even the strongest Fiju, the Nine-Tails, was now lying sprawled on the ground in a pathetic state. How is that possible? How could that evil Uchiha brat possess such immense power? As the shockwave from the terrorist explosion subsided, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at the scene before him, while a half-body was continuously regenerating in front of him. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who, at the last moment, protected this disciple of his. As the fog dissipated, the Nine-Tails appeared on top of Uchiha Yoru, who was breathing heavily, his face showing undeniable exhaustion. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately showed ecstatic joy. Ha ha! Evil Uchiha, no matter how strong you are, the Ito Tensei body will not die, and with unlimited chakra, you are dead. But the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze instantly. He stared in disbelief at something else. When the fog cleared, revealing the bodies of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, black ceiling patterns were now crawling all over their bodies. At that moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stared at their stiff bodies, unable to believe the sealing jutsu tattoos that had appeared on them. From the profession of binding the seal, no. This isn't just a simple sealing technique. Senju Hashirama felt he had regained control of his body, and this familiar sensation made him look up at Uchiha Yoru opposite him. What a formidable junior, to be able to wield immortal techniques so skillfully. Senju Hashirama discovered that this sealing jutsu, which could control both of them, was a sage mode technique. Immortal techniques from the profession of binding spells. Haha, after all, it's a legendary ninja from the Warring States period, and I'm still familiar with the characteristics of Ito Tensei. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru appeared before the two of them. Although he was slightly out of breath, his face was mostly filled with a satisfied smile. He had come to understand Uchiha Madara's loneliness. In the entire shinobi world, only Hashirama could stir up a glimmer of fighting desire in him, while the rest failed to pique his interest, even to the point of being merely playful games. Young man, is that a spatial ninjutsu technique? Beside him, the aloof Uchiha Madara, despite having lost control of his body, still spoke with the same domineering and cold demeanor. Looking at the two of them, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "Not bad. It's a spatial ninjutsu. At the beginning of the taijutsu duel, I left a spatial mark on your bodies. But the recent battle, although it was the most intense clash, was also the moment when our defenses were weakest and most lax." Looking at this young junior before him, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, truly impressive. Worthy of being the man little Tsunade looks up to. It seems you've already left behind a shadow clone. During the battle, Uchiha Yoru secretly concealed two shadow clones, waiting for the perfect opportunity to appear behind the two opponents using spatial ninjutsu and activate this sealing technique. Seeing Senju Hashirama's enthusiastic, goofy grin, Uchiha Madara, standing beside him, directly snorted coldly, "You idiot." Although Uchiha Madara didn't unleash his full power, it's undeniable that today's battle rekindled a long-lost passion within him. "Hey, you little devil." But Uchiha Madara, finding the silly grin of Senju Hashirama displeasing, coldly snorted and turned to Uchiha Yoru, saying, "Since you married a descendant of Hashirama, according to custom, the so-called fifth Hokage must change his surname to Uchiha." Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, who had been laughing loudly, instantly widened his eyes upon hearing these words. He was kind-hearted, but not truly stupid. Hey, you! This young man has already agreed to the Tsunade Senju clan's terms. We're both already dead. What's the point of getting involved? HMPH, customs cannot be changed. Giving you this name is completely illogical. When I first married Mito, didn't I also agree to the family name change? Did I ask you to change your surname? HMPH, you're stupid anyway. Any woman who joins the Uchiha clan must have the Uchiha surname. Tsunade has awakened with release. At this moment, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen just explained the reason. This little brat not only promised Tsunade the Senju clan lineage, but also promised that her future descendants would also bear the Senju name. How could he possibly change his mind? Seeing Senju Hashirama's serious expression, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. What's wrong with wood release? After that, wood release belongs to the Uchiha clan. What does it have to do with you, Senju? Ban, you're actually coveting my wood release. Stupid! At this moment, Uchiha Madara was inwardly grinning triumphantly. Everyone thought he had lost, but once his plan was put into action, everyone would know that he was the real winner. And then there's this young brat. He really deserves a taste of his own medicine. Not only did he plunder Konoha, but he also stole the Senju would release Jutsu. How satisfying! Ban, you just lust after me. Senju Hashirama glared with wide eyes, and Uchiha Madara, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated. That's great! Despite being clearly sealed away, the two not only showed no anger whatsoever, but instead vented their frustrations because of this incident. But right at this moment, a mutation occurred. King Kong's wish-granting staff, Evil Uchiha. With a loud shout, dust swirled around, and a sturdy staff instantly extended, striking directly at Uchiha Yoru's back. It's the third. The Chunin exam caused a commotion among the ninja, but the next moment, Uchiha Yoru didn't turn around. Facing the attack from behind, a flash of cold light appeared. In an instant, the sword was unsheathed, directly blocking the powerful and heavy Ryu staff, causing sparks to fly everywhere. How is that possible? My full-force attack can even provoke the nine-tailed fox. As the fog cleared, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure, his eyes widened in disbelief. Knowing the Nine-Tails Night technique, he used this move to directly force the Nine-Tails out of Konoha, yet the opponent didn't budge an inch. Uchiha Yoru slowly turned his head, his indifferent gaze fixed on the distant third Hokage, and contemptuously said, "Useless." At first, the Nine-Tails was completely defenseless. But not only was he defenseless, his body was now surrounded by flashing arcs of electricity. At his peak, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply had no idea what he was up against. Sarutobi, quickly. At that moment, the Ryu staff suddenly extended a pair of arms, tightly gripping Uchiha Yoru's wrist, revealing Enma's figure, who was now screaming wildly. And in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a screeching sound, turning into mist. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Yoru Mangekyu coldly surveyed the surroundings, a hint of contemptuous, cold laughter playing on the corners of his mouth. It's just sand and pebbles. How can it compare to even half of my share? A cold, domineering, and contemptuous remark echoed across the battlefield, and at that moment, 5 Sarutobi Hiruzens appeared from all directions, each having completed their hand seals. The 5-year-old Dullian bullet technique. From all directions, 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen figures suddenly roared down, unleashing 5 powerful ninjutsu techniques: fire release, lightning release, water release, wind release, and earth release. 5 powerful ninjutsu techniques directly and furiously swept in, creating a massive commotion, especially since Uchiha Yoru's chakra was now significantly depleted. Evil Uchiha, for the sake of the village, I will risk my life today to capture you. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared down, and as he unleashed his furious attack, 5 powerful ninjutsu of different attributes clashed, creating a devastating onslaught. Rumble! After a tremendous explosion and a deafening roar, all 5 of Sarutobi Hiruzen's clones turned into white smoke. They were all shadow clone jutsu users. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's true form was breathing heavily as he headed towards Uchiha Yoru, a final, triumphant smile appearing on his face. Evil Uchiha, I absolutely cannot allow the village to fall into your hands. Fresh blood flowed down. It turned out that the massive explosion from the jutsu, even with the protection of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, still hadn't provided complete protection. A piece of wooden spike was stuck in his abdomen, fresh blood stained his chest. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, breathing heavily, revealed a smile, all for Konoha. Your ninjutsu can only stir up dust. But then, a moment later, the fog slowly dissipated, revealing Uchiha Yoru's figure, and everyone showed expressions of shock. All that could be seen was a flash of electric light descending, yet Uchiha Yoru remained completely unharmed, coldly and mockingly uttering a single sentence, as if the previous attack was merely a tickle. Sarutobi! Enma let out a roar, his hands poised to grab Uchiha Yoru's neck, but the next moment his Mangekyo Sharingan swept over him, and his eyes instantly went blank. The strongest Hokage, the strongest summoning beast. Uchiha Yoru's calm tone echoed across the battlefield, but everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. For a moment, everyone's gaze was directed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called strongest Hokage, and also towards Enma, the so-called strongest summoning beast. Many people's faces flushed with embarrassment. These were almost all Konoha ninjas, each one utterly mortified. At first, for some unknown reason, the title of strongest Hokage suddenly emerged, and then everyone seemed to want to praise the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the strongest Hokage. Meanwhile, Enma was also portrayed as the most powerful summoning beast. Meanwhile, the Genin were gathered around, and Uchiha Sasuke, upon hearing these words, revealed a mocking smile. I've heard about this before. Initially, the third Hokage, for the sake of his own rule, taught the children at the Ninja Academy that he was the strongest Hokage, and naturally, the strongest summoning beast was Enma. As recorded in books, the first Hokage only had one sentence about pacifying the chaotic times and founding Konoha. The second Hokage died in battle in the Land of Lightning, and the fourth Hokage died protecting the village and sealing the Nine Tails. The legend of the third Hokage, however, spans approximately a very thick book, and gradually, no one knows the true power of these predecessors. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke's face lit up with pride. It was Master Yagami. After Master Yagami overthrew the corrupt regime, he finally unlocked the true historical records, and the powerful figures of all time appeared in textbooks. The legend of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, because it was told in such an unrealistic way, was considered a fabrication, so almost everyone disbelieved it. Even Konoha's hero, White Fang, single-handedly hid behind a large sand village ninja base, launching a surprise attack that resulted in the deaths of two renowned sand village ninjas, a feat similarly considered somewhat exaggerated. Uchiha Sasuke's arrogant self-narration brought back memories for everyone, reminding them of the history class they had taken at the Ninja Academy, where they had initially listened to it as a story. But today, everyone swallowed nervously. This wasn't a story at all. The books they read all felt a bit conservative. Third grandfather. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto, seeing the injured third Hokage, immediately shouted and angrily said to Sasuke, "What time is it now? You're still talking about these things? Let's hurry and go save Grandpa Third." But just as Uzumaki Naruto, in a fit of excitement, was thinking about going outside, all his classmates fell silent, and some even showed expressions of disgust and disdain. With her straightforward personality, Yamanaka Aino let out a cold laugh. "Naruto, I remember that the third Hokage was hiding your identity. Back then, you were the target of everyone's attacks, and it was Lady Yoru who helped you restore your identity and even recover the inheritance left by your parents." But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly shouted, "At this point, you're still talking about this. Third Hokage, no matter what, I've forgiven him. The next moment, Hada Kakashi's figure appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, acting like a stubborn fool, shouted loudly, "Since you won't open this barrier, then I'll break it." Naruto. Hada Kakashi's cold words left Uzumaki Naruto speechless. His Kakashi-sensei was actually staring at him with such an expression. The Sarutobi clan colluded with Sand Village ninjas to invade the Land of Fire, thus committing treason against the village. Any Konoha ninja who sees a Sarutobi clan ninja will be killed without mercy. "Kakashi-sensei, how did you become like this?" Uzumaki Naruto questioned loudly, unable to believe his eyes. "Kakashi-sensei, the third Hokage did so much for the village. Why? Isn't it better that we're all one family?" However, faced with the foolish and senseless Uzumaki Naruto, Hada Kakashi had long since lost his patience coldly looking at everyone around him and issuing a ruthless command. I, in my capacity as the current Konoha Jonin squad leader, hereby issue this order. If Uzumaki Naruto breaks through the barrier, he will be considered a rogue ninja. All Konoha ninjas, kill him with all your might. The genin surrounding them all fell silent, then slowly drew out their kunai, looking at Naruto. The Jonin squad leader had given the order, standing behind the Hokage, especially at this particular moment. Uzumaki Naruto stared in horror at Kakashi standing outside the barrier in the stance. Kakashi-sensei, you. For the first time, as if recognizing himself in this teacher's own way, Uzumaki Naruto felt that the whole world was so unfamiliar. Shut your mouth, Naruto. If you get emotional and cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to team up with everyone to kill you, Naruto. But at that moment, Uchiha Sasuke, with his 3-tamo Sharingan staring intently at Naruto, uttered an extremely cold sentence. At this time, Sasuke, having just awakened the 3-tamo Sharingan, was mentally agitated and obsessive. Anyone who disrupted the transformations of the shinobi world under the influence of Master Knight was an enemy. Naruto. At this moment, Haruno Sakura also forced herself to regain her composure from her confusion. Regardless of the circumstances, in the original story, she was able to become Tsunade's disciple and eventually become a cage-level strongman. She still possessed talent and a strong character. Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the person he liked, while Haruno Sakura, trembling, pointed at the barrier before them and loudly questioned, Naruto, you've destroyed the barrier. The aftershocks of the battle have erupted again. Do you think any of us will survive? Haruno Sakura's direct statement startled everyone. At that moment, many ninjas, all genin level, had gathered here, and they all glared intensely at Uzumaki Naruto with murderous intent. That's right. Once the barrier opens, the aftermath of the battle is basically unstoppable. Everyone will be reduced to cannon fodder. Sakura, you. Uzumaki Naruto's mind wasn't really thinking that far ahead. At this moment, Haruno Sakura's tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. They were a team, and now they were being asked to use violence. Not being strong enough, she immediately burst into tears. There are many other paths. I don't want to. Why are you so narrow-minded? Do you want to become a rogue ninja? For your so-called mutual understanding, for your own selfishness, what are we? Are we all worthless? Do you only see what's in front of you, and not the people around you? Sakura, now somewhat distraught, burst into tears, pointing at Naruto and saying, Naruto, don't be impulsive. You're the son of the 4th Hokage. Everyone adored you when you returned, but look at this now. Sakura just glanced at everyone, only to see countless disgusted, cold gazes directed down, leaving Uzumaki Naruto stunned. It seemed as though his return had been met with adoring and grateful glances from everyone, but now, every gaze was icy cold. Naruto, didn't you swear when you first came to school that you wanted everyone to agree with you? That's what your ninja way is? Why is it that when everyone agrees with you, you repeatedly ignore it, stubbornly insisting on being right and pushing everyone's approval away like trash? And what have you achieved now? Cling clang, Sakura burst into tears, loudly questioning and venting her anger. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes trembled, his hand dropped limply, and the kunai fell to the ground. With each cold, disgusted gaze directed downwards, this moment felt like a return to childhood, a memory that terrified Uzumaki Naruto. Me, I pushed forward the approval I've received. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. As memories flooded back, he seemed to begin to understand something. Things that are easily obtained are often not valued. Conversely, those achieved through continuous effort are what are valued and considered treasures. I know. Uzumaki Naruto forced a smile. At this moment, he felt like he had returned once again to the time when everyone hated him. The difference is that the hatred he once felt came from the nine-tailed fox, but now the hatred comes from himself. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was beginning to doubt himself, a shocking scene unfolded on the battlefield. Uchiha Yoru, your ideology is too extreme. You're only bringing disaster to the village. To the entire shinobi world, I'll risk my life to take you away. Snake, pig, no, rabbit, dog, death, rooster, noon, snake. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together in front of his chest and let out a roar. The next moment, his figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was behind Uchiha Yoru. Hiration. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who appeared behind Uchiha Yoru using Hiration, and also brought Sarutobi Hiruzen with him. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing the figure so close, revealed an excited smile and shouted, "Death Demon Sealing!" In an instant, a strange aura appeared, and at that moment, Uchiha Yoru suddenly thrust his Gross World Sword downwards. Crack! "It's you again, you annoying white-haired guy!" Uchiha Yoru, filled with impatience and disgust, thrust his grass-cutting sword directly through the second Hokage's head, embedding it deep into the ground, and his body instantly froze. "I've got it!" Only a few people present could clearly see the Shinigami appearing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and at that moment, a hand reached into Uchiha Yoru's abdomen without the slightest obstruction. As the hand of death seized his soul in an instant, his body stiffened, and a look of grave gravity appeared on Uchiha Yoru's face, cold sweat trickling down his temples. At this moment, he finally felt the terror of the Grim Reaper, and at the same time, he also felt the fear that Orochimaru felt at that moment in the original story. His body was completely immobile, so he frantically tried to regain control, but only managed very slight movements. This loss of control over his body left him utterly helpless. This kind of fear is fundamentally incomprehensible to ordinary people. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more agitated, tears streaming down his face. "Uchiha Yoru! To eradicate you, this malignant tumor of the shinobi world, I have sacrificed everything, even my own clan, finally." Then, a moment later, a cold, mocking laugh rang out. Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing this, felt a surge of unease and hastily shouted, "Second Hokage, quick, attack immediately!" Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head in an instant, revealing a look of astonishment. All that could be seen was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, lying prostrate on the ground with the grass-cutting sword impaled in his head, pinned to the ground and unable to move. But strangely, the Gross World Sword kept spreading black sealing patterns. Senpo resigned from his position as the binding seal. At this moment, Senju Tobirama, unable to move, revealed a look of utter helplessness. Everyone else was standing, but he was lying prostrate on the ground, unable to budge, a truly humiliating position. He seemed like the one who had been defeated. "The demon seal has been completely broken, sealing the Nine Tails Jutsu." Uchiha Yoru smirked mockingly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What gave you the power to think that just because I've read the sealing scroll I wouldn't know this jutsu? Now I will tell you, this so-called Doctor of Ninjutsu, that every forbidden jutsu has a way to break it, and similarly, there are ways to counteract it. Today I will show you the method to break it. At the same time, I also want to give you this so-called Doctor of Ninjutsu, a piece of advice. Forbidden's techniques should not be misused." With those final words, Uchiha Yoru's chakra erupted, his hair fluttering in the windless air as he looked down at everyone with an imposing aura. Today, he intended to use a different method to break this S-rank Forbidden's jutsu. Roaring. A gigantic, black Susanoo appeared, not in its entirety, only half of its body, but the immense power it radiated caused people to tremble in fear. Uchiha Yoru, however, coldly looked at the third Hokage behind the Shinigami, a mocking smile appearing on his face. "Third Hokage, you are known as a doctor of ninjutsu, so you must know that every ninjutsu technique has a way of being countered." A gourd slowly appeared at the side of the black Susanoo, and as the giant Susanoo's hand pulled it out, it turned out to be a sword. Upon witnessing this scene, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaimed in shock, "Tatsuka no Tsurugi." As expected of a doctor of ninjutsu, he actually recognized this sword. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru revealed a mocking smile as he looked at the third Hokage, further taunting, "You said this legendary sealing sword, can it seal away the Shinigami?" With a simple statement, Uchiha Yoru's arrogance was revealed. He actually wanted to seal away the god of death. Even Uchiha Madara, bound by the sealing jutsu, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing this scene. As expected of a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he can even figure out how to break the seal within his grasp. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, standing beside him, nodded in understanding. "So, you intend to use this Gross World Sword to seal the Shinigami?" According to legend, Tatsuka no Tsurugi is a spiritual artifact that possesses the ability to seal both body and soul effectively, and the theory that it can seal a Shinigami alone is plausible. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were talking casually, as if they weren't on a battlefield at all. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama lay prostrate on the ground, his head impaled by the Gross World Sword, his face filled with despair. This Gross World Sword, how did it end up in the hands of Uchiha? At this moment, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely grim, blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth, as if he had just remembered something. That was after World War II. According to legend, the Gross World Sword and Yata no Kagami were stolen and lost, and I never imagined they would fall into your Uchiha hands. Seeing the third Hokage hoarsely utter his speculation, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. Not bad, the Gross World Sword already possesses the sealing power of Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Yata no Kagami, as the Uchiha clan head's heirloom. Is something no one would have expected these two divine weapons are actually spiritual artifacts. It was Uchiha Fugaku who gave him the sacred treasure. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Yata no Kagami, as defined by the government in official documents, are spiritual energies formed from chakra and do not possess a physical form. And the Uchiha Sharingan could conveniently become a conduit for spiritual energy. Whoosh! The Tatsuka no Tsurugi directly pierced the Shinigami's chest, yet the Shinigami, seemingly devoid of any consciousness, continued to forcefully pull at his soul. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, coughed up blood violently while still roaring wildly. How could I possibly fall into this place? For Konoha, I will do anything to take you, this evil Uchiha, away. The Grim Reaper's hand remained firmly gripping Uchiha Yoru's soul, both sides seemingly waiting to see who would seal the other first. However, after sensing it, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. So this is the principle behind this sealing technique. The Shinigami want to seize my soul, but the stronger the chakra of a ninja, the stronger their ability to resist, especially when they are conscious. In other words, as long as my chakra is strong enough, even surpassing a certain level, the Shinigami cannot seize my soul. You're experimenting with this forbidden jutsu. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's startled smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock and anger. He couldn't believe that his desperate, patient efforts were seen as mere clownishness in the eyes of his opponent. Not interesting. After Uchiha Yoru clearly understood the principles of this jutsu, he immediately showed impatience. The next moment, his chakra erupted, and the soul being pulled within him instantly began to stabilize. At the same time, Susanoo grasped Tatsuka no Tsurugi and slowly pulled it down. The Shinigami, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's disbelieving gaze, was sealed inside the gourd. Whoosh! With the death god sealed away, Uchiha Yoru regained his physical form and ability to move, while Sarutobi Hiruzen lay weakly and struggling on the ground, constantly coughing up fresh blood, his abdominal wound in a life-threatening condition. Little brat, do you really intend to kill the third Hokage? Lying prostrate on the ground, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but roar in anger. But the next moment, an unprecedented feeling of humiliation and rage surged within him. Upon witnessing this scene, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's expressions stiffened and became somewhat unpleasant, while Uchiha Madara wore a humorous smile. Youngster, I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. You are worthy of bearing the title of God of the shinobi world. Uchiha Yoruichi was seen with her foot on the second Hokage's head, looking down contemptuously at Senju Tobirama from above. Beside her, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing this, roared even more hoarsely and desperately. You evil Uchiha, how could you treat your elders like that? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was now in his final moments, suffering a severe abdominal injury, and the massive depletion of chakra had left him so weak that he could no longer stand. How should we treat them? Perhaps the third Hokage could explain how he treated the Senju and Uchiha clans, who founded Konoha, and also the Uzumaki clan. While sneering mockingly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lay sprawled on the ground, Uchiha Yoru, on the other hand, displayed a teasing expression as he looked towards the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Looking at how you summoned the previous Hokages, I suppose you haven't yet told the two previous Hokages about the rapid decline and demise of the Senju clan, have you? Beside him, Uchiha Madara, with his cold expression, but a hint of mockery in his eyes, looked at Hashirama. He naturally knew the fate of the Senju clan, but he couldn't possibly reveal it. When Senju Hashirama heard this, he was clearly astonished. The Senju clan is in decline and rapidly disappearing. These words left Senju Hashirama somewhat bewildered. Initially, either the Senju or the Uchiha clan, if you randomly picked one, could have suppressed Konoha. How could they have perished? Yes, I clearly remember the first Hokage once allied with the land of Uzumaki, a so-called eternal alliance. TSK. How could I remember watching Uzu no Kuni being destroyed while the third Hokage was in power? Yes, the village of good and bad even rescued a princess from a fallen Uzumaki kingdom, and the legendary Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques all arrived in Konoha. TSK truly worthy of being the strongest Hokage. Uchiha Yoro relentlessly taunted and provoked him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, already suffering from significant blood loss, heard these words and his eyes widened in panic. His face flushed red, and he dared not look at the two Hokages. Senju Tobirama, whose head had been kicked, now showed a look of terror. Seeing his disciple cowering and unable to look him in the eye, he wasn't a fool. He understood what was happening. Uchiha Yoro then burst into laughter. Since our so-called third Hokage keeps talking about the evil Uchiha and considers himself the representative of justice, then let me tell you all, my seniors, what has happened over the years. The second Hokage died in battle in the Land of Lightning, and all of the second Hokage's guards fled back to their village, shamelessly claiming that the second Hokage's dying wish was for Sarutobi Hiruzen to seize power, with them assisting him in various ways. And so, Sarutobi Hiruzen became the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Midokado Homura, and others became the real power holders. But at this time, the Senju clan was too powerful. Not to mention they had produced 2 generations of Hokages. Our third Hokage seemed to feel that his own Hokage orders were ineffective. After that, they relentlessly weakened the Senju clan's power, and then even researched the wood release technique. TSK, knowing full well the experiment was unstable, our third Hokage, who bathed in the light, remained oblivious and unaware, while those hiding in the shadows secretly spread rumors, making the Senju clan members believe the experiment was very safe. Ultimately, as you can see, perhaps it's only right that the two Hokages, with their perceptive abilities, personally sense the existence of several Senju clans throughout Konoha. After all, I am an evil Uchiha. Slowly shifting away from his feet, Uchiha Yoro now revealed a humorous look as he gazed at Senju Tobirama lying prostrate on the ground. You agree, don't you, second Hokage-sama? I'm afraid you never imagined that the evil Uchiha ideology you instilled in your disciples was so perfectly inherited, yet the methods you admired were first used against the Senju clan. Among these people are likely your children, grandsons, granddaughters, and all your relatives. Hiruzen, you. At this moment, Senju Tobirama didn't even address Saru. His eyes filled with icy coldness as he glared intensely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Tobirama wasn't his elder brother either. He was willing to sacrifice his clan for peace. The Senju clan's demise left him shaken, and after the initial shock wore off, he seemed to recall something, falling silent for a moment. At this point, the perimeter of the barrier had retreated, and Tsunade herself stepped forward to the front of the formation. Grandpa, second grandpa. Tsunade, looking at her two grandfathers, couldn't help but have tears welling up in her eyes, filled with overwhelming emotion. Little Kyun, you've grown so big. Senju Hashirama, with his rough and hot-blooded nature, instantly broke into a silly grin as he looked at his granddaughter. Tobirama, don't be so distressed. There's still a small kunai here. Using a small kunai, you can awaken the wood release constitution. Having one a year won't be a problem. By then, the Senju clan will still exist after 100 years. Tsunade, who was on the verge of tears, was instantly overcome with shame and anger upon hearing these words. She glared and roared, Grandpa, what do you think I am? At this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but glare at Uchiha Yoro beside her. Where were your feet just now? Facing Tsunade's gaze, Uchiha Yoro gave an embarrassed smile. I couldn't control myself at the time. Actually, our third Hokage said he inherited the second Hokage's ideology. The Uchiha clan is evil. He forced the Uchiha clan, who were once the founders of Konoha, to the border of the village, and even secretly planned an act of extermination. At this point, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, mockingly saying, I forgot to tell you, third Hokage. that this time the Saratobi clan colluded with the Sand Village ninjas to attack the Land of Fire, and you yourself provided the bait. Currently, the Saratobi clan is probably gone, but I still want to thank you, Third Hawkage. The plan we used to execute the Uchiha clan in the first place was practically unchanged. You! Saratobi Hiruzen glared angrily at Uchiha Yoru. Although he had long prepared himself for the sacrifice of the Saratobi clan, being mentioned like that by the other party caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But Uchiha Madara, who never shied away from the commotion, scoffed, "Hashirama, it seems your choice was wrong." Initially, the two fought because of differing ideologies. Seeing the situation unfold like this, Uchiha Madara showed even more admiration than usual. In the end, we Uchiha still win. You're quite good, young man. Uchiha Madara rarely praised people, but the Uchiha's late-night activities made him feel relaxed, as refreshing as drinking a glass of iced tea on a scorching summer day. Konoha now uses the Uchiha clan, while your Senju clan is quickly disappearing, still being overthrown by your own disciples. Even Senju Hashirama was too embarrassed to say anything. He never imagined that what he thought was peace would turn into chaos in the shinobi world the moment he was about to die. Meanwhile, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, coldly stared at the third Hokage. "Hiruzen, you truly are a worthy disciple of mine." Facing his teacher and the gaze of the first Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen still defiantly raised his head and firmly said, "Teacher, I am doing all this for Konoha, for the will of fire." Initially, the Senju clan's immense power threatened the village's stability, and moreover, it was during World War II. A slight misstep could have led to Konoha's destruction. For the sake of the village, I have no regrets. But please, teacher, believe me, at first, Danzo never imagined it would be this serious. The Senju clan, having lost the Hokage position, are frantically pursuing the power of wood release. We really didn't expect that. Although Saratobi Hiruzen regretted his actions, he would absolutely not admit that he was wrong in the beginning. Having ingrained the will of fire into his very bones throughout his life, how could he possibly admit to a mistake? He was right. Only his ideas could bring peace and stability to Konoha. Looking at the stubborn, deranged third Hokage, Uchiha Yoru sneered. "Third Hokage, I feel you are more suited to the Uchiha clan. You are so stubborn even without the Sharingan. If you had the Sharingan, you would have probably evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan long ago." Yoru, faced with Uchiha Yoru's mockery, Tsunade, standing beside him, couldn't help but let out a cold snort to stop him. After all, the other party was also the third Hokage. Uchiha Yoru didn't rest either, knowing this was a good opportunity. "Evil Saratobi, your spirit is too extreme. You've gone astray. You keep talking about the will of fire, yet in the 3 great battles, even children under 10 years old from the Ninja Academy were sent to the battlefield, while you rotten old geezers hid behind the scenes." Konoha's hero, White Fang, abandoned his mission for his comrades, only to be driven to his death by public opinion. It's even considered a disgrace to Konoha. How ironic. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at the struggling third Hokage and sneered. "So you people, as the Hokage's bodyguards, abandoned the Hokage in the Land of Lightning, causing unprecedented losses to Konoha. What do you think that's? The so-called will of fire in your mouth is utterly illusory. What have you brought to Konoha all these years? Look up and carefully observe the ninjas in the village. See how they look at you." At that moment, Saratobi Hiruzen trembled as he looked up. With his cage-level ninja eyesight, he could clearly see every familiar Konoha ninja. Kakashi and Madogai both bowed their heads in silence, and even the countless jonin he considered the future of Konoha avoided his gaze, showing not the slightest intention of speaking up for him. "And what does this so-called evil Uchiha fire will bring to the village? Have you ever seen it?" At this moment, Uchiha Yoru stood at the moral high ground, sweeping his gaze across everyone and shouting, "I, Uchiha Yoru, will lead Konoha to its peak once again. With the will of fire from me, the children studying at school will be the first to rush to the battlefield. When war breaks out, the experienced ninja corps will be the first to charge. If the crucial moment comes, I, Uchiha Yoru, will lead the Tokage to the battlefield, fighting until the very end. Only when all the adult ninjas of the village die in battle will it be the children's turn. Under my rule, Uchiha Yoru, the Land of Water and the Land of Fire will merge, becoming one family. All ninjas will no longer need to worry about post-war supplies, nor about housing, medical care, or other issues. And what about you, the third Hokage? Uchiha Yoru's words pierced his heart, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat, but he remained unyielding, staring intently at Uchiha Yoru. His gaze said it all, and Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In this bizarre shinobi world, once you've made up your mind about your own ninja way, even a god can't change it. The greatest strength of a ninja lies in the combination of mental power and chakra. It is this unique and stubborn spirit that has created countless powerful ninjas. In the Chunin exam hall, nearly 100,000 spectators were still reeling from the shocking battle scenes they had just witnessed. No one ever imagined that ninja forces could reach a godlike, world-changing state. The once vast forest of death had long since vanished in the aftermath of the Great War. Seeing this scene, especially the third Hokage's expression of no regrets before his death, Tsunade couldn't help but shake her head slightly. First Lord, reality has proven that your previous ideals of peace were wrong. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru coldly stared at the first Hokage, showing absolutely no tact whatsoever, and Tsunade, seeing this, couldn't help but glare at him. Senju Hashirama, however, gave an embarrassed laugh. It's the same thing. After all, Madara and I were behind, and from what you just said, the Shinobi World War is still ongoing. Although Senju Hashirama still had that hot-blooded, rough-mannered demeanor, the disappointment in his eyes was undeniable. After all, this was his lifelong goal, and reality had shown him he was wrong. HMPH. Uchiha Madara, standing beside him, let out a cold snort. Initially, Hashirama had stabbed him in the back because of this ideology, and he still remembered that grudge to this day. Tsunade sighed, looking at the battlefield where the Hokage's battle had raged, and couldn't help but clap her hands and shout loudly. Would release Tree World Forest. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and countless large trees, vines, and other plants sprouted out like bamboo shoots after rain. Just a moment. In the Chunin exam hall, the terrified ninjas swallowed hard. A single would release jutsu. The forest of death was restored. Haha, little gang, your would release ninjutsu isn't bad. Upon seeing Tsunade's would release jutsu, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, he had a successor. A sturdy tree branch carried them all up to the top of the hall. Looking at the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, Sachikage Noki's face turned pale, and deep in his eyes, a profound fear still lingered. But the usually reckless fourth Raikage now had a pale face and couldn't utter a single word. The sealing committee is preparing to seal. Just as Tsunade was about to have someone seal the Edo Tensei area, Uchiha Yoru coldly chuckled and waved his hand to stop her. Edo Tensei can be dispelled through an exemplary practitioner. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan swept over everyone with one glance before settling on the third Hokage. And that single glance caused Uchiha Madara to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If he were truly sealed, he would certainly not want to be, and might even want to reveal some of his techniques. Fortunately, this little brat knows that Edo Tensei practitioners can unseal it. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils trembled, instantly transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a bewildered expression, he slowly began to form hand seals. As the seals were completed, the bodies of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara instantly emitted a beam of light. At the same time, flesh and skin continued to disintegrate into flying fragments, and simultaneously, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also broke free from the genjutsu. He collapsed limply to the ground, filled with resentment. Grandfather. Tears welled up in Tsunade's eyes as she watched her loved one slowly fade away. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru, standing atop the high platform, exuded an aura of dominance that swept over everyone, and simultaneously, all protective barriers were removed. I, Uchiha Yoru, hereby declare the position of daimyo is lower than that of a kage, equivalent to that of an advisor. From today onwards, the daimyo's office of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water will move to Konoha. Boom! Uchiha Yoru's order was a complete trampling of the daimyo, shocking countless people, and causing even greater panic within the daimyo's mansion. The Great Name Prefecture, which was once almost superior to the Hidden Leaf Village, has now fallen so low that it has to humble itself to the bottom. At that very moment, the group of high-ranking officials stepped forward, led by the beautiful Shizu and a few others, who respectfully knelt before Uchiha Yoru. The renowned beauty of the Snow Kingdom, Little Snow, kneels before her ministers. At this moment, everyone clearly understood Uchiha Yoru's ambition. Having the Fire Country's daimyo and Water Country's daimyo relocate here was, in short, a ploy to seize power without paying the price. It was as if they existed like puppets, and the so-called daimyo of the Snow Kingdom clearly showed everyone that the daimyo was merely a subordinate under his command, with no noble status to speak of. Furthermore, it's also clear to everyone that the land of snow will be placed on the map from today onwards. At this moment, the faces of the people of the Great Name Prefecture were ashen. Previously, they might not have known how to submit, but now, having just witnessed with their own eyes a godlike, earth-shattering force, how could they possibly resist? At this point, everyone finally understood the existence of this fugitive princess, Feng Huizizu. Over the years was entirely about managing talent, secretly cultivating a whole group of people. Behind Feng Huizizu, a crowd of people gathered, many of whom were familiar faces. The majority were ninjas from the Hidden Mist village and Konoha who had retired due to injury, and some younger ones who had simply lacked sufficient ninja talent. Therefore, if the great name is obedient, then it will exist as a spiritual advisor. If it is not obedient, everyone fell silent, especially the many ninjas from other countries, the daimyo's entourage, and the Reikage Aa and Sachikage Noki, who stared at Uchiha Yoru in shock. You actually want to erase the existence of such a great name. But wherever Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan went, no matter how much resentment and anger she felt, she could only suppress it at this moment. This chaotic, never-ending war in the shinobi world is a time for change. The daimyo's mansion, the Hidden Leaf Village's cage, and numerous other armed forces, a single country with so many different factions. How could it not be in chaos? From this moment onward, I declare the Fire Kingdom, the Water Kingdom, the Snow Kingdom, and the Wine Kingdom. Only one voice can be heard. Roaring. Uchiha Yoru's domineering voice echoed in the air, and everyone looked at this ambitious Kamu-like man with terror. Fun Kingdom, you, Noki said in a panic. While Uchiha Yoru's lips curled into a slight smile, the land of wine has invaded the land of fire, escalating war. From the moment war begins, the land of wine will cease to exist. As the figure of the Edo Tensei body was dissipating, Uchiha Madara, uncharacteristically, showed a look of admiration. Junior, you are very good. At this moment, Uchiha Madara glanced back at the Senju Hashirama brothers, a mocking smile appearing on his face. It seems that whether it's a clan struggle or an ideological battle, the Uchiha have won. Senju Hashirama's expression turned serious as he looked at Uchiha Yoru, who was declaring the end of the daimyo's reign. It seems the shinobi world is about to go to war again. War? Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hashirama, war has never stopped. This young man is very young. After unifying the shinobi world, he can at least maintain peace for 50 or 60 years. Such a fleeting peace. Senju Hashirama muttered to himself. History had proven his ideal of peace to be wrong. In the short 50 years following his death, 3 devastating shinobi wars had swept through the shinobi world. Compared to each other, Uchiha Yoru launched one great ninja war and was able to maintain peace for 50 or 60 years. The plan is to exchange one great ninja war for at least 50 years of peace. It seems like a good deal. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama, his face pale, had never held such a grand vision of peace in the shinobi world. What he saw was the ruin of the Konoha Senju clan, a ruin brought about by his own hand. Now the Uchiha have taken control of Konoha. Evil Uchiha, the shinobi world will only bring war because of you. Konoha will once again be plunged into the flames of war because of you. Sarutobi hears and coughed up blood weakly, his face still showing a trace of madness. A fleeting peace, First Hokage. Are you referring to a fragile, short-lived life? Just then, a familiar, hoarse laugh echoed in everyone's ears, and Orochimaru's figure slowly rose from the ground, his tongue licking his lips, his snake-like eyes filled with a sinister glint. The battle just now was spectacular. Originally, Orochimaru had arrived early, even looking in the shadows observing the battle, but after the first Hokage said those words, he revealed himself. Orochimaru! The frail Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the familiar figure of Orochimaru and couldn't help but show a complex expression. But the first Hokage sensed the mocking gaze of this junior, which was like a snake, and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Junior, what do you mean? Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely and said, if ninjas can possess power similar to that of gods, why can't they have the eternal lifespan of the legendary gods? Orochimaru, you're actually researching Forbidden's techniques. You show no remorse. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly understood what was happening. At that moment, he glared at Uchiha Yoru with resentment. If this person were to develop a life-extending jutsu, when would Konoha ever be free from the evil control of the Uchiha? As a professor and instructor of ninjutsu, you're truly narrow-minded. You claim to be upholding justice, but aren't the Forbidden's techniques I study all passed down through the village? I was even the teacher of the second Hokage. At that moment, Orochimaru looked at his former ninja hero teacher, now so pale and powerless in his final moments, and a tear welled up in the corner of his eye. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so weak he couldn't speak, and he was constantly coughing up fresh blood, completely overwhelmed by anger. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes even more, staring intently at this snake-like junior. Haha, Tobirama, you're calculating. We're all dead already, and besides, this young man is pursuing a peaceful ideal. Perhaps his direction is stronger than mine. It's unclear whether this is due to the reincarnation of Asura and Indra Chakra, but the influence on Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara has noticeably weakened them considerably. Especially Senju Hashirama, who was even more enlightened and laughed heartily. His practical path had proven everything. During his lifetime, overwhelming power was terrifying, and peace existed. But as soon as he left, war immediately broke out. Therefore, Uchiha Yoru didn't think his concept of peace was wrong. He simply felt it stemmed from the experiences they had gained through practice. If Uchiha Yoru lived a few more years, the shinobi world could enjoy a few more years of peace, just like he did back then. If it's about nurturing future generations, it's possible to maintain this kind of strength and perpetuate peace in the same way. Big brother. Senju Tobirama let out a slightly annoyed snort. He still clearly remembered this brat stepping on his head with such an arrogant demeanor. Cut. At this moment, Uchiha Madara sneered at Hashirama, thinking, it was you who didn't listen to me in the first place. Unifying the shinobi world wouldn't have been so complicated. However, it's nothing to worry about. Let this little brat cause trouble for now. Once his plan succeeds, the shinobi world will truly have lasting peace, not just a fleeting peace. As Ito Tensei descended, the three souls, visible to the naked eye, began to depart along with the beam of light, while Tsunade, with tears welling up in her eyes, gazed at her loved ones. Hey, young man, you must keep a close eye on Z Gang, but absolutely do not let him inherit the entire family business. That's quite something. It was originally a touching scene, but Senju Hashirama's words before leaving directly caused Tsunade to burst into tears, her eyes wide with shock. This is... Emi Itarumi gasped in shock, only to see three corpses with their faces revealed. At this moment, Madogai, seeing this, exclaimed in fear, they are Sarutobi Jonin. That's not right, these are three Jonin. Just as Tsunade frowned, noticing something amiss, she saw three lifeless corpses move and then, whoosh! In an instant, his body transformed into a giant tree. Seeing this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with anger. And yet they injected his body with Grandpa's would-release cells. Clearly, in order to unleash the power of three legendary Chunin impersonators, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Ito Tensei Jutsu not only selected Jonin as sacrificial victims but also injected them with would-release cells. The would-release cell injection was a foregone conclusion, but a Jonin with a similar physique could still endure for a short time, giving Ito Tensei an opportunity. This is also the key reason why the three legendary Chunin imposters were able to unleash such terrifying power. You old geezer. Suddenly, Jiraiya appeared behind the third Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru coldly said, you boast about being righteous, yet you do evil things just like Danzo. You are utterly deceitful. Suddenly, the Gross World Sword swung down with immense force, a beam of sword light cutting through the air. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the Konoha symbol, the Hokage Rock, and the portrait of the third Hokage suddenly exploded in the distance. The statue, symbolizing the third Hokage, had an X mark drawn directly on its face. Upon seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately flushed red. and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Whoosh! Evil! Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling to die, his eyes slowly closing. In his final moments, he still hadn't eliminated the Uchiha and had paid the price of his own clan and honor. Watching the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly close his eyes, it was clear that even in his final moments, he still hadn't realized his own shortcomings. The older they get, the more stubborn they become, especially the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who acted erratically. Finally, Jiraiya let out a weak sigh, looked at Uchiha Yoru, and said in a low voice, "I will personally bury this old man." Jiraiya had just returned from the Sarutobi clan, and at this moment he didn't know what to say. The extermination plan, a slightly modified version of Root's original Uchiha clan extermination plan, is perhaps best described as a cyclical retribution of karma. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage and the third Sechikage, Noki, looked at each other with heavy expressions. They knew that this time, the two sides absolutely had to form an alliance, and a more solid one at that, otherwise they would be completely unable to prevent the next wave of war launched by Uchiha Yoru. The tremors in Konoha gradually subsided, and this time, the elite Sand Village ninjas didn't even manage to penetrate the heart of the village, they were simply stopped. Sarutobi clan. Grandpa Uncle Asuma. Sarutobi Konohamaru trembled with fear as he looked at the chaotic scene in the clan territory, littered with corpses. He frantically ran through the streets. Konohamaru, terrified, screamed loudly, as if it could give him courage, and then he frantically fled towards home. At that moment, all he wanted was to take it home. At that moment, a figure appeared on the utility pole, crouching down and slowly revealing a pair of eerie Mangekyo Sharingan. The ninja reacted instinctively. Konohamaru quickly tilted his head. There was nothing on the utility pole, and he panicked and ran towards the house. "Grandpa!" A figure reappeared on the utility pole. It was Uchiha Itachi, his cold Mangekyo Sharingan now staring intently at the Sarutobi clan. If it weren't for Master Ya, would the Uchiha clan have ended up like this? Uchiha Itachi muttered to himself in silence, contemplating a terrifying possibility. What would Sasuke have done if he had rushed home in such a panic only to find everyone dead? For a split second, Uchiha Itachi trembled slightly, but at that moment, his Mangekyo Sharingan was filled with unwavering determination. Uchiha Itachi, I will absolutely not allow anyone to ruin Master Yato's ideals." Uchiha Itachi's figure disappeared, leaving a mess everywhere, and Sarutobi Konohamaru finally arrived at the door. But at this moment, Konohamaru's eyes were filled with fear as he saw the front door of the house wide open, with traces of fresh blood. His legs trembled as he slowly entered the room, and in an instant he saw a flash of cold light. "Uncle!" With blood all over his face, Sarutobi Asuma coldly and slowly emerged from the shadows, his chakra weapon, the flying swallow, gleaming with a chilling light. However, at this moment, the swallow flew up again, covered in fresh blood. "Uncle, all the clan members are dead." Konohamaru stared at his uncle in disbelief, but instinctively he still wanted to get closer, to find a sense of security. "Uncle." Just as Konohamaru was thinking of stepping forward to embrace the source of his own safety, a sudden flash of cold light streaked across his vision. His pupils widened, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he stared in disbelief at his uncle Asuma. His face was pierced as if by needles, fresh blood flowed down. The swallows had cut across his face and impaled him in the back through the wooden door. Phew! Sarutobi Konohamaru, equally terrified, slumped to the ground, fearfully staring at the curse that radiated a chilling aura. I'm Konohamaru, uncle." At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma revealed a mocking smile. The clan is truly rotten to the core. The warm, yellow liquid flowed out, and Asuma's expression grew even more disgusted, while Konohamaru was utterly terrified. "Ah, Uncle Saima, you!" Konohamaru, trembling as he spoke, felt his whole body go limp, lacking even the most basic instinct to flee, while Asuma coldly chuckled. "Indeed, the blood of this filthy family is all rotten." Because what? Konohamaru watched in fear as the figure drew closer, while Asuma let out a cruel, mocking laugh, "To prove my magnanimity. It seems that this filthy clan can no longer pique my interest." Sarutobi Asuma slowly walked past, facing Konohamaru as if he were looking at a piece of disgusting trash, and went directly to the door, drawing his flying swallow from the wooden door. Why did you want to massacre your own people?" Finally, somehow summoning his courage, Sarutobi Kanehamaru turned around and let out a frantic scream, but what greeted him was a pair of icy, close-range eyes, and at the same time, a sharp pain in his stomach. With a powerful punch to the stomach, Asuma grabbed Kanehamaru with one hand, holding him in front of his eyes, a cruel smile on his face. The person you are now has absolutely no value to kill. Sarutobi Asuma let out a cold laugh, tossing Kanehamaru aside like trash, then disgustedly wiping his hands before slowly walking outside, his cruel voice echoing through the room. My foolish nephew Kanehamaru. If you want to kill me, then hate me, resent me. Then just live on, keep running, just live on. And when you have the same magnanimity as me, then come find me. At that time, your work will have value. No. Kanehamaru's room was on the verge of collapse, tears and snot everywhere. He looked in horror at all the servants lying on the floor. As Sarutobi Asuma walked outside, tears streamed down his cruel face as he looked at Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi. Asuma. Jiraiya opened his mouth, his expression complicated, not knowing how to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, observing everything with cold indifference, understood even more clearly that this plan to exterminate his clan, from the moment it was formulated in the village, had been prepared for his Uchiha clan, only now it was being used against the Sarutobi clan. How are the ninjas of the Sand Village doing? Sarutobi Asuma uttered a hoarse sentence, and Jiraiya, in a low, silent voice, said the barrier that trapped the Sand Village ninjas, with the Aino Shikacho clans present, has been almost completely wiped out. As for the Sand Village ninjas outside the barrier, they've also been dealt with thoroughly. On one occasion, the Sand Village ninjas, having just attacked Konoha, encountered Jiraiya and his ninjas who had set up a barrier directly trapping the Sand Village ninjas within this area. While the Aino Shikacho clans were still trying to avoid the flames of war, they could only resist with all their might, and the Sarutobi clan, in particular, received special treatment from the Sand Village ninjas. The Sand Village ninjas believed that the Sarutobi clan betrayed them. However, all of this is over now. Although Sarutobi Asuma didn't massacre everyone, he slaughtered nearly half of the Jonin clan's families. The rest are either Sand Village ninjas or engaged in deadly combat. The three fell silent, and finally, Uchiha Itachi, standing beside them, said in a low voice, I'll go help Teacher Knight first. Seeing Uchiha Itachi turn to leave, Sarutobi Asuma said hoarsely, Jiraiya-sama has placed a barrier in my mind, preventing me from revealing even a shred of Konoha intelligence. But please spare Kanehamaru. Uchiha Itachi stopped in his tracks, turned his gaze coldly to Asuma, and uttered a sentence that silenced them all. If this plan is implemented within the Uchiha clan, will you spare the Uchiha children? Although Uchiha Itachi was the younger brother who was controlled under the tutelage of Uchiha Yoru, he still had deep affection for his clan. As Uchiha Itachi turned to leave, he suddenly uttered a sentence that caused Asuma, whose face was covered in blood, to show a grateful smile. However, Masteria has ordered that although the Sarutobi clan is guilty of treason and colluding with the enemy, they should not be exterminated. After uttering those words, Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished, but Sarutobi Asuma nodded excitedly, his expression filled with gratitude. Asuma, take advantage of the current chaos, because the village will soon issue a bounty on your head. Jiraiya sighed in frustration. He never imagined it would end like this. It was too ironic. Sarutobi Asuma took out his rogue ninja sword, marked the rogue ninja symbol on his forehead protector, lit a cigarette without a word, and headed out of the village. From then on, he had no home, and whether he would leave Konoha alive depended entirely on Uchiha Yoru's mercy. Too many things happened that day. The Sarutobi clan colluded with Sand Village ninjas to attack Konoha. The fourth Kazekage was the third Hokage in disguise, and this ninjutsu expert unleashed the forbidden Jutsu Ito Tensei. Later, in the legend of the ninja god, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Uchiha Madara, trained together in a great battle, becoming the new god of the ninja world. In the end, defeated, the god of the night declares his great name, ruling the final era. Konoha seemed as if it hadn't experienced any upheaval whatsoever. But everywhere on the rooftops were ninja jumping around. The entire police force was deployed for patrols, and outside the village there were even large squads of ninja patrolling. Photo of a large office building. Inside the office, Hundreds of ninjas continuously reported on their respective situations, while Uchiha Yoru calmly and steadily issued orders. All the ninjas of the Sand Village are to maintain a tight guard and simultaneously declare to the shinobi world that the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are at war without declaration. Any attempt at mediation or interference in this war will be considered a declaration of war. Urgently dispatch 8,000 ninja troops to the Land of Wind. Taking advantage of the Sand Village ninjas' massive losses and turmoil, launch a lightning attack. Attack the Sand Village ninjas. At the same time, 5,000 ninja were dispatched as reinforcements. This time, the main commander was Hada Kakashi, the deputy commander was Uchiha Shisui, and the remaining jonin were Mato Gai, Genma, Namiyashi Rado, Tatami Iwashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Hitsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko. They were to obey orders. Uchiha Yoru coldly looked at everyone, slowly taking out a scroll. Following the unannounced war in the Land of Wind, the Sand Village's heroic ninja, Parakura, dissatisfied with the war she brought to her country and ninja villages, has declared independence and is willing to join us for peace. Therefore, this is a joint operation. Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas are joining forces to quell the rebellion. Yes, a group of ninjas were terrified, directly deploying 13,000 ninja troops. This was practically a great war in the shinobi world. But what if the Sand Village ninjas rebelled the next moment? Or did Parakura declare independence? At this moment, they were all overjoyed. Those who could become jonin were not fools, and it was probably a trap from the very beginning. In this way, their talent and the logical progression of events led them to place the Fung Kingdom on the map. Lord Yoru, this time, the Sand Village ninjas participating in the Chunin exam as Jonin squad include Kankuro, Tamori, and Gaara, all of whom are children of the 4th Kazekage. What should we do about that? Someone brought up the issue, but Uchiha Yoru just nodded coldly. Do I really need to teach you this? Gaara, being the Sand Village's One-Tails Jinchuriki, joining the Jinchuriki in battle, you should all understand that the Sand Village ninjas have always considered it war from the very beginning, not a provocation. The Jinchuriki were imprisoned, closely guarded by the Uchiha clan's 3 Tamo Jonin, and monitored by the wood-released ninja Yamato. Even Kankuro and Tamori were captured. Yes, ninjas react with lightning speed, in the blink of an eye. Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas joined forces, and this massive war machine began to operate. A swarm of Konoha ninjas appeared at the border, seemingly having prepared in advance, along with countless war materials. Before Kakashi and his companions even reached the front lines, the Konoha army had already invaded the Land of Wind. But then, following Kakashi's arrival, he directly led his elite troops in a lightning-fast attack, and the ninja army directly stormed the outskirts of the Sand Village. As the fortified stronghold of the Sand Village ninjas, on the same day that the Sand Village ninja hero Purura rallied forces, a tremor was triggered, directly causing internal chaos. The Sand Village ninjas, once the strongest fortress, were all captured in a single day, leaving only a group of panicked Sand Village ninjas fleeing into exile in the shinobi world. But all of this happened so quickly, directly causing a sensation throughout the entire shinobi world. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, plotted a coup, using the Forbidden's Jutsu Ito Tensei to summon the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Toburama, and the shinobi world's Asura, Uchiha Madara. 3 legendary figures, Uchiha Yoruichi, fought against 3 opponents with her immense power, a terrifying display of combat power witnessed firsthand by over 10,000 people. This great battle was like a whirlwind sweeping across the entire shinobi world. At the same time, the Sand Village ninjas launched their first attack on Konoha, initiating the war and directly plunging the shinobi world into silence. Konoha began its counterattack, directly targeting the Sand Village's stronghold. In particular, the rebellion of the Sand Village ninja Parakura was the final straw that broke the camel's back for the Sand Village ninjas. In just a few short days, Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village's elite ninja joined forces and launched a lightning-fast attack on the shinobi world. The Sand Village ninjas were besieged, and the Land of Wind was directly placed on Uchiha Yoru's map. This battle was dubbed by the shinobi world as the lightning strike of the Sand Village ninjas. When the Sand Village ninjas were besieged, someone discovered the body of the 4th Kazekage, Ressa. It turned out that all of this was a coup plot orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. From the very beginning, this ninja hero Sarutobi Hiruzen first contacted the 4th Kazakage Rasa, intending to carry out a coup, but then the 4th Kazakage, while pursuing him, was ambushed by this ninja hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this ninja hero, also calculated the actions of the Sand Village ninjas. Uchiha Yoru deliberately spread this news because he wanted to use Sarutobi Hiruzen to attract the hatred of the Sand Village ninjas, since he was ultimately planning to take over the existence of the Land of Wind. At the same time, there was also a terrifying event happening in the shinobi world. That was Uchiha Yoru, the one revered by the shinobi world as the god of the night, who directly abolished the high and mighty daimyo. The ninja world was shaken, countless nations and daimyo were enraged, and some even considered uniting to wage war and eliminate an existence like Uchiha Yoru. However, the intelligence that reached every major ninja village caused all the village leaders to fall silent. Even the daimyo of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning were speechless. But the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning's great daimyo began to frantically and relentlessly drain the finances, expand the ninja villages, and increase their own military forces. At the same time, the shinobi world was in turmoil, and countless nations began secretly forming alliances. In the Land of Wind War, Uchiha Yoru occupied the moral high ground, a strategy known to the shinobi world as a counterattack. No one dared to speak up in support of the Fung Kingdom, and in a mere 28 days, the entire Fung Kingdom fell under enemy control. Only a stubborn group resisted, relying on the treacherous terrain of the Sand Village ninja exiled to the shinobi world. At the same time, the title of God of the Night once again shook the shinobi world, and this time no one questioned the title of God of the shinobi world. Konoha. On this particular day, the Hokage's office was crowded with countless people, especially ninjas, both from the Hidden Mist village and Konoha, filled with excitement and anticipation. From today onwards, I, Parakura, am the 5th Kazakage of the Sand Village, the Land of Wind. All that could be seen was the Kazakage raising his conical hat high. At that moment, Sakura glanced at everyone and shouted loudly, her perfect portrait overlapping the Hokage rock carved on her back. Countless figures cheered excitedly, and most of the Sand Village ninjas looked uncomfortable, but faced with such an atmosphere, they could only nod awkwardly. Up on the high platform, Uchiha Yoru was beaming with a smile, gazing at Sakura's beautiful back. What about the Sand Village ninjas' opinion? All the Sand Village Jonin ninjas and their families have moved to Konoha, enjoying better resources and conditions. Aren't you satisfied? If you're not considering yourself, you should at least consider your family and future generations. The Jonin below didn't even bother to look at him. This world has always been one of the strong prevailing over the weak. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi, the 5th Kazakage Parakura. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru revealed a strange feeling, as if he had a similar collecting obsession, and quickly gathered all 5 Kage. Rain Village. Gloomy under the sky, a grotesque statue perched on the tip of his tongue, Pain-Tendo sat coldly upright, gazing down at the suppressed village of Rain. Pain. At that moment, ripples appeared in the space behind them, and the masked figure of Obito emerged. Obito's mask appeared, and he said in a low voice, "You must be aware of Konoha intelligence regarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki." It was clear from their intelligence that Uzumaki Naruto was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but the appearance of Uzumaki Karen at this moment seemed a bit inappropriate. But at this moment, Pain-Tendo showed no sign of coldness, and said indifferently, "Your mind is in turmoil. You've forgotten Orochimaru." Orochimaru! Obito's masked eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Are you talking about Orochimaru's research?" Previously, the Land of Fire used Ninetales chakra to cultivate a pseudo-Ninetales Jinchuriki capable of unleashing Four Tails' fighting power. While it's surprising, it's not impossible that Orochimaru could cultivate an even more powerful Ninetales Jinchuriki. Pain-Tendu's cold voice echoed in his ears, and Obito, still wearing his mask, immediately narrowed his eyes. "You're right, that year I personally witnessed the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, sealing the Ninetales inside a child's body. He paid a heavy price to obtain the Biju, and Uzumaki Naruto couldn't possibly still be alive. Furthermore," Obito, wearing a mask, said with a cold laugh, "this Uzumaki Karen, who suddenly appeared, according to intelligence, has been hiding in the Sound Village behind Orochimaru all along. Looking at it, it's just another Orochimaru's test subject. Otherwise, how could Konoha possibly let go of the real Ninetales?" It was as if the two of them had seen through everything in the same way. However, Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation as a genius. Orochimaru's talent was enough to earn their respect and apprehension, but now they have lost the opportunity to win him over. 3 years after the Biju finish their work, the normal plan begins, and the Nine Tails will be handed over to you. Uchiha Madara. Pain Tendu's tone turned cold, and when he said Uchiha Madara, he emphasized it even more. Obito's mask naturally revealed his opponent's intentions. Now, without the mysterious aura of Uchiha Madara surrounding him, his aura was no longer that of the being Nagato once feared. Even so, the opponent has begun to question his strength. Behind Obito's mask, a cold, sarcastic smile appeared. Amir Ponhu, after acquiring the Rinnegan, had declared himself a god. How ridiculous. Sarutobi Asuma survived the massacre, but his strength is still barely sufficient to qualify him for membership. Bring him into the organization, and from now on, he'll be in the same team as you. Zetsu will be responsible for gathering intelligence in the shinobi world, especially regarding the whereabouts of any fallen Biju Jinchuriki. Not a single one can be left behind. Pain Tendo coldly delivered the order, an attitude that instilled resentment in the masked Obito, but he still said in a low voice, "Fine, I will properly guide the new recruit." But Sarutobi Asuma must also present his credentials. Previously, their arrogant behavior wouldn't have been a problem, but today, Konoha's Uchiha Yuru poses too great a threat, and the combined strength of the three great ninja villages has skyrocketed. At this point, if Sarutobi Asuma turns out to be a spy and reveals their intelligence, it would be dangerous. Konoha, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro all changed into Chunin vests, and all three were promoted to Chunin. At that moment, in the office, Uchiha Yuru coldly stared at the three people. From today onwards, you are all Chunin. Temari, you will lead the Jonin team led by Utsugi Yugao, one of Konoha's rare elite wind-release Jonin. Kankuro, I have reviewed your report. From today onwards, you are a member of the police department. Thank you, Lord Yuru. Temari and Kankuro respectfully nodded. They had experienced so much in the past month: imprisonment, the fall of the Sand Village ninjas, and the merger of the Land of Wind and Konoha. In particular, his father, the fourth Kazekage Ressa, was killed by the third Hokage, the old villain Sarutobi Hiruzen, so both of them harbor deep hatred for the Sarutobi clan. Especially since I heard that the Sarutobi clan still has remnants left. But they now faced a choice: either join or remain imprisoned. Finally, the calm and level-headed Temari reluctantly convinced her two younger brothers to surrender. The Sand Village ninjas were still there. It was just that they had a new Kazekage, and this Kazekage now had an extra god above him. In particular, the Chunin's devastating battle had shattered her rebellious spirit. Therefore, although Temari and Kankuro were separated, thinking that the Sand Village ninjas still existed, they forced a smile on their faces, and at this moment, both of them looked with concern towards his younger brother, Gaara. Gaara remained silent for over a month, his chakra sealed, and he lost his power, but he also felt the care and concern of his loved ones, Temari and Kankuro. It seemed as if a change had occurred. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yuru couldn't help but reveal a smile. Gaara's talent was undeniable, and he couldn't bear to waste it. This was something he had deliberately arranged. Gaara, from today onwards you join Team 7 of Hata Kakashi. Saturday team. At this moment, all three of them looked puzzled. They naturally knew Kakashi's team. Wasn't it also a three-person team? Facing the three skeptical men, Uchiha Yuru calmly said, "Izumaki Naruto is about to go train with Jiraiya, so the squad is short one member, and you, Gaara, are just the right person. If Shukaku inside your body is disobedient, you can go find your Jonin team leader, Kakashi. He also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan." In an instant, Temari and Kankuro silently understood that Hata Kakashi, a genius Jonin from Konoha and a current strongman in the shinobi world, possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan and was also Uchiha Yuru's trusted and capable assistant. Such a powerful ninja, a trusted confidant, clearly has the ability to monitor and keep an eye on the Jinchuriki's existence. To be reunited with the team, Gaara calmly and indifferently nodded his head. Okay. He had met Uchiha Sasuke before, during his time in prison. Uchiha Sasuke had also visited him and they had exchanged many words, so they could be considered somewhat familiar with each other. But just then, the office door suddenly swung open, and Uzumaki Naruto rushed in, visibly agitated. Lord Yoru, the surveillance team has discovered the whereabouts of teacher Suma. We request your permission to pursue him. Uzumaki Naruto, completely lacking in manners and upbringing, charged forward. Before Uchiha Yoru could even say anything, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara subtly frowned. A rude person will never be liked, especially by strangers. People who are familiar with each other, or rather friends, tend to accept some of each other's flaws. But right now, Asuma. Upon hearing that name, Uchiha Yoruichi frowned, her hands clasped together on the table, and she looked at Uzumaki Naruto, speaking in a low voice. Sarutobi Asuma, when facing the clan's intention to arm Deku, made a choice befitting a Konoha Jonin. Bearing his responsibilities, he chose to slaughter those involved in the coup, even though it resulted in the deaths of countless innocent people. But that is what it means to be a ninja. After Sarutobi Asuma escaped from Konoha, I didn't issue any arrest warrant, not even sending out rogue ninjas. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru showed a solemn expression. Sarutobi Asuma's spirit is admirable, but the Sarutobi clan's coup is also irrefutable evidence. Considering that military law is impartial, I will not pursue legal action against him. Uzumaki Naruto, you should understand your place. As for Uzumaki Naruto, well, he's in charge, and he's overflowing with idealistic worldviews, like a child's obsessive pursuit of their ideal world. But for adults, his ideas inspire respect, but that's all there is to it. Facing the enemy who killed his master, he chose forgiveness. He chose forgiveness for killing his enemy's parents. It seems that in this passionate Naruto, everyone truly understands each other, and all hatred can be set aside. With this kind of mindset, he even suspected that if Uzumaki Naruto were to get married later and be cheated on, he would still choose to forgive him. Lord Yoru, I beg you to help. At that moment, following the panicked and chaotic group of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Fire, the three of them rushed forward to restrain the agitated Naruto, while Nara Shikamaru respectfully pleaded with them. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression, tapping his fingers on the table. Finally, he said in a low voice, Asuma hasn't declared himself a rogue ninja, but he's still an extremely dangerous existence. If you insist on doing so, I can agree to let you go to the village to monitor Sarutobi Asuma, but there are no Jonin in the village right now who can cooperate with you. Uchiha Yoru's meaning was very clear. You are pursuing your own personal desires, and he would never possibly mobilize Jonin to assist you. Nara Shikamaru, with his quick reflexes, understood instantly and nodded gratefully, saying, Lord Yoru, rest assured, we sent a message to Uncle Yamanaka via carrier pigeon before we arrived. Uncle Yamanaka will be here when the time comes. However, Uchiha Yoru casually waved his hand to stop them from explaining. This is your private matter. Since Yamanaka Jonin has given his approval, you can leave. Lord Yoru, could we possibly invite some of our fellow villagers? Nara Shikamaru asked tentatively. Uchiha Yoru coldly looked up at the one-eyed brat, and in an instant, Nara Shikamaru broke out in a cold sweat. Maybe. Thank you, Lord Yoru. The Sarutobi clan was annihilated, and the Sand Village ninjas who attacked them paid a heavy price. His words just now were merely a probing inquiry, and Uchiha Yoru's nod of agreement signified that he would let go of the Sarutobi clan's ostracism, and that the fate of the Sarutobi clan would vanish into thin air. Shikamaru, let's hurry. Overwhelmed with emotion, Uzumaki Naruto impulsively dragged Nara Shikamaru and the others away, while Uchiha Yoru coldly waved his hand at Gaara's team. Temari instantly understood what was meant and immediately pulled her two younger brothers away. Stepping out of the skyscraper, Temari wiped away a cold sweat. Looking at her two younger brothers, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a smile of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Looking at Lord Yoru, who seems like the legendary figure, my heart feels empty. Facing his older sister, Gaara remained coldly silent. For him to have accomplished this much in this era was already quite an achievement. Kankuro, however, had a skeptical expression on his face and asked, What do you mean? Seeing her two worried younger brothers, Temari helplessly rubbed her forehead, and the three of them went to explain things to her at the same time. Kankuro, being able to join the police department proves you've gained initial trust. You've seen the situation now, and besides, don't hold grudges. Compare yourselves to each other. At this point, Tamari lifted her head, revealing a hint of melancholy in her smile as she gazed at the shady green trees of Konoha. Konoha, with its lush greenery and clear waters, isn't this what we Sand Village ninjas aspire to? Now we've achieved it, and all Sand Village ninjas have the opportunity to enjoy it. Before, we needed to seize it through war, and for so many years we haven't managed to seize even a fraction of it. But now we can enjoy the resources that our predecessors desired simply through our efforts. Under such overwhelming power, Tamori couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. So don't overthink it. The Sand Village ninjas are still around, and we can return to the Sand Village at any time. But once peace comes, all we need to do is strive to reach the Jonin rank, and then we can go to the fertile land of fire to live. Isn't that great? Kankuro fell silent, seemingly agreeing with what he said. Regardless, this time the Sand Village ninjas had made a mistake compared to their past, and moreover, the Sand Village ninjas were indeed doing better than before. Simply by paying the price of loyalty, and then striving to reach the rank of Jonin, one can enjoy the life that their predecessors have long dreamed of. Furthermore, Kankuro, you should be more honest. This isn't the Sand Village ninja territory. Our father, the fourth Kazakage, is gone, and there's no one to spoil us anymore. With a heavy tone, Tamari's eyes welled up with terrors as she looked at Kankuro. Therefore, to curb your bad temper, be honest, and since Lord Yoru has given us a chance, you should seriously train, and later find a Konoha girl to marry and have children. Facing his older sister's expectant gaze, Kankuro tilted his head slightly, but still spoke in a low voice. I know, sister, rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. After speaking to Kankuro, Tamari looked towards the youngest, and also the one she had once feared the most, her younger brother Gaara. A sunny smile appeared on her face as she gently stroked her brother's red hair. Gaara, don't think that being in Team 7 means you're under surveillance. As far as I know, Uchiha Sasuke is Lord Yoru's personal disciple, and Kakashi Jonin is Lord Yoru's most trusted assistant. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan can suppress the Shukaku within your body, and he's also a renowned strongman in the shinobi world. You must study hard. And there's Uchiha Sasuke, whose future I think you should know well. This is an opportunity Lord Yoru has given us, although it's also for all the Sand Village ninjas to see. So get along well with Uchiha Sasuke, and you'll be his companions in the future. Tamari made it very clear that, following this path, the Jonin and their companions would form a bond, and it wouldn't simply be a matter of integrating into Konoha, but rather a direct entry into the upper echelons. It must be said that Uchiha Yoru's treatment of powerful ninjas and Jinchuriki was absolutely no less than that of the Land of Lightning. It was as if he were nurturing heroes who were part of his own family. Favor? Gaara nodded silently, his words as precious as gold, yet they brought a radiant smile to Tamari's face, while Kankuro showed a look of shock. You don't need to worry about me. Itsugi Yugao is a renowned elite wind-release jonin, and even the strongest female wind-release ninja. Moreover, at this point, Tamari revealed a cheerful expression. Itsugi Yugao is Lord Yoru's confidant, so by following her and leading the jonin team, I not only won't waste my talent, but I might even become a future wind-release female jonin. There was no concealment. On the contrary, they were deliberately nurtured. This alone reveals Uchiha Yoru's potential. Such tactics also resulted in the collection of countless Sand Village ninja hearts. Ultimately, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro are the children of the former 4th Kazakage, and although they are now family, they fought a battle before, and the unresolved issues remain. But Uchiha Yoru's arrangement was the most reassuring, and countless Sand Village ninjas readily accepted it, especially the former 4th Kazakage's supporters, each of whom secretly nodded in approval. Konoha, Training Ground No. 34. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were immediately filled with apprehension upon seeing their new teammate, Gaara, a ninja from the Sand Village. Haruno Sakura, in particular, clearly harbored a sense of animosity. After all, she was used to being with Naruto, and now that he had suddenly replaced her, she naturally felt uncomfortable. In terms of status, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, was able to satisfy her immense vanity by making her reluctantly bow and kneel like a dog, just like a licking dog. Lord Yoru said that Uzumaki Naruto is about to go with Lord Jiraiya to train, so he asked me to join Team 7. The usually cold Gaara was speaking at length to someone for the first time, but his gaze was fixed on Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a proud, arrogant smile and extended his hand, saying, "Welcome, Sasuke." Haruno Sakura exclaimed in shock. How could the once arrogant Sasuke be so friendly to this Sand Village ninja? "Thank you." The two shook hands, Gaara rarely uttering words of thanks. Although Uchiha Sasuke has a somewhat arrogant personality, he still greatly admires Gaara, who is also a powerful individual, especially since he has spent a considerable amount of time interacting with him in prison. The two of them had some free time this month, so they got to know each other and had a certain foundation for friendship. "Sasuke." Just then, a passionate shout pierced the sky, instantly bringing a smile to Haruno Sakura's face. She saw the blonde-haired Uzumaki Naruto excitedly waving his hand and running towards her. "Finally, I found you." Uzumaki Naruto panted, excitedly watching Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, while Gaara was completely ignored beside them. "Sasuke, Sakura, quick, let's go help Shikamaru and Shoji track down teacher Asuma." Upon meeting the person who needed support, Uzumaki Naruto showed no sign of hesitation, his tone sounding as if it were the most natural thing in the world, excitedly saying, "Naruto, you better explain yourself properly." In front of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura directly let out a furious shout, venting the emotions in her heart. But when Uzumaki Naruto faced Sakura, he had a carefree, smiling expression on his face, completely unaware of how sycophantic he was acting. "Sakura is like this, teacher Asuma." After Uzumaki Naruto's explanation, Gaara remained coldly silent. Although he enjoyed killing, he wasn't stupid. Leaving the village to become a Jinchuriki was against the rules, and his identity was also extremely sensitive. Going to the village could easily lead to misunderstandings, such as accusations of betrayal and fleeing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke immediately snorted coldly, "Naruto, you must understand that although Sarutobi Asuma wasn't officially labeled a rogue ninja, he's still considered an extremely dangerous individual." Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke's heart was filled with even colder laughter. He was well aware of the Sarutobi clan's downfall. Master Knight had personally shown him the plan. Although brutal, this is what a ninja is. But when he learned about this plan and the Master's previous appearance, he was terrified. It turned out to be the Uchiha clan extermination plan. Therefore, how could he possibly feel sympathy for his family's enemy? "Sasuke, how could you do that?" At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke, as if he were recognizing his comrade for the first time. "We're all friends, Shikamaru, Shoji, and even teacher Asuma." But before Uzumaki Naruto could finish speaking, Uchiha Sasuke impatiently interrupted him. "Naruto, you must understand one thing. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and the Sarutobi clan have a long-standing feud with us Uchiha. And also, Sarutobi Asuma is not my teacher." The direct, cold rejection filled Uzumaki Naruto with fear. "Sasuke, we're all from the same village. We should understand each other. How could you?" Uchiha Sasuke, however, laughed coldly in anger and said, "I don't have the breasts of Uzumaki Naruto, so you can forgive even the death of your parents." "Sasuke, what do you mean by that?" Uzumaki Naruto stared at Sasuke in shock. Sasuke, equally unyielding, coldly stated, "Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, clearly possessing the Nine-Tails stealing jutsu, yet on the night of the Nine-Tails, he witnessed the fourth Hokage and his wife's sacrifice. That's the literal meaning." After the Chunin exam, many rumors spread, such as the third Hokage possessing the forbidden jutsu used by the fourth Hokage to seal the Nine-Tails. But during the Nine-Tails night, he watched helplessly as the fourth Hokage and his wife used this forbidden jutsu to their mutual destruction. Ultimately, the fourth died in battle, and the third emerged from seclusion to reclaim power. "Sasuke, how could you say that?" Uzumaki Naruto rarely showed any signs of anger, and Haruno Sakura, standing beside him, hurriedly shouted, "Naruto, stop, stop, you shouldn't fight." And so, Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Uchiha Sasuke by the collar. While Sasuke gradually glared coldly at Naruto, the two were now filled with tension. "Indeed, you, who have never had parents, how could you possibly understand the feeling of having and then losing them? In your heart, your third brother is just a kind and gentle family member." Uchiha Sasuke spoke as coldly as ever. Even so, you, the so-called Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi allies, who conspired with the Sarutobi clan to drive out our Uchiha clan and divide our resources, why didn't you stand up for them? Now that this has happened, and Teacher has magnanimously let Asuma go, you still want to pursue him back. What are your intentions? Sarutobi Asuma has returned. What do you intend to do? Have you considered the consequences? Enraged, Uchiha Sasuke directly pushed Uzumaki Naruto aside. You're such a simple idiot. What did Sarutobi Asuma do? What did the Sarutobi clan do? Think about the consequences. Since you're so slow-witted, I'll tell you what the consequences will be. Uchiha Sasuke looked down from above, gazing angrily at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting on the ground glaring at him. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He was so stupid, and he actually considered him a comrade. It was truly ridiculous. I previously mentioned Sarutobi Asuma's actions. He personally annihilated the Sarutobi clan. Regardless of the perspective, would anyone still believe such a person? Could he possibly gain anyone's forgiveness? You're saying Shikamaru and Shoji were truly just trying to get their teacher back. I'll tell you, they want to ask Asuma in person why he betrayed their clan, causing them such heavy losses and countless loved ones to die in the flames of war. There's also the Sarutobi clan involved. The third Hokage plotted to assassinate the fourth Kazekage, and now the Sand Village ninjas are all one family. What's your intention in bringing Asuma back now? To plunge the village into internal conflict? If Sarutobi Asuma and the Sand Village ninjas clash, tell me, how do you intend to resolve it? Facing Uchiha Sasuke's relentless pressure, Uzumaki Naruto roared in anger. Sasuke, I absolutely cannot forgive your selfish thoughts. Just for your so-called potential, you want us to abandon our comrades and our teacher. No matter what Teacher Asuma does, he's still our teacher. And besides, the war is over. I believe that as long as the Sand Village ninjas and we understand each other, we'll all be one family. It's hard to play, but my heart is full of understanding for each other. I've never considered other people's feelings, Uzumaki Naruto said loudly and boisterously. Meanwhile, Gaara, observing silently, didn't say a word. He had little affection for his so-called fourth Kazekage father. In fact, his hatred outweighed his affection. However, he feared his sister and brother would seek revenge if they found out. Sasuke, you're being too selfish. I trust Shikamaru and Shoji. At that moment, Naruto let out a roar, and the next instant his body transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed, while Uchiha Sasuke coldly snorted, idiot, using shadow clones to beg for help from that so-called worthless comrade. Shikamaru is using him and he doesn't even realize it. Sasuke and Naruto confirmed they were going to seek help from other friends. Sakura, normally very sharp and quick-witted, instantly realized that Uzumaki Naruto must have other shadow clones searching for and recognizing their companions. Sasuke, let's block the main gate of Konoha. We can't let our comrades be dragged down into this. Haruno Sakura still has a brain. You, Uzumaki Naruto, can act recklessly and impulsively because you have the fourth Hokage as your father, but they can't. Once you get involved in this, and you provide support, you will later have to face the hatred of the Sand Village ninjas. HMPH. Sasuke snorted coldly, although he didn't say anything. His actions and body language made it all clear. However, before leaving, Uchiha Sasuke still said one thing to Gaara. Let's block their way first. You go tell Teacher Yi. Uchiha Sasuke wasn't consumed by endless hatred. His mind was sharp. What seemed like an ordinary matter turned out to be a task that could earn Gaara's trust and affection. Inside Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, in his reckless and impulsive nature, eagerly sought help from familiar classmates, without giving any thought to the consequences of his actions. Even Initsuka-ga, after hearing about it, turned pale. He didn't want to get involved in this matter either. Ultimately, Sarutobi Asuma's identity was too sensitive, becoming entangled in politics, and the Sand Village ninjas rose to power. Within the Fire Kingdom's borders, the trees provide cool, shady shade. Four figures swiftly moved through the forest, and Uzumaki Naruto suddenly froze, the smile on his face stiffening slightly. This scene did not escape Nara Shikamaru's notice. He pretended not to know what was happening and continued to run quickly. Everyone remember, teacher Asuma's emotions are extremely unstable, so absolutely no mention of the Sarutobi clan should be made. Narashikamaru is undeniably intelligent, but he is also emotional, and his feelings for his teacher, Sarutobi Asuma, are extremely deep. This time he knew full well the consequences of pursuing them, but what did the Ainu Shikacho clans have left now? Chunin and the Sand Village ninja charged straight ahead, directly confronting their clan's territory. Immediately afterwards, a barrier was erected, and all the elite Sand Village ninja engaged in battle within their clan's territory. Therefore, it can be said that their clans themselves harbor deep hatred towards the Sand Village ninjas, so the Ainu Shikacho clans don't care about this point. For Sarutobi Asuma, Shikamaru's inner feelings were also filled with complexity. He knew he couldn't get what he wanted, but he wanted to know the whole truth. So many family members had died in his clan, he wanted to know everything. He acted selfishly on a whim just once. In the original story, Shikamaru's act of seeking revenge for Asuma was, frankly, a selfish one. At that time, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, had explicitly forbidden it due to the extreme danger involved. Even revenge required careful planning. The 10th squad set off under the cover of darkness, essentially acting on their own initiative. Tsunade knew about this, and if Kakashi hadn't volunteered to join, she absolutely wouldn't have agreed. Uzumaki Naruto, the last one who didn't manage to pull himself up. Meanwhile, in the Konoha skyscraper office building, Tsunade, Parakura, and Mei Terumi frowned as they looked at the group of Chunin who had come to report to them. Aburangshino, Inatsuka, Lee, Neji, Tenten, and Sasuke are all here too. Hokage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, the 10th Division has discovered Sarutobi Asuma's whereabouts. Upon hearing the report, Mei Terumi immediately turned her head, acting as if she hadn't heard anything. She wasn't going to get involved in this troublesome matter. As Sakura and Tsunade exchanged glances, both feeling quite troubled, Asuma's identity was rather sensitive. In other words, the 10th group consists of Narashikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Fire, and Uzumaki Naruto for individuals in total, right? At this moment, Tsunade crossed her fingers, revealing her rose-red fingernails, her pleasant face and serious expression reflecting her solemnity as she reported to everyone present. Tsunade immediately turned to look at Pakura and said in a low voice, according to intelligence, Sarutobi Asuma fled Konoha and has been hiding within the Land of Fire. But he has been secretly in contact with a mysterious organization. This organization must be Akatsuki, a mysterious masked group with Mangekyo Sharingan and would release bloodline abilities. Tsunade directly revealed the dangerous nature of this mission, and upon hearing it, Sakura frowned, as she was aware of the details of this clan massacre. Sarutobi Asuma did all of this himself because he wanted to preserve some of the Sarutobi clan's bloodline in the village. This time, besides Konohamaru, several other families were also left behind. This time, there's a high probability that a mysterious figure will arrive first. You must know that this person is the culprit behind the Ninetales catastrophe, a level S threat. The three exchanged glances, and finally Tsunade said in a low voice, I have decided to have the 6 Jonin from the village headed Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Mado Gai, Momochi Zabuza, Yui Kurenai, and Baki join forces to rescue Uzumaki Naruto. Lord Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's words made it clear that they also wanted to join in. Seeing this, Tsunade covered her forehead and waved her hand, saying, this job relies on Kakashi as the main person. You all must follow Kakashi's orders. Yes. At this moment, a group of newly promoted Chunin, the young and strong ones, displayed resolute smiles. Perhaps their strong inner selves made them unwilling to shy away from confrontation. Even if they encounter an opponent from a different dimension, they can still join forces with them. Even if they can't defeat them, they don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. Moreover, this time there were also their classmates present, some of whom wanted to rescue their own classmates. Watching everyone leave, Tsunade couldn't help but frown, and Sakura beside her whispered, the Akatsuki organization. Not bad. Asuma mentioned earlier that the Akatsuki organization contacted him. Tsunade nodded in agreement, and Mei Terumi, thinking of the mysterious masked man, a murderous glint appeared in her eyes. Who knows, we might have a fierce battle later. But did Sarutobi Asuma really let him go? Just then, Uchiha Yoru's figure appeared, looking at the 3/5 Hokage and casually saying with a laugh, "He's just a minor character." Besides, Sarutobi Asuma joining the Akatsuki organization will also benefit the village and maintain peace and stability. If we were to put the Sand Village ninjas of the Land of Wind on the map this time, and ask who the Sand Village ninjas hated the most, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. But today, the Sarutobi clan is finished. Only a few kittens remain, and moreover, they are in the village, so they can only suppress their hatred. At this crucial moment in the shinobi world, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, who caused the death of their 4th Kazekage and the deaths of so many of their people, had joined a terrorist organization. Resentment is transferred. At that time, Uchiha Yoru had unified the 3 great nations of the Land of Fire, the Land of Water, and the Land of Wind, along with the 3 great ninja villages. And his military strength had already manifested itself, exerting an aura of dominance over the entire ninja world. The entire shinobi world was in turmoil, believing that the enemy's next goal was to unify the shinobi world and wage war. However, at this moment, Uchiha Yoru released a piece of news. Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village, and the Hidden Sand Village, the 3 great ninja villages, strive for peace and will not be the first to instigate a great ninja war. However, if anyone initiates a great ninja war for the sake of peace, Uchiha Yoru will lead the 3 great ninja villages to unify the ninja world, completely ending the turmoil that has shaken the entire ninja world. This announcement spread throughout the shinobi world, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. Some people also felt that this was just an excuse for Uchiha Yoru's paralysis, that he was currently only digesting the recently conquered Sand Village ninjas of the Wine Country. Once he had digested everything, given Uchiha Yoru's domineering personality, he wouldn't stand idly by. Uchiha Yoru's seemingly sensible statement was basically disbelieved by everyone, and he only managed to deceive ordinary ninjas and civilians. The entire shinobi world fell silent. He wasn't there, because that suited everyone's interests. Following Uchiha Yoru's unification of the 3 great nations and the merger of the 3 great ninja villages, the ninja world was clearly engulfed in a storm of suppressed activity. Many people secretly began stockpiling supplies, and the ninja world's economy was instantly shaken beyond repair. There was a saying that, at the very least, could temporarily stabilize the economy of the shinobi world and restore the former period of peace. The 3rd Sechikage Noki shook his head and sighed. He might have believed it if Senju Hashirama had said it, how incredibly powerful he was. But Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Madara are too similar. The more the student surpasses the teacher in personality, the more domineering they become, and the more powerful their methods, especially in winning people's hearts. He could only pray that Uchiha Yoru and Tsunade would fall out, leading to another great battle, just like the one between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, after which the immense pressure hanging over the shinobi world would disappear. Konoha. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Uchiha Yoru gazed at the peaceful village, his eyes filled with a hint of longing. War. His words were clearly aimed at restoring the economy from its turmoil. Only with economic stability could talent grow and mature rapidly. It has gotten to the point where the question is, whoever strikes first starts the war. Haha, wouldn't Akatsuki still be around then? He could easily use the excuse of peace in the shinobi world to launch a war of unification. Even without Akatsuki, there might be an excuse, one that could appear at any time. Obito, 3 years from now I'll give you a real shock. With a sinister smile, Uchiha Yoru's figure vanished from Hokage Rock, as if he had never been there. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, the architecture, once permeated with the aura of the Sarutobi clan, was now eerily quiet. This place, once the Sarutobi clan's shrine within the Land of Fire, now exudes an air of desolation, seemingly foreshadowing the Sarutobi clan's demise. Every year, the Sarutobi clan would hold a lively shrine worship ceremony, but this year, only the wind could be heard. Asuma, your choice. Obito, wearing the Akatsuki mask, spoke coldly, while Asuma, standing before the shrine, looked even more haggard, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. As the dust settled, a fleeting glance revealed a bloodshot glint in his twisted, frenzied eyes, emitting a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Taking a deep breath, the mist escaping from Obito's mask, Sarutobi Asuma twisted his twisted, perverse smile downwards, and slowly drew out his chakra weapon, the flying swallow. Join. Sarutobi Isuma chose to join the mysterious Akatsuki organization for two reasons. Firstly, to atone for his clan's sins, and secondly, to use his own merits to help Kanehamaru have a better life. Haha, let me see how determined you are. Obito's mask revealed a sinister smile, and the Mangekyo Sharingan that was exposed suddenly rippled. After a wave of spatial distortion passed, three bound figures appeared before him. At this moment, the three individuals' chakra was sealed. Their hands and feet were bound, and even their mouths were gagged, allowing them to only emit muffled sounds. When Sarutobi Isuma saw the three of them, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Obito's mask now revealed a smiling expression. Isuma, you must know them. The heads of the three great clans, Narashikaku, Akimichi Chusa, Yamanaka Leaf, and Aino Shikacho. You're mistaken. It should be those three dilapidated clan leaders. Guess where I found them? Haha, you probably wouldn't guess that the three clan leaders were secretly following their juniors, and that your disciple was also trailing them. Obito's mask revealed a mocking, scrutinizing laugh as he grabbed the heads of the three men kneeling on the ground, bound by ropes. Isuma, you must hate them. If they had fully supported us, how could the Sarutobi clan have suffered such a fate? And don't you want to know why every move of the Sarutobi clan is under Uchiha Yoru's watchful eye? While playing chess with the third Hokage, aren't you surprised that Uchiha Yoru always had the upper hand? At this point, Obito's mask revealed a sarcastic laugh. Grabbing Norishikaku's head, this so-called Konoha brain, the smartest brain of all, can probably tell you everything. At this moment, the three of them struggled and writhed, but Sarutobi Isuma's face gradually revealed a twisted, cruel smile as he listened to Obito's provocation. Looking at those three, it seems they want to trade my head for the future of their family. Isuma wasn't stupid. The three clan leaders, Aino, Shika, and Sho, were secretly pursuing him, clearly intending to detain him and use him to secure the future of their clan. Although it's shameless, it's for the survival of the family. Moreover, even if he were killed by a Konoha ninja now, no one would say anything. A murderer must be killed forever. Sarutobi Isuma exhaled a puff of smoke, then looked at the three men and smirked. Three of you, you want to fight for the future of your clan, and similarly, I want to fight for Kanehamaru's future. Under Obito's bright red Mangekyo Sharingan mask, Sarutobi Isuma revealed a ferocious smile. His mind had been tormented for days, and now, with the slight allure of Genjutsu, he unleashed his deepest desires. When Narashikaku, bound in his own form, witnessed this scene, his face turned ashen, as if he had given up on everything. He knew his plan had gone wrong. This time, his clandestine visit was actually part of a well-thought-out strategy. With Uzumaki Naruto around, the village couldn't possibly stand idly by. They will definitely send powerful individuals, and by then, the mysterious Akatsuki organization will naturally have someone capable of resisting them, regardless of success or failure. Although Aino Shikacho carries a notorious reputation, they will also have offered their heads as a testament to their past. But because this mysterious masked man miscalculated, the ninja possessed immense power capable of changing everything. He hadn't anticipated being discovered so early, nor had he expected that, even with the three of them working together, they would have little chance of counterattacking against their opponent. It was then that he was horrified to discover just how vast the difference in power between different types of ninjas was. Teacher Isuma. In front of Sarutobi's shrine, Narashikamaru and his group, who were rushing towards them, saw that weathered figure with his back to them. Narashikamaru, who had always been known for his intelligence, couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. But the next moment, Narashikamaru, Yamanaka Fire, Akimichi Choji, and Uzumaki Naruto were all terrified. Sarutobi Isuma was seen with three familiar figures bound and kneeling on the ground, their bodies covered in explosive tags. When he turned his head for a moment, he saw Sarutobi Isuma's eyes were bloodshot, revealing a hint of madness. Shikamaru, Choji, you've arrived. Meanwhile, Obito, wearing a mask on the shrine's rooftop, watched the scene with a thoughtful smile. After a mental breakdown, I wonder what kind of interesting events will unfold. Sarutobi Isuma killed himself and, after fleeing Konoha, remained at the clan shrine repenting. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but the suppressed mental torment was relentlessly agonizing him every hour and every minute. If it weren't for Kanehamaru, he would have broken down long ago. Asuma is not an Uchiha, and his intense, fluctuating emotions can be expressed through his Sharingan. Therefore, after Obito used a slight trick while wearing the mask, the madness in Asuma's heart was completely unleashed. "Teacher Asuma, what are you trying to do?" Uzumaki Naruto screamed in terror, and everyone else understood the gravity of the situation. Only he remained alive, lost in his own world. Sarutobi Asuma, with a maniacal grin, looked down at his favorite disciple, Nara Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, your father is following you. I think you're smart enough to have figured that out. Your father, Nara Shikaku, plotted against his own son because he wanted to be a teacher, but now teachers want to too. You three clans still have so many people alive, but how many do my Sarutobi clan have left? For Kanehamaru's sake, I want to do something too." The others were unaware of what was happening. Nara Shikamaru, drenched in cold sweat, stared at his captured father, filled with rage and anger. At this moment, he finally regretted not possessing greater strength. "Teacher Asuma, I don't want to." "Shikamaru, what exactly is going on here?" Besides Naruto, who was still dreaming and didn't know what was happening, even Akimichi Choji was dreaming. But seeing his father tied up, he was filled with worrying. "Everyone stay calm. Asuma is no longer the teacher we once were. He's a very dangerous individual." Nara Shikamaru's IQ truly lives up to his reputation as one of the strongest of the 12 genin. He calmly and directly assessed the current situation. "Shikamaru, how could teacher Asuma tie up our father?" Akimichi Choji was still vaguely terrified, while Nara Shikamaru, with a grim expression, said in a low voice, "Our father, for the sake of the clan's future, chose to scheme against us, betraying our teacher. Similarly, Asuma also wants to use this to secure a better future for his clan." "Dad!" At this moment, facing Sarutobi Asuma, he revealed a sinister smile and clapped his hands. "Not bad. Shikamaru, your brain is as useful as ever. Choji, your father wanted my head as the teacher in exchange for the future of the village's family. Now the teacher wants to use your father's head as the teacher's future. What do you think we should do?" "That's not right." At this point, amidst the gasps of astonishment from everyone, Sarutobi Asuma grabbed the chakra weapon, the flying swallow, and placed it against Akimichi Chusa's neck, causing a trickle of fresh blood to flow out. "Choji, trade your head for your father's." "How about it?" Asuma's face wore a maniacal grin, while Yamanaka's eyes blazed with rage. "Let go of my father." I know Shikacho and Asuma spent relatively little time together. In the original Shippuden series, their feelings for each other developed over many years. But now among the group, only Nara Shikamaru was quick-witted enough to develop feelings for Asuma early on. "Choji, don't act rashly. Yamanaka, look at Asuma's eyes. He's completely insane. You absolutely shouldn't trust his words." At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes were filled with a fierce, bloodshot rage, sending chills down people's spines. "No, that's my father." At this point, Nara Shikamaru was completely unable to stop Yamanaka Fire and Akimichi Choji, who were both rushing forward. But at that very moment, Nara Shikamaru, suddenly worried, swung out to kunai and shouted, "Naruto! Teacher Asuma!" Uzumaki Naruto let out a loud shout and charged forward, while Shikamaru's two kunai missed Asuma. But at this moment, the scene came to a standstill. Two kunai flew towards him. One hilt instantly transformed into Uzumaki Naruto's figure with a loud crack, while the other kunai directly impaled Asuma's shadow. Magical simulation ball. Success. Cold sweat trickled down Nara Shikamaru's forehead. He looked like he'd just survived a near-fatal accident, gasping for breath. It all happened in the blink of an eye. But in fact, those two kunai were also used to enhance his shadow manipulation technique. Not only that, but there was also a shadow-based secret technique. The kunai pinned Asuma's shadow in place with a double layer of protection. There's also Uzumaki Naruto, a triple layer of protection. Shikamaru succeeded. Meanwhile, in midair, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly burst into laughter and shouted loudly, "Shadow Clone Jutsu!" In an instant, more than a dozen Naruto clones appeared, surrounding Sarutobi Asuma, accompanied by Naruto's loud shouts. But then, in an instant, Shikamaru's smile froze on his face as he saw Asuma, knocked down by Uzumaki Naruto, become like a wooden stake. Careful! Nara Shikamaru suddenly let out a loud scream, but Akimichi, Choji, and Yamanaka, who were saving people, instinctively dodged, but with a whoosh, blood splattered everywhere. Yamanaka stared wide-eyed in disbelief at her own stomach. Kara, using her wind attribute to investigate, flashed down, and a flying swallow directly pierced her body. At the same time, Akimichi Choji was suddenly struck in the stomach. His eyes bulged out, his mouth gaped open, and all the food he had not yet digested in his stomach was vomited out. Choji! At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, witnessing this scene, roared in anger, but Asuma, who had just appeared, glanced back and smirked, revealing a cruel smile. Fire release, dust accumulation, and burning. Naruto, run! Nara Shikamaru shouted hoarsely and desperately, but it was all too fast. From the moment they launched their attack to Asuma's counterattack, it was so quick that they basically had no chance. Sarutobi Asuma was seen spewing a large amount of gray mist from his mouth, obscuring the bloodshot eyes that revealed madness. He lightly brushed against the flint stone hidden between his teeth, and a spark of fire instantly flickered. Boom! In an instant, the high temperature caused dust and debris to rise into a raging inferno, and through the smoke came Uzumaki Naruto's agonizing screams, along with the sound of his shadow clones dissipating. Magical simulation ball. At the crucial moment, Nara Shikamaru used his shadow jutsu to directly connect with Naruto. Then he frantically retreated backward, and Naruto also ran out of the fog. But it was still too late. Uzumaki Naruto had large patches of burns on his face and arms, with layers of skin burned away, a truly terrifying sight. But for a ninja, this is merely a superficial wound. Dear Shikamaru! Yamanaka's desperate, hoarse cries for help echoed down, as he was completely pinned to the ground by the overwhelming wind attribute chakra of the flying swallows, and blood gushed from his mouth. What made people even more desperate was Choji Sarutobi. Asuma's face showed a smile, but his eyes revealed a madness. Choji, the teacher knows you have the kindest heart. Helping the teacher is also for the sake of the clan, isn't it? The teacher also wants to do the same for the clan. Moreover, there are so many people left in your Ainu Shikacho clans, but the teacher's clan only has Konohamaru left. With a cruel, crazed look in his eyes, Choji stared in terror at the teacher before him, who seemed like a demon in human skin. Teacher Asuma. Nara Shikamaru shouted hoarsely and weakly, but the only response he received was Asuma turning his head to look at those bloodshot eyes that sent shivers down his spine, revealing a madness. Shikamaru, your teacher knows you're the smartest, so this time, your teacher will play another game with you. Let's gamble their lives. With a bloodthirsty grin, Sarutobi Asuma, amidst Naruto's furious roar and Shikamaru's terrified gaze, pulled out a stack of explosive tags. With a cruel smile, Sarutobi Asuma slowly rolled up the explosive tag, then shoved it directly into Choji's mouth, while simultaneously gripping his throat with one hand. Akimichi Choji struggled desperately to get down, but this stack of explosive tags was swept up and swallowed directly into his stomach. He had absolutely no ability to resist. Choji shouldn't struggle. The teacher will be very gentle. The steel wire directly bound Akimichi Choji, and at the same time, Sarutobi Asuma conveniently threw for kunai, instantly pinning Yamanaka's limbs to the ground. Shikamaru, now is the time for you to make your choice. With a cruel smile, Sarutobi Asuma grasped the flying swallow in one hand, and sharp wind attribute chakra surged forth, engulfing the few people before him. Your father, your uncle, or your companion, you can only choose one. Asuma, with a twisted grin, stood opposite Nara Shikamaru, whose face was deathly pale and whose cold sweat dripped down incessantly, while Uzumaki Naruto beside him was filled with rage. Teacher Asuma, how could you treat your own comrades and students like that? It's outrageous. Enraged, Naruto's eyes gradually transformed into beastly pupils, and his body slowly emitted an ominous red chakra aura. Seeing this, Asuma's mocking smile only intensified. So you're the Ninetales Jinchuriki, you little brat. Naruto. Suddenly, such a terrifying aura emanated from him, and Shikamaru quickly stopped him. He was afraid of provoking Naruto, fearing that a single misstep could lead to an irreversible situation. Meanwhile, far away at the shrine's rooftop, Obito, wearing a mask, mockingly watched the game unfold. Upon seeing Naruto unleash the Nine-Tails chakra, one of his eyes revealed a knowing expression. Ha, Orochimaru, you truly are a genius. You even managed to train a fake Jinchuriki. However, it seems you made a mistake this time. Obito, wearing his mask, looked mockingly at Uzumaki Naruto in the distance. With his unsettling chakra, beast eyes, and everything he had witnessed firsthand, he naturally understood that Uzumaki Naruto was the true Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Karin's vortex is nothing more than a fake, or rather, a weapon cultivated by Uchiha Yoru. Hurry up, Shikamaru. You can only choose one of these people. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma, showing a hint of neuroticism, burst into loud laughter, and the flying swallows fluttered back and forth in front of the group. Your father is here, your uncle who watched you grow up, and your companions. Who will you save first? Yes, your companion Yamanaka's fire cannot be delayed. With a mocking look in his eyes, Yamanaka, weakened by the fire, groaned softly. It was clear he had lost too much blood, and any further exertion would cost him his life. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru was sweating profusely. He realized for the first time that his intelligence was completely useless in this situation. If he possessed incredible strength, perhaps he could have resolved this problem. Make a decision quickly. No, Teacher Asuma, I'll gamble with you. Necessity is the mother of invention. Nara Shikamaru, his face full of urgency, immediately threw away the bag he had been peeling and simultaneously raised both hands. Nara Shikamaru hastily chimed in, while Asuma flashed a smile. Good, let's gamble their lives on the first round. But you can stop now. Sarutobi Asuma glared furiously at Shikamaru, raising his hand to stop him, while simultaneously grinning menacingly and pointing at Yamanaka's flames. Shikamaru, aren't you the most skilled at using Shadow Jutsu? Then now, I invite you to use your own Shadow Jutsu to control Yamanaka's flames and rescue your comrades, your father, and your uncle. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. If you cut even one of these wires incorrectly, Sarutobi Asuma said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Bang, I think you should understand the power of explosive spells. As Sarutobi Asuma lowered his head with a cheerful smile, he slowly kicked away the dust beneath his feet, immediately revealing several explosive tags that had been buried underground, each connected by a fine steel wire. Narashikaku, Akimichi Chusa, and the previous generation Ainu Shikacho were both bound tightly with fine steel wires. Shikamaru, quickly save my father. Akimichi Choji was directly kicked to the ground, struggling to get up. He hurriedly spoke to Shikamaru, but with the dense network of wire traps, he had no idea what to do. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes blazed with madness as he stared intently at Uzumaki Naruto, slowly pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. I'm Shikamaru, a good student. You have one more cigarette, and 0 time left. Shikamaru! Uzumaki Naruto called out anxiously, while Nara Shikamaru was also sweating profusely. He knew this was the only solution at the moment. Magical Simulation Ball. In an instant, the shadow and Yamanaka's fire merged, and Nara Shikamaru, maintaining his bizarre posture, had his brain spinning at the fastest speed it had ever been since birth. Teacher Asuma, we are a single entity. Could you get Choji to come and help us? Nara Shikamaru kept calling out to the teacher from beginning to end, trying to awaken Asuma's conscience. But unfortunately, Asuma's spirit had long since broken down under the pressure. Even under Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan's temptation, he was not just a mentally ill person venting his frustrations. Sarutobi Asuma lifted both legs, and after witnessing this scene, Shikamaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but failed to notice the mocking, cruel glint in Asuma's eyes. Shikamaru! Struggling and rolling around, Akimichi Choji hurriedly shouted for help, while Nara Shikamaru calmly began giving orders. Choji immediately used fire to stop the bleeding in Yamanaka, and also draw out the kunai. After a series of maneuvers, Yamanaka was now on the verge of unconsciousness, while Nara Shikamaru calmly controlled her body and moved her to stand before their father. Choji, I want you to tell me the direction of these steel wires. Shikamaru, my father has steel wires on him, Nara-kun. As time passed, minute by minute, Shikamaru had largely figured out the intricate wire-guided explosive trap. He calmly instructed, Choji, this is a 3-tiered trap. I want you to cut 2 of the wires, and I'll handle 1. Can you do that? Dear Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji said, trembling, but finally nodded and said, "I can do it." "Okay, I'll shout 3 times, and we'll cut together." As time passed, Nara Shikamaru's chakra was greatly depleted. His face turned pale and covered in sweat, while Akimichi Choji, also feeling anxious, nodded firmly, because he had just seen Shikamaru make a familiar gesture. It was a gesture they only knew the meaning of when they played games together as children. 1, 2. As the two shouted, in an instant, Shikamaru and Choji suddenly cut through the steel wire, and at the same time, Uzumaki Naruto, standing next to Shikamaru, was instantly blown away by the impact, turning into white smoke. Shadow Clone Technique. Rasengan. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos emerged from the nearby forest, each with a furious expression, and each wielding a powerful Rasengan. Teacher Asuma. Suddenly, a scene unfolded, and Sarutobi Asuma hastily retreated, simultaneously unleashing his ninjutsu. Fire release, dust accumulation, and burning. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted, but because there were over 100 Uzumaki Narutos at once, coupled with the frantically spitting Rasengan, they directly swept the dust up. Following Asuma's fire release technique, only the first dozen or so Uzumaki Narutos were burned to ashes, while the remaining Uzumaki Narutos continued to charge forward, shouting and attacking frantically. From afar, Obito, wearing a mask, watched this scene unfold and a look of sudden understanding appeared on his face. So that's how it is, but will this Nara brat be able to figure it out next? Shikamaru. Transformation technique. Akimichi Choji let out a loud shout, and in an instant his hands grew larger, directly grabbing his father and Nara Shikaku and trying to escape, while Yamanaka, controlled by shadows, lifted his father up. But at that very moment, the crisp sound of the steel wire snapping echoed, and Nara Shikamaru's face turned pale with terror. Roaring. In the blink of an eye, only a flash of fire remained, and the Yamanaka father and son let out a blood-curdling scream as they were engulfed in the sea of flames. Are not! Shikamaru, hurry! Akimichi Choji wasn't having an easy time either, because the distance was too close, and his large hand was instantly burned. But he still managed to restrain himself and quickly threw the two fathers to Shikamaru. Father! Nara Shikamaru rushed forward, seeing his father covered in explosive tags, and quickly stripped off his clothes. Meanwhile, Akimichi Chusa beside him was showing signs of agony, his stomach swelling up uncontrollably. Father! Choji, don't come any closer! At that moment, Akimichi Chusa roared, watching his son try to come and save him. He quickly pushed Choji away with his hand. At that moment, Nara Shikaku's restraints were instantly broken, and he hurriedly shouted, "Shikamaru, run!" In the next instant, Nara Shikaku's pupils turned a vivid red, and under Shikamaru's terrified gaze, his father's eyes revealed the appearance of the Sharingan. Are not! But then, in an instant, with a loud bang, Akimichi Chusa's stomach exploded, a rain of blood splattering everywhere, his intestines and internal organs scattered all over the place. Whoosh whoosh! When Nara Shikaku witnessed this scene, blood trickled from his mouth, nose, and the corners of his eyes, his pupils filled with ferocious bloodshot veins. Clearly, he had been subjected to a powerful genjutsu, and his spirit had been severely damaged. Father! Akimichi Choji cried out in agony, his hands now covered in blood and gore, with some parts even exposing the bone. Swish swish! At that moment, a teasing voice, seemingly treating all of this as a mere sound game, emerged. Haha, this is a very realistic portrayal, and it also reflects human desires and personal biases. Obito's mask appeared, his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes rippling, absorbing all the flames in front of him, revealing Yamanaka and his son. A pungent smell of burnt flesh wafted down. The father and son's faces were charred to a crisp, but the ninja's tenacious life force was waning, and they were now breathing heavily and weakly. Especially in their agony, their bodies were charred and burnt, their two pairs of black and white eyes wide with intense pain. But the burning breathing tubes prevented the father and son from uttering a single word. Haha, after all, he's my own father, so of course I have to prioritize the so-called uncle and his companions. Obito, wearing his mask, looked at Nara Shikamaru teasingly, then glanced at the messy pool of blood on the ground, and let out a weak sigh. At that time, you had the chance to save Akimichi Chusa, but unfortunately, because of your own personal desires, Or rather, your father's. You chose to give it up. TSK. How realistic. This is what you Konoha people boast about, never abandoning anyone, yet in the end, you still have to make a choice between family and comrades. Obito looked at the two pairs of terrifying eyes and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "What a stroke of luck. You shouldn't have trusted your so-called comrades. But it's too late to regret it now. With these injuries, just surviving is already quite an achievement." Suddenly, Obito's masked figure reappeared behind Akimichi Choji, looking at the blood and flesh everywhere, especially Akimichi Chu's head, which was still bleeding profusely. His eyes wide open in death. TSK, little Fuddy, take a look at your father. Look at those eyes. Just now you entrusted your life to your companions, and in the end you chose your own father. This is the fate of you for being so easily deceived by your so-called companions. Overwhelmed by ancient sounds that lingered in his ears, Akimichi Choji's pupils constricted, and he broke down in despair, letting out a desperate cry. Shikamaru, Nara Shikamaru. This single, heart-wrenching scream, which began with a desperate cry for help, then escalated into a desperate attempt to get to the bottom of things, and finally, a full-scale interrogation. At this moment, Akimichi Choji, heartbroken, gazed into the distance at the weary Shikamaru. He then looked back at his own father and at the tragic state of the Yamanaka father and son. A faint resemblance. Only Nara Shikamaru's father was perfect. This seemed to confirm the mysterious figure's allure, and Shikamaru ultimately chose his own father. Lightning release Reikiri. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the air, accompanied by a burning sensation. Obito, wearing a mask, looked at the approaching figure with a Mangekyo Sharingan, a mocking smile appearing in his eyes. "So it's you?" Hada Kakashi. Kakashi, holding the Reikiri, thrust it through Obito's chest through the mask. The two looked down at each other. Obito's eyes held only mockery, while Kakashi's were serious. "Kakashi, be careful." Just as Hada Kakashi was about to strike, and Obito, with a mocking smile on his face, prepared to attack, Maidogai's loud shout rang out, and a green streak filled with anxiety rushed forward, executing a perfect coordinated move. This makes it impossible for Obito's mask to avoid continuing to maintain its corrupted state. Sarutobi Clan Shrine. Hada Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Madogai, Momochi Zabuza, Yuhi Kurenai, and Baki 6 elite Jonin arrived and instantly surrounded the mysterious masked ninja. Beware of the opponent's Sharingan. This person is the culprit behind the Ninetales rampage. Upon seeing the enemy, Yuhi Kurenai immediately let out a cold snort and revealed Obito's masked identity. Upon hearing this, Momochi Zabuza immediately smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, and grabbed Kubikuribuka from behind. "Haha, so it seems we ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village also have a feud with you, sir. Perfect. Be careful, the opponent is a powerful user of Wood Release and Sharingan." Everyone calmly observed their opponent, clearly already aware of the intelligence regarding this mysterious masked man, as this information had initially spread throughout the shinobi world. Facing the 6 elite Jonin, Obito's mask now revealed a surge of anger and deep hatred for Uchiha Yoru for exposing his intelligence to the entire shinobi world. "Uchiha Itachi, use your Mangekyo Sharingan to focus intently. I'll be the bait. If the opponent dares to use their Genjutsu, that will be your opportunity as well." Facing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Momochi Zabuza was now filled with bloodthirsty excitement, showing no sign of retreat, instead employing the typical tactics of a Hidden Mist Village ninja. He acted as bait. If the opponent released their Genjutsu, they would be momentarily exposed, and this would be Uchiha Itachi's opportunity. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes, now filled with the Mangekyo Sharingan, calmly stared at his opponent, and upon hearing Momochi Zabuza's words, he nodded in agreement. "Be careful, Senior Zabuza." Seeing the formation, and realizing this wasn't the opportune moment, Obito's mask revealed an evil grin. Looking at the situation today, the game can only end here. His body slowly sank into the ground, while hundreds of enraged Narutos roared down beside him, unleashing Raisengans one after another as if they were worthless, creating huge craters in the ground. When the dust settled, revealing a figure, Sarutobi Isumo was nowhere to be seen. It was clear that the tree trunk had been shattered into pieces by the substitution jutsu. Teacher Asuma. Raising his head, Izumaki Naruto roared in anger, only to see Sarutobi, Sume, and masked Obito standing side by side under the eaves in the distance. Hada Kakashi directly blocked Izumaki Naruto's path, preventing him from acting impulsively, while calmly assessing the surroundings. Carefully survey the entire perimeter for any traps. Baki then directly pulled the trigger on the signal flare, and after it exploded in the air, it wouldn't take long for a large number of Konoha ninjas to arrive and eliminate it. Looks like there's no playing today. Obito, wearing a mask, taunted, while Sarutobi Asuma beside him lit a cigarette, a twisted, perverted smile playing on his face. Haha, Shikamaru, look at this. Even if your final choice is still your own father, we're all the same, not as great as him, just like you Aino Shikacho chose your own clan. And the same goes for the teacher who still wants to live. Looking around at the scene of the tragedy, Hada Kakashi glanced back at the approaching Chunin squad and immediately began issuing orders. Neiji's Byakugan is simultaneously observing for traps. Lee Aburain Shino, you to quickly treat the wounded. Without heeding the command, Sarutobi Asuma, watching the scene from the eaves, especially after Shikamaru's reaction, revealed an even more perverse smile. The teacher isn't wrong. Teachers, like you, are just ordinary people. Beside Obito's mask, observing Sarutobi Asuma's nervous state, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. It seems the mental pressure this time was too great, naturally causing Asuma to have some kind of mental breakdown, or rather, a twisted psychology, but that's good. Once again, Sarutobi Asuma found himself with nowhere to go in the village. Hada Kakashi, I look forward to meeting you again in 3 years. Gazing intently into Hada Kakashi's eyes, Obito's Mangekyo mask rippled, and he instantly vanished from the spot, pulling Sarutobi Asuma and himself along with him. Everyone be careful. Beware of any trickery. It's undeniable that Uchiha Obito's dojutsu was truly cheating. Even after disappearing, Hada Kakashi still viewed him with suspicion, and he continued to issue serious warnings. Konoha Photo Studio Office Building. Kakashi, you mean that the 3 current clan leaders of the Aino Shikacho clans, one of whom died and was paralyzed, and the remaining Norishikaku also suffered a mental injury? Looking back at Kakashi and the others reporting, Tsunade showed a silent expression. This report wasn't difficult to write, but rather exceptionally well written. Indeed, the mysterious masked man's contribution to the peace of the village was truly divine assistance. Tsunade's expression immediately changed as she watched Kakashi awkwardly bow his head and say, except for Senior Akimichi Chusa, who sacrificed himself. Everyone else is in the operating room receiving emergency treatment. Even Nara Shikamaru, who had the least serious injuries, suffered damage to his lower body from the aftermath of the battle and is currently receiving emergency care. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes darted around, and she immediately laughed loudly at Parkura and Amii Terumi beside her, saying, let's go. I'm treating tonight, and we won't go home until we're drunk. It's clear that Tsunade doesn't want to personally go and treat Aino Shikacho. After all, the situation with the 3 clans is actually beneficial to Konoha's stability, especially upon hearing that the relationship between the 3 clans seemed to be on the verge of cracking in this generation. She was already overjoyed. At first, she clearly remembered the Aino Shikacho clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen behind them, that unsightly eating style. Initially, the Senju clan's wealth was swallowed up by these people. Otherwise, how could such a large family have been created? How did the Sarutobi clan rise to power? Wasn't it simply by gnawing away at the most powerful members of the Senju clan? The Aino Shikacho clans, these smaller clans, naturally also received a share of the spoils. After greedily devouring and digesting them, they became the powerful clans they are today. However, from now on, everything that once was is just a thing of the past, like clouds in the sky. It's true that life has its ups and downs. At first, everything was gone, but now we have to pay back everything, principal and interest. Watching the 3/5 Hokage leave work in a relaxed and leisurely manner, Hada Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead, and slowly walked out of the building. Only the terrifying physical torment of this night could withstand the gaze of these 3/5 lords. Otherwise, thinking of this, Hada Kakashi couldn't help but flinch, secretly wishing he could have the same. The ultimate goal for a ninja is physical training. However, judging from these 3/5 elders, each one was more shrewd than the last, and he didn't dare underestimate them in the slightest. Don't be fooled by the apparent harmony. In reality, Uchiha Yoru is still holding the upper hand, and they're even formulating plans that require their combined efforts. Treating a specific body part. Inside the emergency room, the red lights flickered, and the high-ranking ninja medical personnel were all incredibly nervous. This was a formidable challenge for them. Yamanaka and his son suffered the most severe injuries. Their respiratory tubes and other organs were severely burned, and large areas of their bodies were charred. Akimichi Choji's hands were almost completely torn apart, his bones shattered, and 2 of his fingers were blown off. Narashikaku is mentally injured. She needs to be stabilized first, and treatment of other patients should be prioritized. Narashikamaru's chakra is depleted, his body is weak, and he also suffered from the blast's aftershocks, injuring his leg. Medical Officer Yakushi Nanu Jonin, head of the medical department, calmly analyzed the emergency situation of the injured patient and explained the treatment methods. She is now a renowned medical ninja in Konoha, a figure whose reputation is no less impressive than Tsunade's. Following pharmacist Yakushi Nanu's order, Yamanaka Aino, dressed in her nurse's uniform, stepped forward with a nervous expression. Pharmacist Yakushi Nanu, upon seeing this, couldn't help but show a curious expression. "Aino, what's wrong with you?" Yamanaka Aino respectfully bowed slightly, gently pointing a finger at the apothecary Yakushi Nanu. "Minister, I believe that prioritizing the treatment of critically injured patients while neglecting those with minor injuries will reduce the available medical resources, and moreover..." Yamanaka Aino only mentioned Narashikamaru's illness, which immediately startled pharmacist Yakushi Nanu. As the most powerful spy from Root, how could she not understand this? Immediately understanding her words, she nodded subtly. "Aino, you're right. Go call Yakushi Kabuto over and prioritize giving first aid to Akimichi Choji, this young ninja." "Yes." With the red lamp flickering in the hospital room, Yakushi Kabuto smiled warmly at the person lying on the bed. "Go to sleep. A good night's sleep will do you good." Lying on the operating table, Narashikamaru slowly closed his eyes, exhausted. His chakra was completely depleted. This was an extremely dangerous situation, and secondly, he was injured. Just then, footsteps echoed from the operating table. Yakushi Kabuto's expression remained unchanged. With a warm smile, he slowly withdrew. At this moment, Yamanaka Aino stood outside, looking at Yakushi Kabuto and saying, "The head of the academy has instructed the Jonin to prioritize the treatment of the seriously injured patients." "That one." Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses slightly. The extremely intelligent man seemed to have figured something out, but he still pretended not to know. Yamanaka Aino glanced at the operating room and said coldly, "The condition of this wound doesn't pose a danger to him retaining his ninja abilities. You should know that every ninja is an extremely valuable fighting force in the village, and preserving the village's fighting force is paramount. I am being transparent." Yakushi Kabuto understood instantly, a warm smile spreading across his face as he took Narashikamaru's case file and walked out of the operating room, giving instructions to the assistants who were already prepared. The hospital director is operating on an extremely dangerous patient. "For now, I'm entrusting this patient to you." Leading the group was a shy young ninja who scratched his head. Upon hearing that he would be allowed to perform the surgery independently, a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. But he still cautiously said, "I'm afraid my experience isn't sufficient." Facing the young man, Yakushi Kabuto displayed a warm smile, patted him on the shoulder reassuringly, and shook his head, saying, "Just focus on your work. And I've already checked it. Narashikamaru's lower body, specifically one leg, is gangrenous, especially the 2 wounds caused by shuriken fragments. The bacteria that caused the infection have already lost their activity. This will probably be a simple surgery, and also an opportunity for you to train." Upon hearing these words, Yamanaka Ino's eyes revealed a hint of satisfied smile. Perhaps this was retribution. She had initially met such a fate, but you all calculated well. At least he still had her parents. Upon hearing this, the young medical ninja immediately showed a look of sudden understanding, and even breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "It turns out it's just a surgical removal. I thought it was an emergency surgery." "Don't worry, Jonin. I'll definitely complete this operation." At this moment, the young, confident ninja healer grabbed the chest and assured them that if the surgery failed on this point, he would pay for everything and even use the hammer. Good, thank you for your hard work. On the operating table, Nara Shikamaru felt the blinding lights and the gleaming white coats of the people around him. At that moment, his mind was in a state of confusion, vaguely hearing something. The patient's vital signs are stable, and no signs of poisoning were detected. The patient has sufficient blood supply, so surgery can be performed. The gangrene in the leg has been completely removed and disinfected. The wound has been removed and sutured. Help, go to the toilet. Too small. This guy is a male ninja, and he'll be carrying out ninja missions later. Hiding for days is commonplace. Open up a bit more. In any situation, he can solve his own problems as quickly as possible. Transparency. It's been opened wide. Dazed and confused, Nara Shikamaru fell unconscious again, this time unaware of what he had lost. Inside the grand office building, Uchiha Yoro looked at the official duties beside him and couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Recently, he'd been involved in a lot of official business related to the Land of Wind, but it was nothing to worry about. Things would be fine once things settled down. Lord Yoru, news has come from the medical department. Looking up at Uchiha Itachi, who was respectfully kneeling on one knee, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but shake his head and say, Itachi, I've told you many times, just call me teacher. Yes, Lord Yoru. Well, Uchiha Itachi is clearly the kind of person with his own opinions, Uchiha Yoru said, then smiled and shook his head, not saying anything more. Lord Yoru, news from the medical department regarding the surgery indicates that Nara Shikamaru, with the least severe injuries, will undergo a lower body amputation. Nara Shikaku is in a coma, and because this is a psychological injury, the medical community is a blind spot in this area. Based on the current situation, this psychological injury will likely be permanent. Later on, I'm afraid Nara Shikaku won't be able to think clearly, otherwise he'll easily get headaches and feel lethargic. After finishing this page of the report, Uchiha Itachi's expression was somewhat strange, and then he began reading other intelligence reports. Akimichi Choji has serious injuries to both hands and has undergone surgery. Based on observations, he will need 6 months of recovery. However, it will likely be difficult for him to use the clan's secret techniques again in the future. Akimichi Chusa is declared dead. Yamanaka. Uchiha Itachi paused as he spoke the last page. Yamanaka Fire died because his injuries were too severe to heal. Although the Yamanaka clan head, relying on his powerful Jonin physique, survived, the extent of the burns is such that even if he recovers, he will likely never be able to be a ninja again. Upon hearing this intelligence, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show a strange expression. What was this? Had Obito completely solved a difficult problem for him? In the Aino Shikacho clans, the Yamanaka clan lost their son and became disabled themselves. The Akimichi clan lost their clan leader, and their only surviving son was also disabled. Although both Nara and his son are still alive, one later became unable to function at high intensity, earning him the title of Konoha's most powerful brain-damaged individual. The other became neither male nor female. More importantly, based on what happened in this battle and the current situation, the 3 clans, which have been so close for so many years, are likely to be in trouble. Don't say that the Aino Shikacho clans and their relatives are the same. Even members of the same clan can betray each other. Has the Uchiha clan never experienced this? Has the Hyuga clan? What right do you, an Aino Shikacho, have? Yes, master, I think this is an excellent opportunity. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi expressed his opinion, but not in his capacity as Anbu minister, but as a disciple. Oh! Looking at Uchiha Yoru's expression, Uchiha Itachi lowered his head and said in a low voice, the Aino Shikacho clans have long since lost their former glory. After this split, the seeds have been sown and have begun to sprout. They're dragging Akimichi into this. Putting pressure on Nara and Yamanaka is just standing by. You manipulate your own clan, oppress your own clan, and ignore the other clans. Looking at Itachi, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but applaud. Not bad, Itachi, you have a good sense of awareness. Since that's the case, let's prepare for this. However, we should take advantage of the fact that the Akimichi clan's patriarch has passed away, and the Akimichi clan is now in disarray. Uchiha Yoru revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Itachi understood in an instant that even if he were to win over the Akimichi clan, he would only be winning over a part of, or rather, splitting, the Akimichi clan. The Uchiha clan had once met such a fate, yet Uchiha Itachi felt not the slightest pity, and even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew all along the Root's original plan to exterminate the clan. If his teacher hadn't won, would the Uchiha clan even exist today? A murderer must be killed forever. Hospital. Shikamaru. With his blonde hair, the enthusiastic Uzumaki Naruto laughed loudly as he brought his gift of instant noodles to visit his good friend, Shikamaru, who was lying alone on the hospital bed. Shikamaru, you need to get discharged from the hospital as soon as your injuries heal. Naruto, being rather careless, didn't even know what his good friend had lost. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, a forced smile appearing on his face. Naruto, I'm fine. He got out of bed. Although the pain in his lower body was gone, for some reason he had a strange, inconsistent feeling, as if he had lost 2 ounces of flesh. However, the ninja's strength was such that Shikamaru was able to adjust his body balance in a very short time. Naruto, I heard you're planning to go somewhere. During this time, Shikamaru clearly understood that the decades-long alliance between the Ino Shikacho clans had shattered. His mind raced, and he subtly glanced at Naruto beside him. Naruto, completely oblivious to Shikamaru's ulterior motives, displayed an open and cheerful smile saying, well, in half a month I'll be following the perverted sage to continue my training. Upon hearing these words, Shikamaru's face lit up with a smile. Congratulations, Naruto. Following Lord Jiraiya, you will surely become a powerful warrior. Haha, Shikamaru, don't worry. When I get back, we'll do missions together. Naruto smiled broadly, still comforting his little teammate, assuring him that Team 10 had finally collapsed. Naruto, however, was unaware of Shikamaru's ulterior motives. Looking at Naruto's face, beaming with sunshine and a cheerful smile, Shikamaru thought to himself, now, the Uchiha clan's dominance in the village is an undeniable fact. And the Ino Shikacho clan division is no longer what it once was. Once a powerful force was almost completely ruined. If they want to develop again, they definitely need someone. Thinking this, Shikamaru subtly glanced at Uzumaki Naruto without leaving a trace. His father is the 4th Hokage, renowned for saving Konoha, and his teacher is none other than Jiraiya, one of the Sennin. He himself is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so his future achievements are undoubtedly significant. Although young, Uchiha Yoru saw that ambition would sooner or later lead him to oppose the entire shinobi world. Even the first Hokage died prematurely from an early injury. Uchiha Yoru's desire to confront the entire shinobi world might well lead to his own demise. If something unexpected were to happen, then Naruto would have hope. Even if nothing unexpected happens, he and his entire clan must bet on Naruto. If the latter can become a powerful figure like Jiraiya, his future status will undoubtedly be very high. Therefore, for the sake of the Nara clan, he must die tied to Naruto on the war chariot. This is also the only way out for his Nara clan. If he had a choice, he would definitely choose to be in the same class as Sasuke, but unfortunately, he had seen through the village's policies during this period. Having manipulated Akimichi and pressured Nora, Yamanaka simply ignored them. By recruiting several Akimichi ninja members with decent strength and honest character, the Akimichi clan has clearly split apart. This isn't really recruiting, it's more like splitting. The Yamanaka clan? Thinking of this, Shikamaru narrowed his eyes even more as he looked out the window. Was it because of Ino? He feared the Yamanaka clan would replace their clan leader with a young female clan head. Therefore, the Nara clan, being the most intelligent and initially the one that pressured the Uchiha clan the most, became the target of jealousy. Naruto, is your dream still to become the 6th Hokage? For the past few days, Shikamaru had analyzed the entire situation, and now, looking at Naruto, a plan was forming in his mind. When Uzumaki Naruto heard Shikamaru's words, the two of them, leaning against the windowsill, looked at each other and both broke into smiles. Becoming the 6th Hokage is just the first step for me. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was like a newborn ray of sunshine, full of vitality and radiating a determined, bright smile. I will definitely become the sixth Hokage, but I will prove through my actions that so-called dictatorial rule only brings war and suffering to the shinobi world. Only mutual understanding can bring peace. It's undeniable that Uzumaki Naruto's unwavering commitment to the ninja way is incredibly captivating. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted so many viewers in the original story. Unfortunately, this time, someone with a hidden identity knew that Naruto was problematic, and naturally, a sense of caution arose in their heart. Even Jiraiya was wary. Those in power knew about it later, although they couldn't say it explicitly, but like a persistent drizzle soaking into the earth, it would similarly affect those below. Gradually, Uzumaki Naruto found himself with very few people in the village who appreciated his ninja skills. Even Shikamaru's focus is now on his family because his father has suffered such a mental trauma this time that even the slightest mental effort will give him a splitting headache. With the severe after effects, his ability to resist illusions was beyond description, so almost all the family's pressure fell on his shoulders. Shikamaru, who used to be lazy, suspicious, and troublesome, now takes on a heavy burden. Naruto, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Shikamaru smiled broadly, feeling a pang of shame in his heart. Although he suspected exploitation and felt guilty towards his comrade, at least he had sincerely and genuinely helped Naruto. Haha, Shikamaru, just wait and see. When the time comes, I'll definitely teach that stinky Sasuke a lesson. The sixth Hokage can only be me, Uzumaki Naruto-sama. With a naive grin, Uzumaki Naruto, still unaware of his teammates' manipulative intentions, casually grabbed Shikamaru's shoulder. Shikamaru, your injuries have all healed. Why haven't you been discharged from the hospital yet? Naruto's thick skin and quick wit made it difficult for Shikamaru to respond, and he even managed an awkward, embarrassed smile. Cough, cough, the wound condition is almost fine, but it still needs to be monitored. After all, wounds can easily become infected. Ah, so that's how it is, but it's too troublesome. Look at my body. Naruto excitedly gestured and showed off his muscles. It was as if he was saying, look at me, no matter how serious my injuries are, they heal quickly. However, this scene made Shikamaru a little embarrassed. He couldn't possibly say, if you have the skill, cut off 2 ounces of flesh from below, then show me how you can restore it. Although Shikamaru felt a little regretful about the 2 ounces of meat, it wasn't a major source of distress. After all, he was the type of person who found things troublesome, so a small amount was just as good. Another thing he learned from his childhood as a ninja was that disabled ninjas weren't common, so being able to survive and retain all his ninja abilities made him very happy. To the point that, regarding the lineage issue, his father was mentally wounded, but not dead. He miraculously returned to continue reproducing. This distorted mindset within the shinobi world, coupled with Shikamaru's personality, means that now he can focus entirely on considering both his clan and his own future. In the hospital, Uzumaki Naruto once again looked down at his injured comrade, Akimichi Choji. The hospital room was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Akimichi Choji's face had visibly thinned, and both his hands were wrapped in thick bandages, requiring daily cleaning with antiseptic solution. Choji, you should take good care of your injuries. I'll come to see you during this time, but I'll be leaving in half a month. Facing Naruto's pure enthusiasm, Akimichi Choji revealed a sincere smile. After all, initially, as part of the pursuit team, Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who would leave without a second thought after hearing something. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto felt only gratitude in his heart, but Shikamaru, who was stabbing him in the back, had a somewhat gloomy look in his eyes. Indeed, once friends who would confide in each other about anything, now Akimichi Choji and he have an invisible, intangible barrier between them. Avoidance, isolation. Even the thick-skinned Naruto didn't realize that ever since entering the hospital room, Akimichi Choji's gaze had been constantly avoiding Shikamaru, and the two hadn't even spoken a word. Naruto, let's go find a doctor to change your medication first. Go ahead, Shikamaru. I'll talk to Choji first. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shikamaru lazily waved his hand, choosing to leave temporarily. Did he regret what had happened earlier? As Shikamaru stepped out the door, a gloomy glint flashed in his eyes. Between his father and his father's companions, he would still choose his own father at this moment. This is nothing different. It's human nature, and normal thinking. I saved your father, abandoning my own father. What kind of bullshit logic is that? But it was such a simple principle. Yet Akimichi Choji stood by and watched his own father disappear. Kakuzu Station disagreed. Naturally, everything was different. Faced with Shikamaru's choice, did Akimichi Choji feel he had made a mistake? No. But with the image of his father's agonizing explosion flashing in his mind day and night, he no longer felt the same way towards his comrade as before. Neither side is wrong, but Kakuzu disagrees, and their perceptions differ, making the problem almost unsolvable, causing Aino, Shika, and Sho to each go their separate ways. Sakura? Walking down the hospital corridor, Shikamaru bumped into his friend Sakura, and the two greeted each other with cheerful smiles. I'm planning to learn some medical ninjutsu soon. Haruno Sakura smiled brightly, but she couldn't shake Shikamaru's attention. This smile concealed a forced and strained expression. Nara Shikamaru, after a moment of thought, understood. Kakashi, the seventh Jonin, faced immense pressure. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a born strong man, and further enhanced by Jiraiya's training. Another one is Uchiha Sasuke, a disciple of the Night God, a genius in their class. Haruno Sakura came from an ordinary family with no prominent background or connections. She had no teachers, and after all, Kakashi was just a Jonin team leader, not a teacher-student relationship. Therefore, Sakura's humble background made her feel embarrassed, especially after the Chunin exam, which completely widened the gap in strength between her and the other two. Before Uzumaki Naruto was around, she hadn't noticed anything, but when Naruto announced he was leaving with Jiraiya for training half a month later, Sakura instantly understood her true identity. What a nuisance! Healing like a ninja, that's not bad either. Nara Shikamaru smiled reassuringly, but inwardly he sighed. Healing as a ninja is not that easy. It requires a vast amount of knowledge and has challenged countless people. These are all valuable medical knowledge and ninja healing techniques. How could they be easily shared with just anyone? Is that so? I think so too. Then I can help Sasuke later. Now in a state of panic, Haruno Sakura felt as if she had been reassured and immediately revealed an excited smile. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru seemed to have thought of something. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, but his face showed no change whatsoever. Instead, he chuckled and the two of them continued chatting. Right, what's Sasuke busy with lately? Your Naruto squad wants to go train with Lord Jiraiya. Sasuke also wants to undergo special training. I heard that Lord Yoru has arranged for him to train with Lord Orochimaru for 2 years. The Saturday service now exists, arguably only in name. That's right. Nara Shikamaru glanced at Sakura without leaving a trace, but the look of loss in her eyes was undeniable. The gap is widening, but there's something problematic about the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto. Nara Shikamaru pondered silently. If he had chosen Naruto, then he absolutely had to ruin the relationship between the two of them. Otherwise, if Naruto later chose to listen to Sasuke, then the Nara clan would never have had a chance to rise to fame. But this ruins the friendship between two people, the relationship between friends. Nara Shikamaru's lazy gaze couldn't help but glance at Sakura. Wasn't Sakura the best candidate right in front of him? Sakura likes Sasuke, Naruto likes Sakura, but Sasuke doesn't like Sakura. With such a complicated relationship, what could be more likely to stir up trouble between two people than a woman? Unconsciously, the two walked to the window, and as they chatted, with Shikamaru deliberately guiding them, Sakura didn't realize that the pressure in her heart had been lifted. My family is ordinary. There's basically no background that would allow me to learn powerful ninjutsu, and no teacher would be willing to take me as a disciple. After all, I'm just an ordinary ninja. Sakura's face was filled with helplessness. At this moment, it seemed as if he had finally recognized reality, recognized himself. Shikamaru, you're the smartest. What do you think I should do? Sakura looked down helplessly at her classmate, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. After all, the Nara clan was considered a family, and if they were willing to help her, it would be as easy as pie. Seeing Sakura's trap, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but let out a wry smile and shake his head. Sakura, if it were a normal day and we were discussing a small matter, I could easily use my family's connections to introduce you to a medical ninja, or help you with some further research and information on medical procedures. But right now, At this point, Shikamaru let out a self-deprecating, bitter laugh. Something happened to my father, and the whole clan is in chaos. With things like this happening so rapidly, I wouldn't dare act rashly. I'm so sorry. Sakura quickly apologized without any intention of saying sorry. After all, the recent events involving the Aino Shikacho clans had already spread throughout Konoha, and she naturally knew about them. The Akimichi clan split. The Yamanaka clan was even more shaken, but it seems that with Ino's help under the 5th Hokage Tsunade, she returned to the clan and ascended to the position of clan head, becoming the youngest clan head of the Yamanaka clan, and also the only female clan head to date. Even Nara is home. Closest. Who? Sakura, we're no longer like a warm, sheltered flower in a schoolhouse. Reality is harsh. If you want to be a powerful ninja, you need to find a good teacher. But jonin are extremely precious. Without this kind of support and resources, you won't even have a direction to strive for. Nara Shikamaru calmly spoke at this moment, and Sakura's face was filled with a bitter smile upon hearing it. How could she not know the cruel reality? She used to consider herself a top student at the ninja school, but after becoming a ninja, reality quickly brought her back to reality. Who taught you these resource-based ninjutsu techniques? No one taught you. This all requires connections. It's a huge problem. A mere ninja girl, where would she even begin to look? It's not that she doesn't have the opportunity to learn powerful ninjutsu. She definitely needs to perform great deeds. But how could an ordinary ninja like her achieve great things? Those who can achieve great feats are either powerful individuals or have had extraordinary opportunities. One final step was accumulation, relying on her own responsibilities to save up year after year. But by the time she had saved enough, she would no longer be a young girl, and she would have family responsibilities. It vaguely resembles a similar cycle of reincarnation. Rooftop Hospital. Shikamaru, is there really no other way? After Nara Shikamaru revealed the harsh reality, Haruno Sakura showed a pale, powerless smile. At this moment, her previous disguise was torn open. Especially after Uzumaki Naruto was about to leave, she finally lost her capricious capital. At this moment, she realized that her perceived strength had always been built upon Uzumaki Naruto, this sycophant. Sakura, these words may not be easy to hear, but you should understand. Shikamaru shook his head and sighed. Although Lord Yuru's policies have been very successful, indeed paving the way for countless ninjas to rise to prominence, these paths, without exception, all have requirements. Either you have merit, or your parents or family have influence, or someone can vouch for you. You lack all of these. If it were before, I could have used my family's influence to vouch for you. After all, some common medical records wouldn't have been a problem. But now, you should know, many people will take shortcuts. Although this is shameless, there are indeed some people who can't withstand the pressure or temptation. This kind of shady tactic, even a god cannot avoid. Nara Shikamaru shook his head, threw down a remark, and then left. I'm the only one in the hospital room, and I want to go for a walk. I won't be back until at least noon. Naruto is in the hospital right now, so this opportunity is up to you. Besides, no one will know, not even Sasuke. It's just once, and Naruto won't tell anyone. Shikamaru had left, leaving Haruno Sakura feeling somewhat disoriented. On the rooftop, bathed in sunlight, Haruno Sakura's face was pale and she didn't know what to do. After her so-called princess dream was exposed, she finally understood that she was merely a princess in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. In the eyes of others, she was just a pretty face. Haha, Shikamaru, I didn't think you'd actually think of making me sell my body to seduce Naruto. Haruno Sakura wasn't stupid either. At this moment, she let out a bitter laugh, naturally understanding Nara Shikamaru's meaning. Whether it's Naruto or her, use this to pave the way for her own future. Just as Shikamaru said, even if she later refuses to acknowledge the debt and continues to pursue Sasuke, Naruto absolutely won't say anything. Sakura, what is your decision? Just then, a familiar voice rang out, and Haruno Sakura looked up in alarm, only to see Yamanaka Aino slowly emerging from a secluded spot, a subtle smile playing on her lips. I know, you heard it too. During their childhood, Aino and she had a very good relationship. But after the incident involving Ino's parents, Aino devoted herself to training every day. naturally causing their relationship to drift apart, although they still maintained contact. Having been caught red-handed by Aino today, Haruno Sakura immediately showed a hint of panic. Sakura, why do you think Shikamaru keeps talking so much today, and even wants to help you? Now, Yamanaka Aino gives off an arrogant, aggressive, and noble aura. Although they are the same age, since returning to the Yamanaka family and becoming the new clan head, Ino's demeanor has undergone a transformation. Sakura, you're actually very intelligent. It's just that your brain is often used in the wrong places. Naruto is just a cover-up for your own weakness. You should know that ninjas are determined by strength. You love-obsessed fool. Haven't you ever thought about it? The Uchiha clan is powerful now, and Sasuke, being Lord Yuru's disciple, how could he just marry any woman? In the future, Sasuke's women should at least be Jonin level. Yamanaka Ino's sharp words struck at Sakura's weak points, and upon hearing them, Sakura forced a strained smile. I know, you're right. I am indeed vain. No, Sakura, I didn't come here to mock you. Is there anything wrong with admiring vanity? Yamanaka Aino shook her head. Is it wrong for men to like beautiful women? It's also not wrong for women to admire strong men, but you must know your own heart. Just like me, I've never hidden it. Yamanaka Aino, like strong men, and Lord Yuru is my target. Yamanaka Ino's bold statement surprised Sakura, who then hesitated before asking, Aino, your parents. Haha, my parents' enemies were the Uchiha. Wasn't it the third Hokage, or the so-called Aino Shikacho, the three great clans? In the ninja world, with her distorted way of thinking, Aino nonchalantly assumed that all the blame lay with the high-ranking Hokage, and wondered why, when problems arose, her father had to take responsibility. Why are Shikamaru's father and Choji's father both still alive? Why do they both have families? Sakura, do you know what my mother told me before she died? While the topic of tragedy was being discussed, Aino showed not a hint of sympathy on her face. Instead, she displayed a resolute, sun-like smile. My mother said, Aino, you are a beautiful girl, like a large Persian daisy. You shouldn't suffer. Even if you carry hatred on your back, you should live in the sunshine and be a true young woman. Your father was forced to his death by the Hokage's high-ranking officials. By the Aino Shikacho clans, they orchestrated this whole mess. Your father. At this moment, Yamanaka Aino revealed a cheerful expression, while Sakura, listening quietly beside her, couldn't help but realize that her usually bright and cheerful classmate actually carried so much burden on her shoulders. Sakura, today I'm giving you this advice based on our childhood friendship, but of course, it also includes things I don't want to see Shikamaru achieve. After all, I've been jealous since I was little of them having parents to be with them. At this moment, Yamanaka Ino's eyes were filled with a dreamy expression, revealing a hint of nostalgia. The Aino Shikacho clans, from a young age, decided to play together and cultivate their friendship. We were best friends from childhood, and our parents' advice was the same. But one day, my world collapsed, and my friends disappeared. Yamanaka's family replaced me, and he became good friends with Shikamaru and Choji. You know, I wanted to go play and have fun back then. At this point, Yamanaka Aino chuckled, self-deprecatingly saying, I didn't understand back then. Shikamaru was smart from a young age. He put on a lazy expression and said to Choji and Yamanaka, I'm going home. I'm bored today. I truly thought they were just tired of playing, but you know what? Under the setting sun, I discovered they had moved to a different place to play. That's when I realized that my position had been taken, and the so-called friends were merely products of the power of the three major families. I know. Sakura had never imagined that the usually confident and outgoing Aino could have such a past. Turning her head, Yamanaka Aino looked at Sakura and said with a smile, we're good friends. I can help you make sure. Aino, you. Sakura stared at Haruno Sakura in shock, while Aino playfully tossed her blonde hair back and said, Sakura, don't you trust me? I'm using Sanin Tsunade's disciple, plus my status as the head of the Yamanaka clan, to ensure you have access to higher-level medical information. But the prerequisite is that you must possess the necessary talent. If your talent is insufficient, although Aino didn't explicitly say it, her meaning was very clear. Thank you, Aino. Tears welled up in Haruno Sakura's eyes. They were both classmates, but one was tempting her to sell her body, while the other was genuinely helping her. How could she not distinguish between good and bad? Haha, Sakura, all my hard work wasn't in vain. Suddenly, Aino let out a mischievous giggle, then whispered something softly to Sakura. Sakura listened, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face, and cautiously asked, Aino, is that really okay? Sakura, how do you know it's impossible? Don't you want to see if someone as intelligent as Shikamaru can actually do it? Ino's face showed a curious, smiling expression. Furthermore, I've heard that the higher a person's IQ, the more extreme, stubborn, and selfish their personality becomes. Because their powerful brains allow them to discern what is beneficial to them and what is detrimental. Seeing the wicked smile on Ino's face, Haruno Sakura felt a surge of revenge, and although she still showed some hesitation on her face, she was already tempted. Then let's give it a try. Just give it a try. You might succeed by watching a little fun, and if you don't succeed, at least no one will know. Haha. In the shady pavilion, Nara Shikamaru stared wide-eyed at Sakura. Shikamaru, I really can't do anything about that. I wanted to, but I really can't. At this moment, Sakura's face was flushed red, and she held a blood-soaked handkerchief in her hand, while Shikamaru's expression was as unpleasant as if he had eaten dog excrement. Shikamaru, can you help me? Sakura bowed her head and spoke urgently, while Shikamaru's face turned green, and he said dejectedly, How can I help you with this? Sakura's palms were sweating with anxiety, but she still bowed her head and spoke despite the difficulty. Well, the only person I can trust on this matter is you, Shikamaru. Could you please use your transformation jutsu? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru's face turned pale, and he said dejectedly, Sakura, this transformation jutsu is useless. Shikamaru, I think you've misunderstood. Sakura chuckled shyly, lowering her head and whispering, I arranged for Naruto to come to your hospital room. Then you can use the transformation jutsu to mesmerize Naruto. This potion, with the added illusionary techniques, will ensure Naruto absolutely won't see through it. Immortals dance. Still. At this moment, Shikamaru's eyes twitched. He really hadn't realized it, but Sakura was truly vicious. She was so calculating towards Naruto, not only refusing to give him any advantage, but also making him owe her money. After careful consideration, and realizing that this weakness seemed to be in his hands, Nara Shikamaru immediately made a decision. Okay, just this once. Despite having made up his mind, Shikamaru still stubbornly insisted on doing what he said. Naruto, Sakura said she's waiting for you in the hospital room. When Shikamaru ran into Naruto in the hospital corridor, he casually raised an eyebrow. Naruto didn't notice this unusual behavior at all. Instead, he seemed excited after hearing the news. Shikamaru, are you saying Sakura is here too? Yes, I heard Sakura wants to borrow some medical documents from you. Without waiting for Shikamaru to finish speaking, Naruto excitedly ran towards the distant hospital room, completely ignoring Shikamaru behind him. Shikamaru reluctantly let out a bang as the transformation jutsu dissipated, revealing Sakura's figure. At that moment, Sakura stared intently at Naruto as he walked away, a complex expression appearing on her face before her eyes transformed into a look of unwavering determination. Naruto, I've seen through myself, and I won't be a liar again. At this moment, the hospital corridor was in a secluded area. Sakura, are you looking forward to this? This is going to be a great show, Ano said excitedly, and Sakura nodded shyly in return. But the excitement in her eyes clearly showed that women's natures are almost always the same. But at that very moment, Yakushi Kabuto's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Yakushi Kabuto, the senior student. The two bowed respectfully, and Yakushi Kabuto, habitually pushing down the glass frame, looked at them, especially Yamanaka Aino, and said with a laugh, Ano, you're really quite mischievous. It was clear that everything the two of them did at work was being observed by Yakushi Kabuto, and they immediately became very embarrassed. Even Aino looked awkward. Okay, I'll pretend I didn't see this. Now, you to go find the director. Yakushi Kabuto's voice softened. Sakura looked bewildered, and Aino, standing beside her, couldn't help but subtly pull Sakura aside, whispering, You idiot. The head of the institute is the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu. Hurry up and thank the senior. Yeah, thank you, senior. Haruno Sakura reacted instantly, bowing 90 degrees in gratitude, and then the two quickly left the place. Watching the two figures leave, Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and a look of intrigued curiosity appeared in them. Haha, this is a perfect opportunity to do some research. Could it be possible for men without female hormones too? Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips, and slowly walked towards Shikamaru's solitary hospital room, his fingers clutching a pill. But in the hospital room, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's face flushed with excitement, and Sakura's shy and nervous demeanor only stirred his heart further. At this moment, Sakura Shikamaru, feeling embarrassed, silently dropped a pill into the water in the glass. Naruto, drink a glass of water first. Sakura, okay, I'll drink. Just as Naruto was drinking water, Shikamaru slowly walked to the window and pulled up the curtains. The moment he did, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto, who is proficient in Oroku no Jutsu, surely understands these things. Of course he understands a great deal. Sakura, aren't we moving too fast like this? Naruto was so excited he could hardly believe it, but unexpectedly, he discovered that a pair of glasses were secretly watching this scene with amusement. Sakura turned around in an instant, secretly forming hand seals to release a genjutsu, but didn't realize that the person secretly wearing glasses was also releasing a genjutsu. In the blink of an eye. Oh! At this moment, Sakura Shikamaru widened her eyes, only to see Naruto, like a horny male wolf, lunging at her and beginning to gnaw at her mouth, especially with a strange, eerie aura emanating from his mouth. Damn it! It's medicine! However, when facing a Jinchuriki, he significantly increased the dosage of the potion. For him, with the physique of an ordinary ninja, even just one sip caused his entire body to feel hot and dry. Naruto, damn it, look who I am. Shikamaru instantly dispelled the transformation jutsu with a loud bang, frantically shouting. But at that moment Naruto, with bloodshot eyes, had already lunged at him. At that moment, his pupils contracted, and he suddenly realized the problem. Naruto was trapped in a genjutsu, and moreover, deeply immersed in it. A normal person, upon realizing something was wrong with the genjutsu, would frantically resist. But Naruto was now completely consumed by madness. Furthermore, under the influence of the aura, his chakra began to become chaotic, and he couldn't even use any ninjutsu. Naruto, no, you shouldn't. Don't cause trouble. Oh no, damn it. Oh no, Naruto, oh vomit. I'm Shikamaru, vomit, vomit. Inside the hospital room, the battle raged fiercely, and Yakushi Kabuto, wearing his glasses, was constantly taking notes, silently nodding in agreement. Originally, it was possible for men to have sex with other men. In other words, it really affects male hormones. Therefore, Lord Orochimaru's Fushi Tensei technique, if applied to a woman, would, according to common sense, be possible, and even some behaviors would be affected. No wonder Lord Orochimaru's records state that if you're going to transform into a female body, you absolutely need to pair male hormones to maintain the body's balance. So that's how it is. Inside the examination room are research organisms, and the examination room outside is similarly used for recording research organisms. These two types of research use different approaches in their presentation methods. Even Aino didn't expect this kind of situation to arise in Yakushi Kabuto's hands. It's clear that the normal Yakushi Kabuto in this life almost inherited Orochimaru's pursuit of scientific truth. The snake scientist urged his successor, Yakushi Kabuto, to truly begin his scientific research this time.